cheaper than the music. All this leather
yeah, I sort of you can put it on the back of the head.
And yesterday, you know the Rothesay
also got little ones, so you can put over the
Hello.
How are you?
Yeah, not so bad.
I've seen this one go straight in up to the main front down. I just break to say that. I just break to say that. You want to say it's the road, don't you, when you last week at the Chelsea ground this street. Not too bad. Well, yeah, that's far. Very smart, yeah. Yeah.
We are delighted today to welcome the pupils and staff from Christ the King Primary School in Canada. As you can see, the boys and girls are getting ready to perform the first of the 2 guards of honour that will be happening during the course of the day. Boys and girls, we hope you enjoy your visit to the home of Welsh cricket. We look forward to seeing you again very soon.
You go to this meeting now, mate. But no, tell them to hold it to me. By the time I have a look, where I miss it.
Right, morning, that's the word list.
You missed yesterday's still.
I was at Easter yesterday, which was just as hot, possibly hotter.
Oh no, it wasn't hot here. It was this, it was cloudy all day. It was muggy, it was not boiling sunshine, you could sit in it yesterday. I sit with about 24, 25. What was that in these, for 20 over?
Yeah, so Heritage beat Devon Company.
2 matches.
And then Devon just thumped in the second.
Johnson's 2 seasons on the channel.
They got a vote.
I was sorting it.
13 sections, 19. Maybe 18 counties.
They got their record. I'm talking to the gardeners.
Derbyshire are going to vote for it.
They're not.
It's in the paper.
Well, that's not what
And one of the Derbyshire Derbyshire chairman, one of the Derbyshire committee members of the chairman was Kevin. There's 4 people that are from the county, 4 different counties, and the Derbyshire representative was one of the 4.
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, Dad. Division 1.
He was one of the 4. Yes, that's what I mean. That's why Derbyshire have been brought up.
What he said, he's going in. He wants Division 1 and Division 2. And he'll vote for everything. Tactic, stop, get, he'll vote for it through. That's how the German democracy is.
I want simple.
I don't want that. Yeah. You will, not if you read the proposal, because the conference is 3
It's good morning, Beauregard, to our 2 match umpires, Chris Watts and Anthony Harris. And good morning, Beauregard, as well to the Glamorgan team led into the field by captain Sam Northeast. And good morning as well to the 2 not-out batters from Gloucestershire, James Bracey and Todd Murphy.
Very good morning, Borodar, from your BBC commentary team here in Sapphire Gardens for day 2 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. I'm Nick Webb, alongside me is Ed Seaborn, representing BBC Radio Bristol, and Kenneth Davis from BBC Sport Wales is also with us today. You'll hear Kenneth in around about half an hour or so. 2:79 for 7.
For Glamorgan this morning at the
about even Stevens on day 1, Ed?
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire will say it's even Stevens. I think, judging by what Mason Crane said, and I think I may be veering towards his camp, that Glamorgan would feel that they're slightly ahead. I think from what we saw of the pitch yesterday, I think 300 is only, well, average, if not slightly below. So they're going to have a tough day ahead of them, Gloucestershire, to try and work their way back in. If they can move this total along a bit and get it maybe closer to 350 than 300, obviously they want to get to 300 first, but if they can add on well, if the tail can continue to wag, then they might be in a better position. But you feel that they're going to have to bowl very well to keep Glamorgan to a decent first innings score from their point of view.
So don't forget, you can email us at glamorgancrickets@bbc.co.uk. As Van der Hoogten bowls the first delivery of the morning, that is defended by the left-handed Murphy up to mid-on. That's glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, and equally delighted to read out messages from Gloucestershire followers for the next 3 days anyway, when these 2 counties are playing each other. The official X account is at BBC Sport Wales. Van der Hoogten bowling to Murphy with 3 slips, and Murphy is forward defending. Yet to get off the mark, came in just for the final few balls last night when Zaman Akhtar was trapped leg before by Van der Hoogten. A wicket that slightly changed the feel of the day, because had Gloucestershire finished 6 down with 100 stand under their belts, then would have been a different feel to this morning. Van der Hoogten right arm around the wicket to the lefty, and he pokes it out again into the covers where Hassan does the fielding. So the Glamorgan slip cordon, the familiar one of Ingram. Sam Northeast playing his 50th championship match for Glamorgan in the last year of his current contract. 279 for 7. Ingram, Northeast, Carlson, Callaway at point, Al Hassan in the covers. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and Murphy is forward slightly tentatively. Al Hassan comes racing in again and does the fielding. One hand off the bat for some reason there.
It's become a minefield overnight. 300 suddenly looks well above par. The ball spits off a length, and no, I'm not sure about that.
Keep trying to convince the Gloucestershire listeners. Glamorgan's over 8 is +7, by the way. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and Murphy plays out into the covers, and there's no run. I can rarely, if ever, recall seeing Glamorgan at +7. And indeed, we finished it just a couple of minutes after 6 o'clock last night, due to a large amount of spin sent down. 17 overs from Callaway and 19 from Crane, 3 for 55. Glamorgan's most effective bowler. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and Murphy plays another one out into the covers. There is no run. It's a maiden over to start with, so we've got 13 overs left for bonus points to be gathered. Gloucestershire should get another one with the bat. They'll have to fling the bat to get even a third batting point, and Glamorgan needing a further 2 wickets for the third point. James Harris, 1 for 67. Looking down at the cards, there's only been 1 extra so far.
Gosh.
A leg by.
Yeah, and I
Didn't
think...
realise that.
I'm trying to remember. I think there were no balls or wides in the first innings of the last game as well. So this one, however, in rather more overs. But in some ways, you could look at it that, given that they're so close in the table, denying Glamorgan the third bowling point is almost as valuable as getting an extra batting point. Harris, first ball of the morning into Bracey, and this is defended back to the bowler. So I don't think there's really any hurry for these two. I think realistically they'd have to bat extremely well anyway to get to 350, so trying to do it within 110 is, well, it's not even in the picture really. Even if it got down to Bracey and Bailey at the end and Bracey started to throw the bat a bit, I'm not sure that would be on. Harris into Bracey, who plays in defence back to the bowler. Batted patiently for his 57. I think it took him 16 balls to get off the mark, which was about par for the course through the middle part yesterday. It was, let's just say it was grinding, but Gloucestershire were ground down by the discipline of Glamorgan's attack through the afternoon. As Harris is in and bowls, and Bracey is forward and playing in defence into the covers. And it really was an example yesterday of how you can have 2 good sessions, but 1 bad one, and it curtails your innings and potentially changes the match. I don't think it's quite, because of that Akhtar-Bracey partnership, you're probably not quite saying that at 279 for 7, but if Glamorgan go big in their first innings, you might say it in retrospect, as Bracey flicks that one gently into the onside. The ball comes to a stop before it reaches Asa Tribe at mid-wicket. I'm sure there's plenty of people getting incredibly excited about the fact that we've got 2 people wearing glasses in this game. People wear glasses. Yes, they do.
Many commentators wear glasses.
Quite. Wouldn't really have much job calling the action if I didn't have them. I don't think I could see the ball at all. Harris in, Bracey drives fluently through point, and that's going to go for 4. I thought it was only going to be a single off his bat to start with, because there's a fielder out at deep cover point, and he's played that straight along the line of point, and despite the fact that's a big boundary out there, the fielder does not get there and had no chance of doing so. So Bracey's into the 60s, and a good way for Gloucestershire to get underway as far as the run scoring this morning. 283 for 7.
Yeah, that raced away, didn't it?
You'd imagine the outfield will get quicker. I say you imagine the outfield will get quicker as the day goes on, but it was meant to be sunny already, and it isn't. Not that I don't think an enormous number of people are complaining, given that the temperatures were forecast to be, by some people's reckoning, oppressive. I rather like it over 30 personally. Here comes Bracey driving as Harris completes the over with a full delivery. There'll be no run though, as it's fielded at mid-off. 283 for 7 at the end of Harris's first over of the morning. And going with their opening pair, I did wonder what the choice might be this morning from Glamorgan, given that Andy Gorvin's only gone at 2 and over, and then 4 of the 7 wickets so far have fallen to spin, and they decided to go with pace up front. We'll see how that fares.
Here comes Van der Hoogten then in again from the River Taff end, and bowls to Murphy, who plays defensively to mid-on again. Yes, Van der Hoogten rarely seems to go around the park in Championship. He's going at 2.3 runs and over at the moment. Picked up the late wicket of Zaman Akhtar, which was a very valuable one, and of course the important one of Cameron Bancroft just after lunch, as Murphy is forward, playing out into the covers.
It's metronomic, really. I mean, you sort of think that he could bowl all day if it got into a position where he needed to, for Glamorgan to be promoted, for example. He might do a Liam Norwell, the year that Warwickshire survived a couple of years back.
On his way in is Van der Hoogten again, and Murphy plays that one defensively to mid-off. It's all in a bit of a stasis at the moment in terms of the action from the River Taff end. Nice to see one of the local schools in this morning, providing the guard of honour for the players, and all lining up very excitedly in their replica shirts, loaned them for the day from the Welsh Cricket Museum. Van der Hoogten in to bowl, turned away on the leg side. Is this Murphy off the mark? No, it isn't, as Tribe makes a diving stop near the umpire at just forward of square. Thought he'd squeeze that one through at the moment, but Tribe is one of Glamorgan's more athletic fielders. 283 for 7. If you are just joining us, just the one scoring shot, a Bracey boundary to take him on to 61 not out, as the sun peeks through for the first time this morning, and Van der Hoogten is into bowl, and Murphy, is he caught behind? Yes, he is. So he goes without scoring. Van der Hoogten has his third, and it is 283 for 8.
To start with, I didn't hear the noise, and I just thought, oh gosh, how's he not nicked that? And then he nicked it.
Charles Murphy was caught by Chris Cook from the bowling of Tim van der Goep.
Yeah, it looked as if he was actually feeling a little bit as though he wanted to score. It was an absolutely flat-footed waft from Todd Murphy, and if he'd not nicked that, he'd have got very lucky. And yeah, we mentioned it a couple of times yesterday. I think, how often does it get wrapped up actually quite quickly the next morning after a bit of a recovery? Of course, it helped enormously, as you say, that Actor was out yesterday evening, but just when a useful 15 or 20 would have been really handy. Murphy with a bit of a waft, and Van der Hugten strikes yet again. Seems almost obligatory he should take a 5-wicket haul in the first innings against Gloucestershire, so he's got now 10 and 11 potentially in his sights as well. Here comes Singhdale to the crease, and you never quite know what you're going to get from Jeet Singhdale. He's just got the one double-figure score this year. He's been not out a couple of times, but then he also does have a first-class 50 and actually a record score by a number 11 in List A cricket last year against Essex. So who knows, but he's got to try and keep Bracey company at the very least.
Yes, Murphy faced 12 balls, and here is Van der Hugten in again, and Singhdale fiddles at that one and gets his bat out of the way at the very last moment, I think, giving him a bit of credit. The bowlers will probably tell you he was beaten. 283 for 8 at the end of a wicket maiden for the Flying Dutchman.
At it once again. So, from a Gloucestershire perspective, you wonder, does Bracey already possibly change how he plays? And Glamorgan might already, and I think they are doing so, start to put a few more fielders back on the boundary as well, and see whether they can just bowl at Singhdale. Not going to go with everybody back, but there's going to be 4 fielders on the boundary at least.
Yes. It's the cat and mouse situation, isn't it?
17 for 300. Here's Harris over the wicket to Bracey, who is forward defending. Ball goes to Van der Hugten at mid-off. So Bracey getting left stranded again. It's been a bit of a theme the last few innings for one reason or another, and I suppose that's one of the things batting at 6 and 7 versus in the top 3 or 4 as he used to be. The one slip as Harris bowls to Bracey, who drives fluently back past the bowler's right and down to the boundary for 4. That is a shot which would certainly already be in contention no matter how many we see for a shot of the day. That is as beautiful a straight drive as you could wish to see.
Yeah, the ball is still coming reasonably well off the bat, isn't it? I suppose we have to remember that although we're in the 100th over, it's not actually 20 overs old, because they delayed taking the new ball by 3, which will have a marginal effect.
Yeah, you wouldn't have been seeing that go for 4 with the older ball. Harris into Bracey, who plays that one firmly into the covers, but Al Hassan will get to the ball in plenty of time to keep it down to a single. 288 for 8, so a bad result for Gloucestershire with 5 off the over, and then Singhdale 3 balls to negotiate somehow. He's not somebody whose natural inclination is just to block out the 3 deliveries. I'm not saying that he's going to go for a wild swoosh, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did. 2 slips in place. Harris into Singhdale, who drives and doesn't time it at all as it skews off to backward point. No run. So promotion in the order, with Archie Bailey to come, who will be on a quest once again for his first first-class run, he did actually get to face a delivery in fact, two whole deliveries in the Derbyshire game, finished not out for the second time in his career as Harris bowls a Yorker and it's flipped away backward of square on the onside. There might be a second run on offer and Singdale wants it. Probably a wise decision with only one ball left in the over, and with 8 wickets down they may as well take every run that's on offer. Nicely played by Singdale, digging out that Yorker and getting 290 for 8. But Bailey, who played in this fixture last year, ended up not out without facing a ball in his 4th first-class match as Harris bowls to Singdale. He was always going to drive at that one, even with the deep cover put back out to try and give him the single. He was going to have a drive, but hits it up to mid-on, and there's no run. So 7 off that over, 290 for 8. Quite a quirk, really, in that this will now be his 5th first-class match, and he's only faced 2 balls and not been dismissed. He didn't bat in 2 of the games at all. They declared on him twice, at Northampton this year and at Lord's last year, and then he came out to bat with, I think, Singdale at the other end and didn't get to face the ball, and he just couldn't right it. He came out against Derbyshire with a wicket having fallen and James Bracey at the other end, and he thought surely it can't happen again, and it didn't. 2 deliveries.
Perhaps you need to take over all the commentary when he's facing just as we do when someone's approaching a century.
It's got to be among the longest waits for a first class run.
As here comes Van der Hoogten to bowl to Bracey on 66 not out, and Bracey hooks, and has he got a feather on that one? Umpire not convinced. They all got jolly excited as the ball flew through to Chris Cook, and they must have thought it feathered the gloves. Umpire may have thought it was off the forearm rather than the glove.
Who knows? Bracey certainly did a good job of selling it to the umpire. You are not giving me out here, umps. Staring back at him.
Van der Hoogten bowls again. Bracey turns one off his legs. They'll go for 2, I think. They'll be ill-advised to do so as the throw comes in from wide mid-on. So Singdale has possibly 4 balls to face in the Van der Hoogten over. Very good morning to Emlyn, who emails, housework done. Now to settle down for a day of cricket before an evening of dynamos and ladies coaching. Happy days. Very good morning to you. Enjoy. As Van der Hoogten is on his way in. Bowls edged and caught. And Singdale caught Ingram, bowled Van der Hoogten. It's 291 for 9.
He's going to get the 5 for, surely. It has to happen. Pitched up, and Singdale will not refuse the opportunity to drive. And batting at 10, I suppose he's got a bit more licence, but it wasn't full enough for that drive. And just a little bit of nip maybe away from Singdale, but a slicing edge, and finally a slip catch. We've seen a few fall short. Had a slip catch off a spinner, but one carrying just about through to first slip. And I was going to mention, when you think of Singdale and Glamorgan at Cheltenham, it doesn't really come to mind, but he did actually make 32 from number 11 in that fixture, batting with Marchant de Lange, who finished 46 not out, as Gloucestershire went from 88 for 8 and then 104 for 9 as that pair came together, and they made 75 for the last wicket. So it shows you what can happen, but Glamorgan are doing a fine job of making sure that it doesn't happen to them this morning, and Gloucestershire seemingly are just in a scramble now to try and score 9 more runs. Bailey, for the first time in his first-class career, will walk out to the middle knowing that he's going to face a ball.
I think you ought to commentate on it. Go on.
All right, well,
be my guest.
Commentate on Van der Hugten taking his fiver.
Which is
that might be more
which
important.
is more likely to happen. Okay, I'll carry on then. Just reading that Asa Tribe, the Glamorgan opener, has given an interview to BBC Radio Jersey, which you can now see written up on the BBC Sports website, about Asa Tribe's hopes in the T20 qualifiers, World Cup qualifiers. Van der Hugten bowls and Bailey leaves through to Cook. He's survived a ball. So from that, it would seem very much that he has agreement from Glamorgan to disappear for the next few T20 matches. And Tribe, the first player to appear in county cricket since Jersey became an official international nation. As Van der Hugten bowls, and forward goes Bailey, getting bat to ball, and plays out to Callaway at backward point, and there is no run.
Well, the way that he batted against Gloucestershire, there's every chance he could win a game for Jersey with a bit of support, you'd think. So,
yep.
Yeah, who knows?
Jersey play the hosts, the Netherlands, plus Scotland, Italy and Guernsey. 2 sides go through to the next stages. Van der Hugten on his way, and Bailey is forward, defending up to cover. Or wide mid-off. No problem. 291 for 9. Glamorgan have maximum bowling points. Van der Hugten has 4 for 46 off 21 overs.
Well, I think now we are quite likely to see everybody out. With Bracey batting with the number 11, and now it's incumbent upon Bracey to score these 9 runs, really. And it's a bit of a cruel situation for Bailey again, because if he'd hit one into a gap, that last ball, he'd probably have had to have turned down the run to have Bracey on strike for this over. So we'll see how aggressive Bracey wants to be. Ideally, he'd probably face 2 or 3 deliveries, then, well, 3 deliveries maybe, and then they'd have to bring the field up, and he might be able to take advantage. Harris over the wicket bowling, and that's skewed in the air. I'm not quite sure where that was intended to be hit, but it doesn't matter because there's nobody anywhere near the ball at all. And again, there's that rather ugly look to proceedings when you've got batters not showing any intention of running. Why would they? And fielder also not bothering to expend too much energy in order to get to the ball quickly, because again, why would you bother? And everything just slows down. Harris into Bracey, it's nudged up to a deep mid-on, and they'll just stay put. It's almost like that feel which we had last round when David Lloyd was batting with a runner for Derbyshire. Just the whole rhythm of the game, it feels as though everything's just been thrown out of the window. It's as though all of a sudden everybody's playing in the park. There is one slip in place, everybody else scattered in all directions as Bracey drives to extra cover on the boundary, so that's 3 deliveries faced. How many will Bracey let Bailey have? There's a tendency sometimes to take the single this delivery before they've brought the field in. But I'm wondering in this situation, when you need 9 runs for a point, whether actually Bracey would leave it a ball later and take his chances and think, well, if I can score a couple of boundaries, then Bailey might have to survive a couple of deliveries next over, but then maybe it's worth the risk, who knows. They are bringing some fielders in, not all, for this fourth delivery, so cover, square leg, long leg, and third stay on the boundary. Mid-on pretty deep as well. Harris bowls to Bracey, who drives up to mid-on. Bailey wasn't exactly sure whether they were taking the run there. They have. And Gloucestershire to 292 for 9. So Glamorgan full bowling points in the bag. 3-1 in terms of the current bonus point standings. And now Bailey, 2 more balls to survive. And then Van der Hoogten 4 for 46 to unleash. Next over, 3 slips in the cordon. Still fielders back on the boundary in case Gloucestershire lose track of everything and take a single. Harris bowls and Bailey is struck on the pad. I knew that was going to be tricky. It's partnership. Bailey is struck on the pad and it's going way down the leg side, and there'll be no run as Cook gets to the ball from the keeper. Bailey, Bracey, it's too close to each other. Just end up with one slipping out inadvertently, even though there's no chance of getting them mixed up.
Oh, look, Glamorgan, Sussex, Carlson.
Oh, gosh.
Nightmare.
Yeah. Last ball of the over. Harris in bowls to Bailey, who's forward, playing a rigid defence there. And there is no run, so he's done his job again. His longest innings in first-class cricket. 5 deliveries. And it's 292 for 9 as Bracey will attempt to continue to farm the strike.
One more from me and I'll give way to Kenneth Davis. Emir Evans says he's had worse Mondays, a couple of weeks off work and listening from a sun lounger in Cyprus. Maybe a little hotter than Wales at the moment, but not an awful lot, isn't it, maybe? Let's go, Glamorgan. Wonder if he can say in years to come, where were you when Archie Bailey scored his first championship runs? Thank you, Emir.
37 degrees in Cyprus today.
Well, it might be getting towards that in the southeast of England. Probably 28, 29 is the forecast here.
Strawberries will be getting frazzled on day 1 of Wimbledon.
As Van der Hoogten is on his way to bowl to Bracey, who pushes it out in the offside. There's a very, very easy single indeed. There might have been 2 there, but they don't take him. So Carlson is at slip and everyone else is scattered. Good job there's not a 30-metre ring in this, as Glamorgan would only have slip inside it. Mid-off is about halfway back, mid-on about 2/3 the way back. Van der Hoogten bowls, Bracey pushes it into the offside and there is no run. Good morning to Edward Cooper. Suggests that the view of members on the forum timing, it's inconvenient being after play, and interesting to see the attendance. Yes, it encourage all members to go along to this evening's forum. Democracy is always a good thing. As the county management discuss the latest proposals for changes in the schedule for next year. Van der Hoogten bowls. Bracey hoiks at that one. Did he get a feather on it?
I think he might have done, but it fell short of
think it carried.
The keeper, yeah. Judging by everybody's reaction, it seemed as though there was a noise. He's tried,
yes,
toe end.
Yeah, it's in fact ended up between keeper and slip. Keeper took it, diving to his left, Chris Cook. It was the toe end of the bat, which explains the ball not carrying through. Slip after that is removed. Now we're back to saving the single for the 4th ball of the over, as Bracey hooks at another short ball, and again it just sort of dribbles through to the keeper. So now cover has encroached pretty close, as has point. There's no dab and run on the offside. I think mid-wicket will creep in as well.
Have a job to dab and run when it's whizzing past his helmet.
Yes.
Well, he's used up one bumper for the over. I don't think the previous one was called. So he's still got one more bouncer up his sleeve, but he may have to hide the other one way outside the off stump or something.
Yes, a little word between Van der Hoogten and his skipper Northeast, whose luxuriant locks make him quite easily identifiable. I think it's fair to say that Sam hasn't had a haircut for a while. Spends too much of his time on the road between Cardiff and his home base in Canterbury, probably. 292 for 9. Bracey on 68 not out. 2 balls of this over to go as another offside fielder creeps in.
Got to be short again.
Van der Hoogten bowls. No, it's up on the legs and flicked away, and Bracey does indeed get the single off the 5th ball of the over.
Far be it from me to question a man who's taken 4 for 46 in his 22nd over, but that was rather surprising with that field.
Yes. Don't think it quite came out right, either, as you say, the short ball or the one hidden wide outside off stump. 293 for 9. We're in the 103rd over. Glamorgan have got their 3 bowling points, so it's just a question of trying to knock over this last wicket.
Unless he felt, I can get my 5 with the last ball of the over here, let's give Bracey the single.
Who knows? He's got plenty of 5s, he doesn't need another one. I'm sure he'd be delighted to get it, as that is defended by Bailey and
you knew it was going to happen.
And he set off for the run and then realised, oops, I shouldn't be doing that. 293 for 9. Ed Seaborn will take you forward here on BBC Sport Online in the company of Kenneth Davis.
Oh, I feel for him so much. Been there, done that. At number 11, I finally got one away, and then the batter at the other end says, nah, you can't have it. Oh, it's cruel. It really is. But he's faced 6 deliveries, and really his worth out there will be in the number of deliveries he faces, realistically, rather than the number of runs. If the score were 299, they might have just taken it, but not in this situation. Still at 293, and Harris will continue with the field once again scattered apart from the slip. This is on leg stump and clipped through mid-wicket out to the boundary. There's no run. Good morning, Kenneth.
Morning, Ed. The anticipation of this run. We are waiting.
I think there's something that we can all identify as non-professional cricketers about it. But again, it's just in these situations as a number 11, so often you find yourself being denied runs. Harris into Bracey, who drives out through cover. There's probably going to have to be 2 on offer here. Bracey sprints back, the throw goes to the non-striker's end, and it's not out. Bailey has just made his grab. There's a huge skid mark on the turf as he's slid his bat in there.
I'll tell you what, a better thrower need have been struggling there. Didn't seem to be 2 on offer, but as you said, Ed, they had to scamper back for a second.
I mean, committed to it, yeah.
Was it Keller? I can't see on it. I think it might have been.
Yeah, I think it might be over there. He's been clutching, he's touching it again. He's been clutching his right shoulder a couple of times in the field. Harris in and Bracey back cuts, but there's no run. Wafts his hand out there in anger as the ball doesn't go where he intended it to. I think he sort of ran a little bit, Bracey, even though it was in the gap. He sort of ran on the shot because he'd hit it so crisply.
He did, yeah, it was a firm shot.
Whereas a few times he's actually hit it very softly, and the outfield isn't as quick as it is in other parts, because it's wonderful. It's not lush, but it's green, unlike most outfields around the country. You might actually be able to get 2s that way. The field comes in a bit for the 4th ball of the over as Harris bowls. It's pulled away mightily through mid-wicket, and for 4. So that gets Gloucestershire to 299 for 9.
Great shot. Short and punishment dished out, so to speak, by Bracey. He's been looking to hook. He's almost been caught behind twice this morning. Thought there might have been a feather through to Chris Cook earlier on, and there was a toe end of the bat which dropped short, but he realises he has to get going. Only the 1 wicket in hand, so 20 runs added to the overnight tally.
Yeah, certainly can't fault Bracey for what he's done in this innings, and who knows how many runs he might have been able to get if Moore had stuck along with him. So there's a gully now rather than a slip. There are still 3 fielders back on the boundary with 2 balls to go in the over. Harris into Bracey down the leg side, and he will feel that that was the ball to try and get the 300 with, because it was full. It actually missed the pads to the leg side. He could have killed several birds with one stone there, Bracey, getting the single to keep the strike and the single for the 300. But he's now in a position where he's got to find runs off the last ball of this over, and ideally a single or a 3. Harris in now, bowls full and wide. Bracey drives it out through a wide backward point for 4 runs, so he won't keep the strike, but he will bring up the 300 for Gloucestershire, so they do get a second batting point. Certainly looked in doubt when Murphy and Singdale departed for 0 and 2 respectively, but Bracey has guided Gloucestershire there, and now Bailey might just get the opportunity to score a good strike at the start of this over.
That's a change of bowling, and Mason Crane, who's been in the wickets column with 3, and this surprisingly there's been a lack of championship action on the part of Mason Crane, partly due to injury early on in the season, but he's been prolific in T20. Of course, plenty of experience, test calibre, of course.
I'm not surprised that they've brought Crane on, but I did think they
was
might.
Plenty of spin yesterday, wasn't there?
Yeah, I thought they might give Van der Hugten another over as a chance to pick up the 5-wicket haul, but he's just had enough.
It will be Archie Bailey on strike, who's yet to get off the mark.
But yet to be dismissed.
But yet to be dismissed. That is the important factor. So Crane limbering up will come in from the River Taff end. We've seen him bowling more from the Cathedral Road end in T20, in the T20 format. Glorious conditions. There is a bit of cloud cover, but we're told that it'll creep up the temperature to the 30s. This is Crane's first ball, and that's beaten everything and taken by Chris Cook, standing up to Mason Crane. 303 for 9.
It's always a good idea to get somebody on who can turn it both ways against the tail. Bailey unlikely to be picking Mason Crane.
Carlson in at slip. Here comes Crane, bowls, and again fails to get to the pitch of the ball, does Archie Bailey, and it's taken by Chris Cook. Bracey has played well for his 79, but as Ed was alluding to, hasn't had many partners that have stuck about. Crane coming in with Glamorgan hunting a wicket to wrap up very quickly the Gloucestershire tale this morning, and it would be a job well done. Emyr Evans in Cyprus, that sounds nice, but Nick is telling me that he's off to Corfu in a few weeks.
I'm sure they have far superior sun lounges in.
Well, that's the point.
Corfu.
I mean, it's nice here. That was Uppish, and Shortleg was interested, just evaded Acer Tribe. Well, that's the thing. You know, you can have the temperature here, but you've got the pool and the breeze.
And they've got a cricket pitch in Corfu.
Oh, they've got a cricket pitch, Nick Webb tells me as well. The Corfu 11. Ace of Tribe playing for the Jersey 11 is that short leg, and that just evaded him as he dived to his left side. Crane coming in fuller that time, and again it's missed everything. Ingram, Northeast rather, is marshalling the troops, so to speak. He's at leg slip. Ingram comes in as well. Second slip, Carlson moves out. Crane, good over this, putting pressure, and tries to sweep, does Bailey, and he does a good job of it. It won't go all the way to the boundary. They'll pick up 2 though, and that is a historical moment in the career of Archie Bailey.
That has got to feel so good for him. And he got a ball on leg stump, and there must have been a part of him thinking, maybe I shouldn't play a shot here because it's more important that I just stay there. But the ball was right there for that sweep shot, and then he had to get his skates on and sprint back for that second run so that Bracey retained the strike. But
just cut off at backward square, or he would have gone all the way.
Yeah, well, his batting average has just gone to a greater infinity than it was before.
End of the over. Gloucestershire through that 2 runs from the bat of Archie Bailey, moved to 305 for 9.
5th first-class match, only his 3rd first-class innings, as I said, and naught not out in his previous 2, but he's got his first runs, and I'm sure we'll be looking forward to some bowling later on, but he's still got some time to keep Bracey company here. That's been cut away. It's into space at deep backward point. They are coming back for a second run again. Bracey is going to make it just about for that second run. That was a tight run thing. And again, I think it's Kellaway who's the fielder at deep backward point. Bailey was charging off at the non-striker's end initially. The throw had to go to the striker's end really, because I think Bailey getting that head start, despite the fact there was hesitation for the second run, would have scrambled back. If it had been a direct hit or right next to the bails, that throw, I think Bracey would have been gone. Certainly with a direct hit, he'd been out. But he's into the 80s, and Gloucestershire up to 307 for 9. Harris in, shorter ball, top edged, high up in the air, fielder coming in from fine leg, and the keeper running back, and the ball drops between both of them, and I think they started to run and then ran back.
Better of it.
They ran a single, it just won't count because it didn't complete.
That was absolutely brilliant placement.
Lobbed it into the gap.
Yes, Cook scampering back after it couldn't get there.
There's been a sense of trying to hit these pull shots incredibly hard. He did middle one of them. Harris bowls back of a length, chopped away to a deep backward point. They don't fancy a single there, understandably. And there's been a change of fielder as well. They've put Carlson at deep backward point now, because Bracey does hit a lot of deliveries there. It's a very strong scoring area for him. And once again there'll be this slight reshuffle. Northeast just pointing about, telling Van der Hugten to go in at mid-on. Cover comes up as well. There are still 3 balls left in the over, but Bracey's shown that he's happy to take the single off the 4th ball. Harris bowls, that's been swatted away through point, timed well, and this time actually Bracey thinks he doesn't want the single off the 4th ball. Whether that's because he's happier to have Bailey face Crane, or whether he's just that confident that Glamorgan will still leave the field back anyway, so he'll have opportunities off the 5th and 6th ball to try and keep the strike. You would think, despite the fact that Bailey scored his first-class runs in the last over, given the fact that he also played and missed at 3 deliveries and had 1 pop up to short leg, that Bracey actually might fancy maybe even taking on Crane in the next over. And there are still 4 fielders back on the boundary even now as Harris bowls a short ball. He's done it again, Bracey. It's come off something. I think toe end of the bat again. He's examining it, so it must have been. It's on the bounce through to Cook again. I don't think I've ever seen that happen 3 times in as close proximity as has happened in the last quarter of an hour or so. But it does mean that, again, we've got to the last ball of this over, and Bracey needs a single to keep the strike. Harris in and bowls down the leg side, swung away, high in the air. Long leg will just turn and watch it go as it smacks into a seat on the second row, and Bracey has a sixer. It's 313 for 9 as Bracey's on 87, so he's done the next best thing to retaining the strike. He's got the 6 to the total.
That was dispatched. Straight down leg, short by James Harris, and whacked. No chance for the man at long leg. So a maximum for James Bracey. Useful runs at the end of the Gloucestershire innings, as Crane will continue from the River Taff end. Thought there might have been a bit of deliberation as to what Glamorgan might have done yesterday. Fancied a bowl, but a few of the teams that have won the toss here found it probably a bit of a poison chalice in the earlier part of the county championship season, because just looking back at my notes, Derbyshire, Northants, Middlesex all won the toss, as Crane is full towards Bailey, and they probably try to second guess, and the wicket hasn't probably panned out as they thought. It's been far better batting wicket this year, given the conditions that we've had. That's wide and left outside off stump by Bailey. We've barely had any rain in the first 3 months of the season, where contrast that to last year, the terrible winter we had where it didn't stop raining. Crane in, and that's, well, Crane, there's a few gasps because I think that's missed everything, including the wickets.
How is that missed? Was that the googly through the gate? It felt as though
it
that was what he was trying to set Bailey up for the previous over when he beat him a few times, and he kept playing at it and was thinking of, well, getting the googly to go through. That must have gone over the top of the stump, surely.
Bailey escapes for the moment, at least. There's a rejig of the field. There's another catcher going to come in close now on the offside. There's a short leg in place. In comes Mason Crane, right arm over, full again, and that's driven only as far as mid-off, and there is no run. But of course, we all thought that Ben Stokes got the toss wrong last week, and England these days can chase anything down in the fourth innings.
Such a belting pitch again at Headingley.
Yeah. Ye of little faith, I think, was the theme at the end. Don't doubt us, because we can go on the attack. We've seen it plenty of times. Mars ball to the 4. Crane, last ball of the over, bowls and just go down leg, ricocheted, I think, off the pads of Archie Bailey. End of the over, and he survives. 313 for 9, our Gloucestershire.
Yeah, he tried the googly again last ball and just started it too straight.
Yeah.
There was not going to be any chance really of Bailey getting particularly close to that, because just turned further down.
Yeah.
The Lancashire recovery, by the way, at Chesterfield just continues after they fought back from a pretty perilous position yesterday. 44 for 4, 132 for 6, and then to go on to make 367 with hundreds from Keaton Jennings and Chris Green. And today they've reduced Derbyshire now to 36 for 3,
which is good news for Glamorgan.
Yes, in fact, well, both these sides really. As Anderson has 2 wickets. That's James, not Martin, obviously.
We keep a close eye on proceedings in that game.
George Balderson has the other wicket. Caleb Jewell and Harry Kane both back in the hutch. Van der Hoogten's changed ends, and he's been pulled away hard towards umpire Watts. And out to the sweeper at deep square. Bracey's back to wafting away in annoyance as the ball just refuses to cooperate with his pull shot.
Well, as we thought,
times.
Tim van der Hoogten wasn't going to be sidelined for long.
Yeah, back in to try and complete the job. 22 for the last wicket so far. Van der Hoogten, ball's chipped in the air. It was a slower ball, completely defeated Bracey. And actually they do have one fielder at mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket, inside the circle. It wasn't actually that far from either him or the bowler.
Yeah, that was Callaway.
But that's the problem with this line of attack, and I get why teams do it, because Bracey may well flay a few boundaries, but we've seen already a couple of catches that could have been chipped to the infield, but there isn't an infield. Van der Hoogten in a shorter ball, pulled away high in the air, deep mid-wicket, drops the catch!
Well.
Andy Gorvin out there, and it was right in the breadbasket. He seemed very calm underneath it. It wasn't whistling away, because he didn't get much of that either.
He can't believe that he's dropped that.
No, I don't think anybody can.
Anybody else. He had so much time.
I'm afraid as a boundary catch goes, as easy as it gets. Bracey trying to clear that short boundary, clearly still trying to target that. He's not holding back here either as he slams it away on the bounce to Andy Gorvin at deep mid-wicket. And that'll just be a single, so Van der Hoogten has 2 balls at Archie Bailey. Bracey on to 88. There's got to be a small thought in Bracey's mind about how close he is to a milestone, but sometimes that can be exactly what you need to focus a number 11 with. It's one thing to be focused, and it's another thing to negotiate a bowler who's already got 2 wickets this morning and 1 late yesterday.
Well, he should have had a third, and he won't be overly impressed with that effort from Andy Gorvin.
A short leg here.
Yeah, helmet's come out.
He's put the short ball in Bailey's mind, but still deep point, wide third back on the boundary, fine leg. There's a lot of space on the offside if a ball's just popped up on that side of the wicket. Van der Hoogten bowls a slower ball. It's driven aerially short of mid-off, so okay, that time a catcher wouldn't have got there, but got to think surely for a little bit for a number 11 that a cover and a point could be catching opportunities, and it seems a little surprising to me that those fielders are back on the boundary, because it's not as though Bailey's particularly likely to smash Van der Hoogten through there. I wouldn't have thought.
No, plenty of space on offer on the offside.
Last ball of the over, Van der Hoogten in and bowls, and that's a delivery which Bailey can allow very comfortably to go by, wide of the off stump and going over the stumps on height as well. So another over goes by, and 7.5 overs these two have been out there for. And well, really any time a last wicket partnership starts to build, it's frustrating for the opposition, and Gloucestershire will hope to try and continue that frustration. 314 for 9.
Yeah, Gloucestershire overnight were 279 for 7, and the wickets to fall. Todd Murphy, Cook bowled Tim van der Hoogten without scoring, and Singdale caught Ingram bowled TVDG for 2, and Van der Hoogten should have had Pfeiffer in the last over when Andy Gorvin dropped what you have to say was an easy chance for at this level. Crane,
like a local American network, TVDG. They always have those four initials, don't they?
It does.
It's sort of Daytona or something.
Yeah. Crane, just a change in the field. Plenty of protection on both sides. Here he comes, Mason Crane, Bracey is on strike, unbeaten on 88. There is a slip in the shape of Carlson, full, and that's well, he tried to drive towards a deep mid-on. I think it stuck the toe end of the bat.
And he always kicked it. Well, he could have, if he wasn't careful, he could have kicked
Towards
it
his
backward
stumps.
onto his stumps. Yeah, just end up right between his feet.
As it is, it's a dot ball. 314 for 9. Still a bit of cloud cover in the Welsh capital, and well, Bracey tried to play that in the onside, ended up squirting on the offside. There's no run. Not the beaming sunshine that everybody thought there was going to be so far.
Oh, it'll come out when Glamorgan bat.
Crane in full, and that has been swept, and that's all the way for a maximum by Bracey. And he's playing exemplary here as he nears a century. He's on to 94.
Well, I must say, I thought he was going to be brave to take on the leg spin to that long leg side boundary. I mean, it didn't clear it by a huge amount, but that's still a big hit.
Zainul Hassan on the leg side boundary.
I thought he was going to have to go straight if he really wanted to take Crane down.
Crane in and bowls and leg side-ish, and that's played down to a fine leg, Ace Tribe Fields. Of course, we're playing on the strip that's to the left of our vantage position. Haven't seen this wicket used for a while, off memory. Might have been the early part of the championship season, certainly not in T20 games. As Ingram comes into first slip, Carlson, there's a man at short leg. Crane in, and Griffin tries to sweep, and it's out to Tim van der Hoogten on the deep square boundary.
They've taken the single.
They have, which is a slight surprise.
Wow. Well, I think it was a mistake all round, really.
I think was it surprised that he actually got the ball clear off the square?
I mean,
no disrespect, obviously, but
fair enough, probably to go for the sweep shot, but then, yeah, I think there was that because you're going to be caught, and then they I think because of white ball cricket, even though they've changed that regulation, there's almost that automatic sense of when the ball goes in the air, you run and you try and cross. And then you saw them do it actually when there was that top edge pull shot that landed between the keeper and fine leg. They ran again and then had to go back. It's just automatic. It's ingrained in them as young cricketers that that's what you do. But nowadays, you don't.
Fine leg comes up. Ace Tribe is by the square leg umpire now. There's a bit of a conflab between bowler and captain. Mid off, mid on. Short mid wicket.
Be agony if he hits this for 4.
Backward point cover.
Ends the over on 99, and then Van der Hoogten has 6 balls at Bailey. The 4 is almost the worst outcome.
Bracey is unbeaten on 95. He doesn't want to be stranded with last man to partner him in the shape of Archie Bailey. Crane coming in, bowls, and that's a good length delivery, but an even better shot, and it evades cover. It could go all the way, just dribbling towards the boundary, and is it going to get there? Just saved by Carlson. They might have a look at that.
And they've got 3.
And they've got 3.
He should have let it go to the boundary. It was going to go, and I don't think that there would have been any fake fielding from the umpires there. If you just jogged after that and let it hit the boundary, then it would have been Bailey on strike and Bracey on 99.
Yeah.
That's another. We've seen a few perplexing bits of cricket, a couple in that over, with Gloucestershire taking the single, and then
Bracey has the
3 is the perfect result
opportunity
for
now to get his ton. 325 for 9.
I don't always like these last wicket partnerships with everybody scattered back, but there's always plenty going on in terms of strategy.
Yeah, they're all back now, obviously, with Bracey eyeing a century on 98.
Everybody back apart from Kellaway, who's still there at that shortish straight mid-wicket position. 325 for 9. Van der Hoogten bowls. It's pulled away into the leg side, but out to Andy Gorvin. at deep mid-wicket, it's basically either 4 or 1, well, or 6 into that leg side, but in terms of balls hit along the ground, he's going to have to hit it very hard to bisect the fielders at deep square and deep mid-wicket just because of the angles of the ground.
Very good knock though. What was he, 57 overnight?
Yeah, I mean, he's added those runs a lot recently in a flurry, but Van der Hugten bowls to Bracey, who tucks this one into the onside. It'll be fielded by Kellaway, the one fielder who would be inside the 30-yard circle were there one. Yeah, he's marshalled the tail extraordinarily well, given that Bailey scored 3 and Singh-Dale scored 2. Those are the only other runs that have been scored not by Bracey, and he's advanced his total by 41. 2 for 100. Van der Hugten bowls, short ball, pulled away. Immediately Bracey knows he's not hit it well enough to have it go between the two fielders. And Asa Tribe fields at deep square. So 4th ball of the over, up will come the field a little bit. There'll still be fielders back on the leg side, so they might still try and tempt Bracey with a shorter ball if he wants to clear it in one go, but there are now a few more opportunities, particularly through cover with a fuller ball, to try and come back for 2. In goes Van der Hugten, he bowls to Bracey. It's a slower ball, it's nudged into the offside. They decide to take the single. Again, you could see an argument for not coming through there, given that Glamorgan have been still leaving fielders back, but Bracey moves to 99 and gives Archie Bailey 2 deliveries to face in this Van der Hugten over.
We'll be nervous now.
Gosh, yeah. I mean, I would have been in this position a huge number of times, and certainly not with this level of meaning as far as a first-class game. Short leg, 2 slips, 2 balls left in the over. Van der Hugten in and bowls a shorter ball, and that's a bit of a waste as Bailey just sways out of the way of it. I mean, I suppose he might go for it, but I don't think he will with Bracey on 99 at the other end. That's basically the one situation I'd have thought you'd guarantee that a tail ender wouldn't take on the short ball. So I think this one is... I mean, I know that they've got the short leg in, but I thought that would be more just for show. And the short leg will now move to a silly mid-off. And a leg gully goes in place as well. 1 ball to survive, and then Bracey will have the strike next over on 99. Van der Hugten goes in, he bowls now, and it's a good delivery, but it's treated respectfully, played into the ground by Archie Bailey, who continues to do a marvellous job for his vice-captain. And it's 326 for 9, the end of the 110 overs for what that's worth, but the bonus points were already very much set, with Glamorgan having taken their 3 for bowling, and Gloucestershire with very little chance to add to their 2 batting points already.
Yeah, you take the reins, Ed.
Well, I didn't think there was going to be any likelihood of me ever going off commentary with Gloucestershire still batting, but it looks as if there's a small chance anyway with Bracey on strike, and Glamorgan are going to leave fielders out, and I think taking the 100 out of the equation, given that Bracey will probably take the single, I think it's exactly the right move. You sort of give Bracey the 100 to bowl at Bailey and try and take that last wicket. Crane whirls in, bowls, Bracey gets an outer part of the bat on that, it goes fine on the offside, he jogs through for a single, punches the air, and that is his 3rd 100 of the county championship season. James Bracey, beaming smile. What an innings this has been. 57 overnight with the tail to Marshall, and he has done that with amazing execution. He's got Gloucestershire to the 300 and beyond. There was a point when he was in the 80s where he thought, well, hang on, this actually might be on, and he's got there off 170 balls, 11 4s and 2 6s.
Great effort by James Bracey, who's added 43 in the morning session. He was dropped by Andy Gorvin, but has played superbly. That's a full toss, and that's taken a full advantage, does Griffin. And Bailey, Archie Griffin, I'm on rugby duty. Don't think Archie Griffin has ever swept Mason Crane for a 4. The Bath and Wales tight head.
There's more than one sports person called Archie, you know. Not many of them, but...
Mason Crane, 2 slips in, and that's missed everything, and it's gone through, and it's going to go for 4. So valuable runs here as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, and they are certainly frustrating Glamorgan.
4 buys, that must have been pretty close to the helmet as well. They were lucky that it wasn't 9 runs for that.
Yeah.
Bailey's convinced he hit it as well, staring
Bailey wants the boundary.
335 for 9. 279 overnight. Archie Bailey facing Mason Crane. Glamorgan desperately needing this wicket to wrap up the Gloucestershire innings. Always a frustrating time because this first 2 wickets of the morning came quickly in the shape of Tim van der Hoogten. But Bracey has steered Gloucestershire towards 350 here, which well,
we're past the 110 anyway, so no more bonus points.
Yeah.
So it's 3-2 to Glamorgan on bonus points.
The last ball of Mason Crane's over. 2 slips, there's a short leg. In comes Crane, and that's defended by Archie Bailey, and there's no run. End of the over as Bracey gets to his 100. He's unbeaten on 100. Bailey is there on 7. 335 for 9.
Good morning to Mark Kidger, who reminds us, unfortunately, that there are just 5 left in the championship after this game. We're getting into the run-in at the end of the season. Well, I suppose you've got to think that way. Sam Northeast said, getting towards the run-in. Man interviewed him after Leicestershire, and
James Brace's 100 came off 170 balls with 11 4s and 2 6s.
as Mr. Seaborn told you a couple of moments ago, getting into the run-in, depressing thought. Apart from Leicestershire, everyone else split by just over maximum win points.
It's going to be very interesting
in the promotion fight.
Yeah.
Lancashire going well in this current round. They may well upset 1 or 2, but they might have left it too late to get back into the fight themselves. As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl to Bracey, swings it hard and high over the leg side for half a dozen into the pavilion seating.
Well, this is getting a slight worry now because I've had a few texts saying that Gloucestershire shouldn't have had much more than 300 this morning, given the quick 2 wickets.
Well, they've got 50 for the last wicket now. That's the half-century partnership with that. 6 of which Bracey has, most of them. There's only, they've been the extras as well, haven't there? 4 extras. Bailey has 7, so Bracey must have 39 of them. Mark saying, who else will be the sides in the last round with a chance? If only we knew. That's pulled away by Bracey again, firmly on the onside. It's well stopped by Gorvin at mid-wicket, but they will be able to turn and come back for a couple of runs. And that drop by Gorvin is, I'm afraid, proving expensive.
Very expensive. They haven't bowled brilliantly to Bracey. Obviously, he's chancing his arm because he has to an extent. With Gloucestershire being 9 down, but Glamorgan have been very short to him.
Van der Hoogten on his way in again. No close fielders whatsoever. Bracey swings furiously on the leg side, and this time they don't run at all. as Gorvin does the fielding at mid-wicket. 3 balls of the over gone. 343 for 9, beyond the 110 overs, so won't matter in terms of batting points, but a half-century partnership for the last wicket is now making this innings respectable, and if you'd offered Gloucestershire 350 at the start of the day, they'd have taken it. Now the field is converging for the 4th ball. Well, 4 are in. Van der Hochten bowls. Short swung away. This time they will take the single to deep square leg. And the field, pulsating like a jellyfish in and out, will come in again for number 11, Archie Bailey, who's faced 28 balls for his 7 now.
On that battle for the second promotion spot, Derbyshire before this match 122, Glamorgan 110, with Gloucestershire 99. So it's obviously hotting up.
Yeah, I mean, everyone down, I think, to Northants would be in with a chance, and 94 possibly, but as Mark mentioned, we are running out of time somewhat. Van der Hochten to Bailey. Bowls. Bailey is studiously forward.
And that after the awful start, really, you'd have to say, for Glamorgan. In the first 3 games, they're lucky to get away. They could have lost all 3.
Yep, quite easily.
Lucky to get away with the corresponding fixture against Gloucestershire at Bristol.
But, yeah, even though Gloucestershire have only won 1 out of 8, they're still just 11 behind Glamorgan, 23 behind Derbyshire at the start, and Derbyshire in trouble against Lancashire. As forward comes Bailey, defends to mid-off, and there is no run, so I don't think Lancashire can get in the top 2, but I think they will probably beat 1 or 2 sides to cause a few upsets, as Middlesex and Kent somewhat adrift at the bottom, have lost half their games each.
Because there's a gap now again as T20 comes back into action on Friday for Glamorgan away to Somerset at Taunton, as the games come thick and fast at the end of the group stage.
Yes, it's a block of 2 at the moment, then another block of 2, and then a block of 3 at the end.
No doubt will be discussed this evening in the forum, Nick.
Yes, the trouble is, like Welsh rugby selectors, you have as many different opinions as you have supporters. I've read a very convoluted season planning from some people who've taken the time to post their versions on social media.
The problem is there are so many versions, aren't there?
Yeah.
Because
there's been about up to 5 discussed by the counties.
Crane will continue from the River Taff end. There's a reverse sweep by Archie Bailey, who's obviously getting confident with his 7 runs. Bracey, rather, it was. Apologies. I was duped by the confidence on show. Bracey is on 109. Carlson is up. Crane. Glamorgan desperately need another wicket. That's conventionally swept by Bracey.
Hello.
And they think about another one, but they think again.
Good fielding from Ul Hassan on the boundary, and the singler's taken off the 2nd ball of the over. I suppose now it matters less, as it were. Now Bracey's got to his 100, and we're past the 110 over mark.
340.
Bracey's done his job, really.
Yeah, 5 for 9.
And so's Bailey.
Yeah. Crane, who has 3 wickets, coming in and bowls good length delivery, and it's gone past the outside edge of Archie Bailey, taken by Chris Cook. Sunshine beaming down on Sophia Gardens in Cardiff. Glorious conditions. In comes Crane, full delivery, and down to the pitch of the ball is Bailey, and it's another dot ball. Glamorgan competing on both fronts, although it's going to be difficult to sneak into that 4th position in the T20. Crane coming in. That's there's a shout for something. I thought that nipped back, struck him, Bailey, on the pads.
Was that the googly?
I think it was. I'm going to see a look at that again. It's not out anyway. With 1 ball remaining of Mason Crane's over. 2 slips in the shape of Carlson and Northeast. Coming in is Crane, bowls, and again that's squirted out to Northeast at 2nd slip, all along the ground, and that is the end of Mason Crane's over, with Gloucestershire still frustrating Glamorgan on 345 for 9. Yeah, on that 4th position, Nick, you're looking at games here at home to Kent, Gloucestershire, Middlesex, but tricky assignments away to Hampshire, Somerset at Taunton, and there's another away game somewhere.
Somerset, Hampshire and Surrey, the away games.
Yeah.
I'll be travelling around the south of England to bring you those Hampshire and Surrey games in association with the local broadcasters. Look forward to that. As Van der Hoogten will try and finish off a very vexing last wicket stand, and very creditable from the Gloucestershire point of view. 54 runs they've put together so far. It is Bracey on strike on 110 not out as Van der Hoogten is into bowl. Bracey swings hard into the leg side, up to Harris at long on, and they don't run. It's trying to have a dual focus at the moment to look at both where the ball has gone and whether the batters are running, which you'd normally assume they would, but not for the first 3 balls of the over. They're unlikely to take singles. Everyone scattered. Van der Hoogten bowls. Bracey swings, doesn't time it. He wants 2 up 2, long off. It's not going to be there, and he's exposed Bailey now to 4 deliveries possibly from Van der Hoogten as Bracey banged the floor with his bat in frustration.
I think he realised straight away.
He called 2 and then realised that it wasn't really there, basically with Kieran Carlson approaching the ball at speed. So, can Van der Hoogten finish off the last man? Bailey's done really well so far. The 20-year-old who ended his teenage years on Saturday. So he was in Cardiff to celebrate his birthday, but I presume it was just lemonade. Silly point in position for Van der Hoogten now, bowling to Bailey, who turns that one competently on the leg side. Bracey was a third of the way down, looking for a potential single that wasn't there. 346 for 9. Bracey on Nelson now, 111 not out. It looks like now a respectable total, which it wouldn't have been even at 300. You don't feel. Van der Hoogten in, bowls, hits Bailey on the pads. Bracey calls him through for the single. That's off the 4th ball of the over as the ball trickles down.
Well, they could have been
third man was.
They could have been looking at.
Was there a signal? No, there wasn't. No. Inside edge onto pad.
They could have been looking at 290-ish at one point.
Yeah. 291 when Van der Hoogten took his 2nd of the morning and Singdale edge to slip. So Glamorgan with a few headaches at the moment, just as they thought that they could turn their attention to batting. Not possible quite yet. Van der Hoogten on his way, the left-handed Bracey. pulls at a short ball and sends it out towards mid-wicket, and they do take the single, so I think that he's pretty much given up, or at least lessened the importance of protecting Bailey from the strike. Bailey has 8 off 36 deliveries, and I think Glamorgan might as well just play normal cricket now and just do whatever's most likely to get him out, rather than worry about the strike. Van der Hoogten is going to have a crack around the wicket for the last ball of the over. The right-hander with a short leg and a leg slip in. Will it be up on the ribs or will it be a double bluff? Van der Hoogten in and doesn't
it was a
bowl.
triple bluff.
Triple bluff. He didn't release his tall. Now, we didn't have a great commentary position at Leicester. It was a long way up and, well, obviously a long way up, but a long way sideways as well. And I actually commentated on a phantom ball at Leicester where the bowler seemed to go through with his action. The batter swayed back a bit, and I thought, oh, just short ball through to the keeper. He hadn't actually released it at all. Van der Hoogten in, bowls up in the block hole, driven back down the ground, but did Van der Hoogten get a hand to that, or did it hit Bracey? Van der Hoogten got a hand to it. It's no run anyway. It's 348 for 9 at the end of 114 overs, and Gloucestershire doing really well to continue their innings this far, thanks to this last partnership. The flags above the pavilion, which do now include a Gloucestershire flag after it was a little tardy in being hoisted yesterday, but they're fluttering out. There's a pleasant bit of breeze to go with the warm temperatures at the moment, but it is Gloucestershire who are making Glamorgan get hot and bothered.
Indeed they are, because as mentioned, Glamorgan would have hoped to wrap the Gloucestershire innings very quickly. They were 291 for 9. They proceeded to 348 for 9. Still persevering with Crane. Down the track is Bracey. He hasn't got everything on that, and it's down to a wide-ish mid-on, and there's no run. 112 unbeaten is James Bracey. Very good innings, very good knock from the left-hand batter. In comes Crane, bowls full, and that's not convincing, but it's gone towards long off. There's no run. Valuable runs for Gloucestershire. Because even if the wicket is taken, Glamorgan will possibly have a nervy time before lunch. That's swept, but Zainul Hassan is on the leg side boundary.
Neat piece of fielding.
Yeah. And just the one run then.
So 3 for the number 11 to face potentially at the end of the Crane over, and everyone converges, or most people converge. A couple around the bat, and 6 saving the single.
Short leg in. Kieran Carlson is at slip. Here comes Crane, bowls full, and driven towards mid-on. There's no run off the bat of Archie Bailey, who's unbeaten on 8.
Derbyshire 64 for 3 in reply to Lancashire's 367 at Chesterfield.
Crane in, and that's swept by Bailey, and that's a good shot all the way through the square leg boundary, and that was a quality shot from the number 11. Just over pitching was Mason Crane.
I think young Mr. Seaborn's been winding us up about the quality of the number 11. Don't know what all the fuss is about.
Last ball of the over from Crane, and that's stabbed just past short leg. There's no run. End of the over, and Gloucestershire over the 350 mark. So ominous from Glamorgan's point of view.
Two other batting sides prospering in Division 2. At Canterbury, Kent 411 for 5 against Northants. Daniel Bell-Drummond has just reached his century there. In fact, virtually everyone has got going for Kent. The lowest score so far has been 35.
I think I shall make way with this interlude for
was when the catch was put down on the mid-wicket boundary.
Bracey was on 87, that's all I can tell you.
Right. Give some sort of an idea, given that he scored most of the runs and he's on 115 now. Kellaway bowls short, pulled high in the air, two fielders getting close to it, they won't get there, it's over the boundary for 6, and a spectator in a floppy hat thankfully didn't end up getting that ball, because it looked as though he was going to try and take the catch, and I think if he tried to take that, his fingers may not have remained intact. It ricocheted off the...
He was willing, that gentleman. He had a go at it, but turned rather awkwardly.
Off the museum, is it down there? On the bounce, 361 for 9. Kellaway bowls short and wide, cut away into the gap wide of deep extra cover. Ul Hassan stumbles a bit and then gets to his feet and hurls the throw in, so they don't this time come back for a second run. 362 for 9, so that does move the partnership into the 70s. Did I hear Mr. Thomas saying, come on Gloss, 5 more runs there?
What was the last year's figure?
It was 70, well it may have been 75, it was something like that anyway. I'll check it. But yeah, I had a feeling it was the record last year. Kellaway to Bailey, short leg slip, but still protection back on the boundary. Bailey goes back and defends. He's definitely getting confident now because he's held with beautiful poise his back leg off the ground there.
Vogue.
2 balls left in the over. Kellaway into Bailey, back of a length, and again he'll play that defensive shot with the back leg raised into the onside. And once again, this position where we've been many a time with 1 ball to go, but you sense that Bracey has trusted Bailey more and more as this partnership's gone on, and why not? He's facing his 43rd delivery here as Kellaway bowls. That turns down the leg side. It'll go past everybody, and they decide to stay put. Probably would have got 2 there, but this time they don't fancy a scramble back. In fairness, it was Carlson who was after it, so can't take any risks with him. And the over is at an end, 362 for 9. There's just under half an hour to go in the morning session, although if by some extraordinary feat Gloucestershire make it through that half hour without the wicket being taken, there's the extra half hour to think about as well, but that's, say, a good chunk of time away. But as far as this partnership's concerned, it's just been so well put together, and Bracey's clearly guided Bailey through it, but equally Bailey just had that one sweep shot, one bounce out to deep backward square. Other than that, he's known his job and he's done his job as the support act, but far more important than a support act.
It was 75 last year between Singdale and DeLange. As Crane bowls, floats it up, driven up towards cover. It's not going to carry. As Bracey went for it. Looked to hit maybe over long off, but skewed it slightly. 362 for 9, the stand 71. As Crane bowls, Bracey swings wildly, and Chris Cook takes off the bails as Bracey missed, aiming towards that longish square leg side boundary on that occasion.
Big googly.
Deep square leg and mid wicket. Crane bowls, Bracey swings it away on the leg side. There's shouts of catch it, but it reaches Ul Hassan on the first bounce.
It's the other remarkable fact of this partnership, really, because Bracey, as we're seeing, when Bracey tries to slog, he is not a slogger, and yet they've still scored these runs.
Crane in, looking for his 4th wicket. Bracey swings again on the leg side, and he's got that one past Ul Hassan at straightish mid wicket, and it's raced away for 4. And once more, it is the visitors' voices who are raised in the crowd.
And that does equal that 75-run record for Gloucestershire against Glamorgan last year at Cheltenham by Marchant de Lange and Ajit Singh Dale. So one more run and they will be erased after not even a year.
Yes, that first day on which 17 wickets fell as well.
It's just an extraordinary game of cricket. I mean,
in many ways.
So many ways, yeah. Just the end sticks in the memory, but the way that wickets were tumbling on that first day, so good was the ending that
we got the final ball of the available on the 4th day.
592 all in the second innings.
Crane bowls, and Bracey gets rather infuriated with himself as he hits it down into the ground and bounces up to northeast at short cover. Last ball of the over. Leg side fielders stay out, but several come in to save the single as Crane bowls, and it's hammered back to him on the bounce, and no chance of them getting the single. So 4 off the over, despite the welter of big shots essayed by James Bracey. And the Glamorgan supporters in this Monday morning crowd probably feeling rather grumpy by now, with this stand reaching 75 for the last wicket.
Yeah, I think they're almost looking too warm now to have too much emotion, sort of lapping up the sunshine, and slightly dazed expressions. But now again they do have, and it's been pretty rare in this partnership, a clean break of it at Bailey, and they won't be leaving fielders out in the deep here, so Bailey's eyes might just light up with the opportunity to score some boundaries. No, North East decides at the last that he's going to push his deep forward square back to the boundary. So there'll be protection for that sweep shot that Bailey is favoured in this innings. Kellaway bowls to him, forward and defends, back to the bowler. And, well, he's got something to aim for as Archie Bailey, because I can remember that Dom Goodman wasn't dismissed for his first 105 balls in first-class cricket, as this has been just guided, going to say, off the outer part of the bat towards backward point for no runs. So he's, what has he got, 47 balls. It shows you actually what a remarkable effort that was from Goodman, because he was batting down the order there as well. Kellaway bowls, this is thudded back to the bowler as Bailey tried to drive, which coincidentally, the 105 balls was exactly the same number of deliveries that Goodman faced with Josh Shaw to bat out a game at the Utilita Bowl and infuriate Hampshire. Last wicket pair surviving back in 2021 in the conference system, as that's defended into the onside by Bailey for no run.
Is the conference system about to reappear, we wonder?
You got a message. That's not our phones, by the way. Here's Kellaway into Bailey, who drives thick outer part of the baton. I might think about 2. It's going to be a risk to come back, but it seems as though they've pretty much given up farming the strike now. Happy for Bailey to find a single off the 5th ball. He's on to 13, 367 for 9, and that single does break that record that was set last year at Cheltenham, as the final wicket here have put on 76. So it's had a pretty memorable start to his career, I would say, Archie Bailey. Debut at Lords, getting his first wicket there, gets his first-class runs in a record-breaking stand for Gloucestershire against Glamorgan for the last wicket. Doesn't seem to do things by half. 1 ball left in the over. Kellaway round the wicket to Bracey. It's short, pulled away in the air. He's hit it over the top of mid-on. That will be 1 bounce, plug a little bit, and then go over the long-on boundary for 4. So 371 for 9. As Bracey moves on to 130. And again, he started the day on 57.
It's been a fabulous innings from Bracey, who of course hit a double century off Glamorgan's attack last year. What have his previous centuries been this season then?
This season,
presumably you'll have that one reasonably close to hand.
You should be able to remember this without having to look it up, but
just wondering if he
on
was
the spot, I'm
on his
struggling.
best of the season or not.
No, he, of course, the 151 not out at Canterbury, and then he made 127 at Bristol against Kent, which obviously is past now, but this is now his 7th 100 in the last basically season and a half.
Going well.
Including those 2 back-to-back unbeaten double hundreds, which was the first time that a Gloucestershire batter had ever done that, including the real maestro of double hundreds when it comes to English cricket in Wally Hammond.
Here's Crane into bowl. Oh, it's popped back towards him and doesn't quite carry from the batter Bailey. Just first bounce. 1 hand, 1 bounce, anyone?
Scored back-to-back double hundreds for England twice, Wally Hammond, but not unbeaten. Crane
in, bowls. Bailey goes to the slog sweep. He's nailed that one through mid-wicket. Even more delight. There's a few over from Gloucestershire today by the sound of it, unless they're exceptionally generous Glamorgan supporters.
No, I can see it. Several of those yellow bucket hats, which were a promotion maybe even 2 seasons ago now, down below.
Crane bowls another sweep shot. Will get more runs down towards backward square. They'll look for 2. They will get back for 2 as Gloucestershire move ever onwards to 377 for 9. Bailey has 19. Bracey 130. The run rate has rocketed up over 3.18. Crane bowls And he got in a dreadful mess there.
Stumping,
did that actually go through, or did it just hit the pads and stop?
I think it ricocheted off Cook, but I'm not sure whether there was
pads.
pad from Bailey as well. Couldn't tell it. All you saw was the ball suddenly appearing down the leg side.
Crane in bowls. Bailey pops it back to him gently and without inconvenience. 86 the partnership for this last wicket, which really has changed the feel of the match once more. Crane into bowl, Bailey is forward, Crane boots at the ball rather grumpily as it trickles back to him. 377 for 9, and now there will be just a little bit of scoreboard pressure on Glamorgan when they go into bat.
I'm afraid that was a missed stumping. Not an easy one, because it was a straight ball and then it really turned from Crane off a full length and completely did Bailey, who was trying to play it into the leg side, and
Returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Andy Corbin.
and yes, it's a really tricky chance, but I have to wonder a little bit, does that betray some of Glamorgan's frustration that wasn't... And he's barely got the fingertips on that as Chris Cook. So it was a tricky one, but I don't think I've ever seen Chris Cook make a mistake before, which is why I'm
pretty rare
shocked.
with the gloves.
Adding further to the frustration.
Here's Andy Gorvin, who frustrated Gloucestershire yesterday with 18 overs, 0 for 36, and did a good job of tying them down while Crane was taking the wickets at the other end.
Nobody will be feeling worse about this last wicket partnership than him, so see if he can try and end it. It's on 86. Gorvin bowls full ball outside the off stump, and Bracey drives it without middling it, and out to the offside, which is well packed in terms of fielders back on the boundary. They've even got rid of the slip now, so it's just giving Bracey the single if he wants it. I mean, they were happy to take the runs in the previous over, but perhaps Bracey just wants a few balls of strike here. Gorvin bowls it slashed past Archie Bailey's right hand, I think, there. Down too long off, there'll be no run. So you've got to keep your wits about you these days as the non-striker. Probably won't be the easiest with this older Kookaburra ball to get hold of Gorvin without masses of pace on it, so Bracey's going to have to make quite a lot of the running here. Steps across his stumps, hacks it into the leg side, might try and come back for 2 here. They're going to turn and go. The shy's got to be at the non-striker's end again. The throw is well wide of the stumps, although that time I'm not sure Kellaway did have a shot at Bailey, because Bracey was running to the danger end. So 2 more onto this ever-growing Gloucestershire total, 379 for 9. You thought 300 okay, it's something to bowl at. Mentioned getting closer to 350, and now they've got closer to 400 and 350. Gorvin in now, and Bracey whacks that one out through the covers, hits the hands of Zainul Hassan a few steps in from the boundary at deep extra cover, hard, but just the single. 380 for 9, the partnership on to 89, and Bracey down for a chat with Archie Bailey. And well, I spoke of Hammond earlier. It was quite a famous last wicket stand involving Wally Hammond and the great spinner Sam Cook for Gloucestershire, where I think if you believe the stories, I don't know if it's true or not, but Sam Cook had to block one delivery. They used to say about him that the roller followed him out the middle. But I'm sure I've heard Dickie Birds tell this story, that Sam Cook just had to face one ball and then that was it. Forward defence from Bailey to Gorvin. Out it goes to extra cover. 1 ball left in this over.
Hammond did have the highest score registered against Glamorgan for many decades. believe it was in Newport. Mal Loy overtook it for Northants when he got a treble century in 1998.
That would have been worth watching, unless you're a Glamorgan supporter. Short straight mid-on, short mid-wicket, one slip. Gorvin in bowls to Bailey, who turns it into the onside with consummate ease, and there is no run. The score 380 for 9, and once again Bracey will be on strike for the next over, and in theory still 45 minutes left in this morning session. I was about to say I'd be shocked if we got there, but then in a way I'm shocked that we're here. They've been together for, what is it now, an hour and 25 minutes roughly.
Yes, we're not quite in the territory where lunch would be taken if the wicket falls now. We have only got another 4 minutes of that. If the wicket falls after 10-2, then we go to lunch. If there are 9 down at 1 o'clock, then we carry on. So we can be here for an extra 8 overs, I believe, rather than 30 minutes. As Crane will try and rule that possibility out as he bowls to Bracey, who goes high and straight and up to long off and is caught. As Glamorgan finally dismiss Gloucestershire for 380.
Gorvin off the bowling of Mason Crane for 133.
Applause for Bracey's magnificent effort. 133 off 196 balls, and the stand for the last wicket was a really significant one. 89 for the last wicket.
As well for Mason Crane.
So applause for the Glamorgan bowlers as well, but certainly that partnership has taken Gloucestershire up to a respectable total, and we are now going to have, I would guess, 1 over.
Yeah, I think
before
so,
the lunch
yeah.
interval for Glamorgan to survive.
What a remarkable effort from Gloucestershire to get it close to that 400 mark, and real spring, I'm sure, in the steps of the Gloucestershire bowlers as they come out. I think they'll know how tricky it will be to take wickets out there. It's going to be hard work for everybody, but now they've got a more than significant score on the board. It's not quite at 400, but 380. Goodness me, I mean, I added 101 this morning in the end, and of course lost 2 wickets for 12 runs to start the day when it all looked as if it was going to end very quickly. But a great job by both Bracey and Bailey, each doing their own job to perfection, and Archie Bailey is not out again on 19.
Not out, no 19. Mason Crane 4 for 89, Tim van der Hoogten 4 for 61, 1 wicket apiece for James Harris and for Ben Kellaway. Bracey's final figures: he faced 197 balls for his 133.
There'll be 1 over before lunch.
Hit 13 fours and 4 sixes.
To complete your
The heavy roller is being applied in the sunshine.
The details of the rest of the
So Ed and myself will take a brief 5-minute break here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Sounds and the county websites, and you will be able to hear Dr Hignell enunciate the bowling figures.
380 with Archie Bailey unbeaten on 19. There were 5 extras comprising 4 byes and 1 leg bye. Here are the Glamorgan bowling figures. Tim van der Hoogten 26 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 61. James Harris 23 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 97. Andy Gorvin 19 overs, 6 maidens, 0 for 39. Zainul Hassan 6 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 18. Ben Calloway 19 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 71. And Mason Crane 27.1 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 89.
Good afternoon, welcome back to a brief burst of commentary here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Sevens and the county websites.
First innings, Zain Ul Hassan and Asa Tribe.
1 over to go before lunch for Ul Hassan
And to open the bowling for
Tribe to survive.
The Cathedral Road end.
Tribe will be
Ajit Singh
off
Dale.
to the Netherlands to play for Jersey next weekend. Ajit Singh Dale to bowl this 1 over, or less if he takes a wicket, and Ed Seaborn to commentate thereupon.
Thank you. Well, I can't remember the last time we had one of these 1 over situations. Gloucestershire 3 slips in a gully, and Singh Dale, who has been the leading wicket taker this season, 23 scalps coming in over the wicket to bowl to Ul Hassan. A quick delivery is defended to mid-off. Goodness me, everybody's getting very excited for these 6 deliveries. That's the reception that each one's going to get as it's played out. I mean, is it treating the opener like it's number 11?
It's the Shire Ultras in town, obviously.
Well, maybe perhaps they've been a little bit bored of hearing Gloucestershire fans enjoying the last wicket stand, and Glamorgan have decided to counter it by applauding every successfully negotiated delivery. There's a short leg in place as well as Singh Dale bowls outside the off stump, and a leave from Ul Hassan as it passes through to the keeper. So by batting on for as long as they did this morning, Gloucestershire, they've batted into the sunshine. I don't think we're going to see a huge amount of cloud through the rest of the day. It'll be interesting to see whether the pitch changes at all throughout that, or whether it just carries on its merry way. Those strips of green will certainly fade away. Singh Dale into Ul Hassan, who rides the bounce there, plays it on the hop to Ben Charlesworth, who's fielding a gully, which is a slightly new position for him. There was a while when he was the choice at first slip, and then Cameron Green came into the side, and it was the 2 Camerons who tended to occupy the slip positions with Ollie Price. I think it's Ollie Price now at first slip, Bancroft at second, and Hammond at third, with Charlesworth in the gully as Singh Dale bowls to Ul Hassan, and that's played into the offside defensively for no run. And I don't think Gloucestershire had 3 slips at any point in the game at Bristol last round. It just wasn't that type of game. It turned into a excellent finish, but I think there was 1 slip catch in the match from Bancroft down low to his right as the solitary slip, I think it was. The change of angle from Singh Dale. He'll come round the wicket for the 5th ball of this over as fine leg is moved to more of a long leg. As Singh Dale runs in, he bowls a straight delivery. Ul Hassan defends robustly to mid-off, and 1 ball left to survive in the morning session. If survival is all that's on Ul Hassan's mind, he's not looked too troubled by anything so far, and even though Singh Dale has been right on the money from ball 1, it can't be the easiest thing as a seam bowler to come in and only have 1 over to bowl anyway. Can't really get your pace cranked up, I guess, but then I suppose they do it all the time in T20 and they're more used to it now. Last ball before lunch is pushed defensively back to the bowler, and it's a maiden over from Singh Dale, and well, wasn't it a great job we all came out for that? Might as well not have bothered. It's 0 for 0.
Cricket's a funny game sometimes. Commentary from Ed, Kenneth and myself resumes at 1:40. BBC Radio Wales bulletin update very shortly.
Once again, you're very welcome during this, the lunch interval, to go out to look at the pitch. If you are venturing onto the outfield, though, we kindly ask that you do not take any food or drink with you. You're also welcome to play cricket with softballs on the outfield. There'll be bats and balls which you can borrow from the steward adjacent to the National Cricket Centre. And during the lunch interval, we're also delighted that the girls and boys from Christ the King Primary School will be giving us a demonstration of their quick cricketing skills on the outfield. I've got some lunchtime scores from the
Gloucestershire 380 all out, Glamorgan 0 for no wicket off 1 over before lunch. Utter frustration for Glamorgan as the last wicket pair of James Bracey and Archie Bailey added 89. Bracey last out for a magnificent 133. There were 4 wickets apiece for Tim van der Hoogten, who claimed 2 very quickly this morning, and for Mason Crane. Glamorgan resume at 20-2 on 0 for no wicket after Gloucestershire scored 380.
At lunch not in reply are 15 without Gloss. At Hove, Warwickshire made 415, and in reply at lunch, Sussex are 60 without Gloss. At York, Essex are 328 for 6. That's at lunch against Yorkshire. And at the Kia Oval, Surrey are still batting against Durham. Surrey are 597 for 3. Moving to Division 2 of the Rothesay County Championship at Grace Road in Leicester, it's lunch there with Middlesex 438 for 6. At Queen's Park in Chesterfield, Lancashire were dismissed yesterday by Derbyshire for 367, and at the interval, Derbyshire are 109 for 3 in reply. And at the Spitfire St Lawrence in Canterbury, Kent are still batting against Northamptonshire. Kent at lunch are 446 for 5. A reminder that score sheets for today's game are available completely free of charge from reception. That's situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It'll be open until 5 p.m. and it's selling, as always, a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan clothing, as well as a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget that there is a 10% discount for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food purchases. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit, situated beneath the Castell Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school. And with temperatures approaching the 30-degree level, don't forget that you can recharge your water bottles free of charge using the various refill points around the stadium. A reminder as well that there will be a members' forum. It'll be taking place, or it'll be starting, I should say, at the close of play this evening, and the forum is being held in the Pyramid Lounge. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre. And don't forget that there are some brand new displays there, thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. You can also watch the memory match. For this game, it's the Sunday League contest 50 summers ago, when Majid Khan scored the fastest televised 50 of the 1975 season. The videos are being shown during lunch tea and during any other delays in play. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which together with a range of other items and souvenirs are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And the items on sale include the recently published research monographs. The first booklet traces the fascinating history of women's and girls' cricket here in Wales. And the museum will be open until the end of the tea interval. A date now for your diary is Thursday the 10th of July. That's when the next speaker in the very popular Walkers and Talkers initiative will be Terry Davis. You may remember Terry as Glamorgan's wicketkeeper during the late 1970s and 1980s. Terry has subsequently emigrated to Australia and New Zealand, where he's become a very successful cricket and business administrator. He's shortly coming over to the UK, and he'll be talking in the museum, as I say, on Thursday the 10th of July, with the Walkers and Talkers event starting at 10 a.m, tea, coffee and light refreshments available from 9:30. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So, if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting in strictest confidence your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
660, so 4 days. So it's
100 a match.
100 in a match, so it's about 25 people a day.
Right from what I
Maybe like the weight factor, wouldn't they?
Red Horse, when I went to Summer Park, they have a seat in there, all else, you know, I'm not talking shit. The people expecting like 5,500. How's that made that on possible? How did it
I don't think you're that far from Robert, are you?
Oh, off the dealer. Off the dealer.
Get me back, he'll come up late. Sorry to bother you.
That was disgusting, wasn't it?
Well, the drop catch, we got that in sleep. 313 or one then.
Well, it's not so much the runs, it's the fact that it wasn't on.
No, it's basically meant we were either unlucky to win it now because of the time factor. But if you're bowling off the 3-2, you're not out of an hour back. Knocked off, say, 50, 60.
Well, kind of have to be in the field for 5 hours today, getting hot and bothered and nasty, rather than now they're just falling. It hurts in all sorts of different ways. Anyway, yeah.
plus 3 points. Thank you.
I know exactly why you lose. Well, we're moving over where Nick is. Huh? Easy.
Any August the 10th. You get half hour, probably think tomorrow, do you reckon? It's cooling down tomorrow. Yeah, but if it's cloudless, I might sit here for the start. Here? Yeah, because this is still not exactly big. It's good. Well, it's good.
Very warm welcome back to Sophia Gardens on this second day, a glorious day of the County Championship Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. And the news is, well, it's good news from a Gloucestershire point of view because they probably exceeded their expectations this morning. Overnight they were 279 for 7 and added 101 runs, and thanks largely to a brilliant last wicket stand of 89 between James Bracey, who had a superb knock of 133 from 190 balls, and Archie Bailey providing some partnership at the end. 89 stand, which frustrated Glamorgan no end. We had then 1 over prior to lunch, a maiden over for Singdale, with Glamorgan 0 for none. So a bit of scoreboard pressure here as Gloucestershire take to the field. As I said, glorious conditions here at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, and some early wickets, Ed Seaborn, for Gloucestershire, and they would really be on top.
Yes, I don't think it's going to be simple. We've seen that actually the new ball in these Kookaburra rounds so far has been quite beneficial to the batting side. It seems only to have been once it's got older that it becomes dangerous, because it's very hard to force away, and as happened yesterday, Gloucestershire, well, they either ended up losing patience after being worn down, or you could say that actually they went into their shell a bit too much and put themselves in that position of pressure, because as we've seen this morning with the newer ball, all of a sudden shot making maybe starts to become a little bit easier. And when we certainly saw it yesterday with Zaman Akhtar, who made that 58 from 67, and those runs certainly can't be forgotten when it comes to that final total of 380, because Akhtar's 58 was what started that counter punch, and were it not for that, it felt as though Bracey was going to be left not out on about 30 or 40, never mind the chance to add as many as he did
Well,
actually last
Glamorgan
night and this morning.
would have thought at one point they were going to round up Gloucestershire for about 290-ish at one stage. So Gloucestershire through Akhtar from the River Taff end to Asa Tribe, who leaves that outside off stump, and there is no run. Just thought, for all of James Bracey's exploits and prowess with the bat this morning, I just thought Glamorgan's line was found wanting, slightly short, bowling to him this morning. Obviously, he had to take some risks as well. He had to chance his arm. Running out of partners, of course, as Akhtar steams in from the River Taff end, and that's firmly driven on the offside, but it's fielded at cover. And yes, when they look back at their bowling this morning, they would be slightly disappointed.
Yes, the one thing they didn't do, which Gloucestershire have just done there, was overstep. No balls in the 120.1 overs, but Akhtar has bowled the first one of the Glamorgan innings there.
Akhtar wheels round, comes in, right arm over the wicket to Tribe, and that's full, and that's played just behind square on the onside, and is a single taken. Of course, the main talking point as well, and we forget that James Bracey was dropped.
Yes.
Inexplicably by Andy Gorvin, who put a dolly down on the boundary.
Yeah, and if that's taken, okay, it's
a different complexion then.
And it's an irritating last wicket partnership of, would have been about 30 or 40. I'm afraid to say I didn't write the exact score down at the time, but Bracey was on 87 and went on to make 133, and most of Bailey's 19 was scored after that as well. So it would have been handy in terms of getting Gloucestershire over 300, but nowhere near that final score of 380.
Bracey keeping wicket to Akhtar, comes in to the left-handed Zain ul Hassan, who leaves that outside off stump, and there's no run. So Glamorgan have it all to do. They need to dig in on what is a good batting pitch with a Kookaburra ball. Still not sure how. I can understand why the Kookaburra ball is used. They need to use it. They want to use it. The prime reason is, of course, to get English batters used to Australian conditions in inverted commas before an Ashes tour. But as Akhtar comes in on UK wickets, I'm not sure if it quite has the result of what they're trying to produce.
No, I think it was one of those, like the bonus point system change, where, as happened, they changed an awful lot of things, and all of which were changed to try and achieve an effect. But actually, if they'd just done one of the two things, then, it would have had the right effect.
Akhtar in and resolutely defended by Zain ul Hassan, and it's another dot ball. Good over here for Zaman Akhtar, who, as Ed alluded to, scored a valuable 58 with the bat before being out LBW by Tim van der Hoogten, who ended up with 4 wickets alongside Mason Crane. Harris took 1, as well as Ben Kellaway. Akhtar bowls, and that is a good ball, and Zain ul Hassan fails to get that off square. So he's on the mark here, is Zaman Akhtar.
Yeah, I'm just going back to the bonus point business, because they changed the bonus point for 250 for the first one, and then up to 450, and then they also changed the points for the draw, so going back to 8 points for the draw, and the feeling was that actually those two things had rather counteracted each other.
Akhtar And that is left, although it zipped back and taken by Bracey. That is the end of a very good over by Zayman Akhtar. The first after lunch in Glamorgan, replying to Gloucestershire's 380 of 5 without loss.
All 5 extras as well, still no runs off the bat. But in a way, I feel this Kookaburra business is the same as that, in so much as they've clearly changed pitches. Pitches are not the same as they used to be. We don't see green tops anymore, really, and we also don't tend to see damp pitches particularly either, because as a lot of people have said, the drainage is is much better than it used to be, and it means that the ball doesn't tend to nip about as much as it used to. So we've already got that going on. We've already got the opportunity for batters to be able to bat long periods of time, which I get is important, not just for the international game, but I think actually when it works out, we see exciting cricket going into the final day of fixtures, and you can have that almost sort of as Singdale continues from the Cathedral Road end, bowling to Tribe, who's behind that one and defending.
Well, the old argument is that far too many games in Championship cricket peter out to meaningless draws.
Yeah, that's where it goes. It goes too far the other way, doesn't it? I mean, there have been so few rounds though in the last year plus where there hasn't been one game especially on at the end which has gone right down to the wire, whether it's a chase or holding out for a result. Singdale in now, bowls, and Tribe has had a good go at that one. That was a fish outside the off stump, and there's 3 slips as well as the keeper who are awaiting a possible outside edge, but not that time. Passes through safely in the end to James Bracey. But I don't know. I feel there's been a better balance on the whole this year from the cricket that I've seen.
I think so.
I'd agree. I don't feel as though we've seen. I mean, some of those games, particularly in the second division a couple of years ago, it was ugly. Singdale bowls and pushing forward, Tribe goes back to the bowler. Where have a think back to a couple of the games, particularly they had at Hove, Hove and Grace Road seem to be the 2 places, especially where. Well,
Grace Road is a very, very favourable batting track, as we've seen this year.
It just well, actually, not counting though the game where Sam Northeast got his quadruple ton, because Glamorgan went on to win that, didn't they, on the final day. Singdale with a leg gully in now as well. He bowls, and Tribe will pick up the first run off the bat as he clips it to deep backward square. And Akhtar fields 6 without loss. So I do feel that the Kookaburra ball, I don't get it as most people don't. And the argument of giving bowlers the experience of using it, does it matter that much? I don't know. Even for the bowlers who might end up going out to Australia, I mean, there is a chance that both opening bowlers here, Singdale and Akhtar, who are both involved with the England Lions, I'm assuming there's a Lions tour at the same time as the Ashes tour in the winter, usually is. They may well be going out there and bowling with a Kookaburra ball. Singdale over the wicket, bowls to Ul Hassan, who lets it go through. A decent carry in the early going here with the pace of Singdale and Akhtar. And did say yesterday really it was going to be a little bit of a different pace and feel to the start of the second innings, with the extra pace in Gloucestershire's attack, but equally that might mean that we see more free-flowing scoring than we saw, at least for the first 2.5 sessions of Gloucestershire's batting yesterday. Singdale running in, long run, accelerating to the crease, he bowls and strikes Ul Hassan, I think on the thigh pad. Not sure there was any bat involved there. It's gone safely enough to backward square, no short leg for Ul Hassan. And 3 overs have gone, Glamorgan 6 without loss. So I don't know. Obviously it's a different ball, it will have a different feel with the seam, but I don't know how much difference that would really make to somebody going out and bowling in. I mean, it's not, of course, it's not just Australia that use the Kookaburra ball. We tend to focus on Australia because of the Ashes, but I don't know that using it for 4 rounds a year is really going to make much difference anyway.
But it will be Zayman Akhtar to continue from the River Taff end. 2 slips in for the bowler, and that's right up in the block hole. Played by Ace Tribe towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Tribe, certainly one of the, I wouldn't say the word fine, because he played at the tail end of last year's championship campaign, had a few 50s at the end, but he's certainly kicked on. Scored a ton recently against Gloucestershire, 94 against Kent, had a knock as well in T20, in the T20 guys against Gloucestershire as Akhtar comes in, and Tribe gets behind it, and it's fielded at backward point. 63 not out in the Glamorgan win recently against Gloucestershire, so he's got a bit about him. We've spoken about him as a Jersey man, of course, but he is a youngster with some promise, and good to see someone getting through the ranks at Glamorgan.
Yeah, I thought the performances of Tribe and Kellaway this year have been really encouraging in these parts.
Akhtar, right arm over the wicket, and it's defensively played by Tribe. Yes, certainly. We could do with a few more, obviously, but so could everybody, because we've spoken about the changes that will be incoming to both these counties, you would feel. Certainly next season, many out of contract for Glamorgan. James Harris, Tim van der Hoogten, Colin Ingram, of course, is a young, sprightly 40-year-old. So there will be an influx of new players required as Akhtar comes in, and that is left outside off stump by Tribe, but no different to Gloucestershire.
No, certainly not, and there's been many articles already written about the possible raid to Gloucestershire's younger players. They don't have quite so many approaching the ends of their careers. I mean, in terms of, I guess, their squad overall, there's a couple of players who are getting into their mid-30s, a bit more so than the late 30s, but yeah, for Gloucestershire it's more of a question of those younger players.
Akhtar to Tribe, and that was leg side-ish, and that could go all the way. Yes, it will. Akhtar just straying down leg side, and it was helped along the way by Ace Tribe.
Yeah, and that's what may happen every now and then, and especially with Akhtar probably not wanting to give Tribe an enormous amount of width with this Kookaburra ball, especially. It's not as though you're quite bowling as much for the nick-off with it as you have to be targeting the stumps, so just occasionally there will be that ball that's just pushed in a little bit too much, and with the pace of Akhtar, you just need to get a little bit of bat on it.
It is Akhtar coming in to Tribe, who drives, and didn't time that on the offside, and there is no run.
But in terms of this side, Graham Van Buren, 34 years old, he will be 35 in August, but apart from that, really, you've got a couple in their late 20s, and Hammond and Bracey, who should be in the prime of their careers, and then it's those younger players, the likes of Charlesworth, Akhtar, Singdale, Bailey, many of whom are out of contract.
Last ball of the over, and that's close to the off stump of Ace Tribe. He probably did leave it outside off stump on a length, but at the end of the over, Glamorgan in reply to Gloucestershire's 380 are 12 for none.
And certainly generating some good pace in the early going, Akhtar and Singdale, and we'll see Archie Bailey as well, who's off to a really impressive start to his, as much as we're not exactly made fun, but we've made light of the fact that he hasn't been dismissed and only faced 2 balls in his 4 matches before this, but 11 wickets at 32 to start his career, bowling quickly and only just, as Nick mentioned earlier, turned 20. Certainly one to watch as Singdale is in and bowls.
Well, he was an able companion this morning to James Bracey.
Well, he'll be pushing at least for number 10 after that. I would have thought. As well, I don't know. I mean, you'd imagine as the senior player, Ajit Singdale at 24, he'll be 25 actually in a few days, but I thought Singdale might just ensure that he stays put at number 11 for now, but a few more innings like that and it'll be quite hard to ignore. Somebody's got to do it. Still 3 slips in the gully. Singdale into Ul Hassan, who's nudging that one into the onside. There is no run, and it's been a bit of a theme, really, since the new ball yesterday in terms of batters taking a lot of time to get off the mark. Ul Hassan has faced 15 deliveries, doesn't look at all bothered by the fact that he's yet to score a run.
He's had a bit of a mixed bag of a season. No, obviously doesn't play T20 cricket. He's there as well. He's a useful bowler as well, as Ul Hassan.
Singdale bowls, shorter ball, well evaded by Ul Hassan.
Played a lot for the twos recently. Given there's a dearth of championship cricket for a while.
Yes, the second 11 T20, which suddenly becomes very important when you've got the possibility and then don't go on to win other trophies.
Yeah.
I like to have a little dig every now and then. In goes Singdale and bowls, and lifting delivery carries again well through to Bracey, but Ul Hassan no shot to it. 17 deliveries without getting off the mark. Looking at the other games in Division 2, Derbyshire 121 for 4 against Lancashire. Wayne Madsen 63 not out, but seems to be playing a lone hand at the moment. Nobody else has scored over 20. A couple of wickets each for Anderson and Balderson. Singdale bowls and up onto his toes, playing it down into the ground safely for no run.
Yeah, obviously that game has a bearing on what happens here, given how close it is for that second spot.
Yep, and from both these sides' perspectives at this point, a Lancashire win would be quite welcome in that game, and then Gloucestershire have Lancashire next. That's the first match of the championship portion of the Cheltenham Festival. There's plenty of white ball action before that. Singdale in a fuller ball, and was there some bat on that? Was it pad? Bracey couldn't quite trap it. It seemed to deflect off something as Ul Hassan couldn't essay his leg glance. It's going to be a maiden over, as it's 12 without loss after 5. It may have just been off pad. I need to have another look at that to see what it came off, but in any case, I don't think it was a catching opportunity as it landed short. So 12 without loss after 5 overs, and also, I mean, even bonus points could come into play, so it would be quite handy for both these sides if Lancashire were to bowl Derbyshire out for under 250.
How long is it now since Gloucestershire have been in Division 1?
Gloucestershire were in Division 1 in 2022.
Right.
Derbyshire were last in, I want to say 2013.
Well, it's longer than that for Glamorgan, as it will be Acta, and it's played just towards mid-on. There's no run off the bat of Asa Tribe. Glorious conditions. If you're just joining us on BBC Sport Online here at Sapphire Gardens, where Glamorgan are batting, and a 12 for none in reply to Gloucestershire's 380 as Acta steams in from the Rivertaff end. Tribe will play that firmly, but it's fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, good stop from Ben Charlesworth.
Yeah, that was timed well by Asa Tribe.
This isn't very good. Look down the list of Derbyshire seasons to try and find the exact answer to that question. And on this particular well-known encyclopedia website, it stops after 2011. Apparently Derbyshire haven't existed for 14 years.
Actor in and bowls. Tribe gets everything behind that and defends resolutely, and it's played towards mid-on, and it's another dot ball.
Useless. Anyway, I think it's somewhere around then. They got promoted for one season and then went straight back down, if I remember rightly. As, of course, in the end, Gloucestershire did, but COVID certainly shafted Gloucestershire, because, of course, they were supposed to go up in 2020, and then they ended up going up in 2022.
Akhtar starts his run at 2 slips in for the bowler, and again, good defensive shot by Tribe for no run.
And that, I think the departure of Ryan Higgins halfway through that 2022 season certainly had a bit of a bearing, and obviously finding feet underneath a new coach and setup as well, which changed things quite a lot. There was a lot going on in that 2022 season, and Gloucestershire won their last 2 games, but they were already condemned by that point.
Penultimate ball, and that's a nice looking shot, and it will bisect both fielders on the offside. They should get 2 if they look to for the 3rd, but they think otherwise.
Yeah, 2012 Derbyshire were promoted, and they had that 1 year in 2013 in Division 1. And I think, I'm trying to remember, I think they might not even have won a game. I'm trying to find a table now, which of course doesn't exist on this website. I mean, why would a table be important? No, they won 3 matches actually, 3 games, and didn't finish bottom. They finished ahead of Surrey.
Zayman Akhtar, and that's played firmly for no run by Asa Tribe. It's fielded at short cover. At the end of the over, Glamorgan are 14 for none. Zainul Hassan has yet to get off the mark. Asa Tribe is 7, the rest coming in extras.
It's funny how these things happen sometimes with some of the bigger counties. I mean, you think Surrey now, this unstoppable juggernaut looking for the 4-peat, if that's a word, they couldn't win a game for a while, particularly during the conference season. I think they ended up in the 2nd division out of 3 in that conference year, as Singdale is in over the wicket bowling, and Hassan watches that one go by as well. And Nottinghamshire, who had that long drought, and this year seem to be contending for the championship title, but it does help when you have the money and resources to be able to bring in any cricketer from anywhere, particularly Worcestershire in Nottinghamshire's case, has to be said. In order to build your side up, you don't have to wait, as counties like Glamorgan and Gloucestershire do, for a generation to come along and try and keep that side together. Singdale in and bowls, and this is poked into the offside, where Van Buren will field 21 deliveries without scoring a run. Or Hassan, you can just rebuild on the fly, as I like to say in American sports. It feels a lot more like that in terms of, and especially with no compensation for the smaller counties, there is the danger that it just effectively does become the 2-tier system, even though apparently it's not. 3 slips in a gully still. Singdale into Al Hassan, who drives and won't get a run as Van Buren tumbles away to his right slightly comically and ends up flat on his back. He'll be assisted to his feet by Todd Murphy.
Well, that seems to have been apparent from a Glamorgan perspective. If you look at their T20 results this year, if you look at where they are, they're vying for that 4th position, but it's going to be tough. They've beaten teams who you think they should have beaten. They've lost against those, by and large, the Division 1 county championship sides. I know you can get results in T20 because it's the nature of the competition. However, there is a marked difference.
Singdale in, edged and short between second and third slip. Great stop from Bancroft at second slip, given that he had Hammond launching himself in front of him. Wasn't a chance of a catch, but Singdale finding the edge, but not the wicket. Yeah, actually Gloucestershire had a couple of years to the back end of that group that was captained by Michael Klinger, and then Jack Taylor took over, got them to finals day in 2020, and then I think both of the next 2 years in 21 and 22 they finished just outside the quarter-final spots as Singdale is in and bowls. This is pushed into the onside. He'll get a run here, will Ul Hassan. In fact, he'll pick up 2 of them as he's split the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. As Archie Bailey will run back. And Ul Hassan 2 from 24 deliveries.
Well, as Gloucestershire proved last year, you get into that top 4.
Yes, that's always been the case, hasn't it? And
Glamorgan haven't done so since 2017. So
no, I was mentioning Hampshire because Gloucestershire lost in the end their first 5 matches. It was 4 before the Glamorgan match at Bristol, and the year Hampshire lost their first 4 matches, they snuck in, I think, in the final round and went on to win the thing. Singdale ball, short ball, it's pulled in the air, but it's going to fall short of long leg. 1 bounce out to Zaman Akhtar there. It wouldn't surprise me if fairly soon, even with this newer ball, Gloucestershire didn't decide that they were going to bang quite a lot in short, because you've sort of got to make the most of the harder ball. It's not moving laterally very much, so you may as well use the pace of the ball off the pitch whilst it's there and try and bang it in. 17 without loss at the end of that over. But yeah, I'm pretty sure in 21 and 22 Gloucestershire beat all the sides below them pretty much, and then both years didn't win a single game against the sides that ended up qualifying.
Yeah.
It was extraordinary.
Yeah. So Zain Ul Hassan didn't get everything on that just as well, or he would have been caught out in the deep as Zaman Akhtar continues from the river end, and though he flirts with that as Zain Ul Hassan outside off stump is taken by Bracey, and that was a nervy looking shot from Glamorgan's opener. He got away with one. 17 for none. Ul Hassan has got off the mark. He's on 3.
Derbyshire 5 down, by the way, at Chesterfield, and it is the key wicket of Madsen, LBW Balderson for 70, so they're 233 behind and now 5 wickets down.
2 slips in for Zaman Akhtar, who comes in, bowls, driven firmly and confidently by Ul Hassan, and they take a single.
Thrilling matches elsewhere in Division 2. Kent 488 for 5 at Canterbury. Bell Drummond has another 135 not out. And Middlesex 459 for 6 against Leicestershire, with Ben Geddes having scored 100 now, as well as Sam Robson yesterday.
In the 8th over then, as Akhtar starts his run-up, just the 2 slips in now, and Tribe gets everything behind that. It's played out to point, and there's no run.
Worcestershire in the First Division 573 for 5 against Hampshire. Jake Libby 184 not out, but it was Adam Hoses 266 from 253 balls that took the headlines yesterday.
Plodding away is Akhtar, who comes in, bowls driven, and that'll get to the boundary, and that is the shot of the innings so far off the bat of Asa Tribe. Pushed and timed well, and sped towards the boundary at the River Taff end, and he looks a man informed as Asa Tribe.
Yeah, that is a gorgeous shot, and you I suppose you still do, even though it isn't the Dukes. You just have to pitch it up occasionally, but it does look good. Ball on bat when it's pitched up.
Actor in. Well, is left, which is what Glamorgan didn't do, I thought, to James Bracey this morning. Albeit, you have to say, he played brilliantly for his 133, which has put Gloucestershire in prime position here. They looked as if they were going to be bowled out for a figure close to 300, as it was. 380 was about, well, at least 50 too many as far as Glamorgan are concerned. Actor turns, wheels round, comes in, past the umpire and bowls, and that's cut. Good shot for nothing off the bat of Asa Tribe. End of the over, and Glamorgan are 22 for none. Ed will depart and will enjoy some rays of sunshine, no doubt, as Nick Webb will accompany me in the commentary box. Ul Hassan is there on 4. Asa Tribe is 11. Welcome back, Nick.
Yes, I had a very sedate perambulation around the ground. Not much to disturb the afternoon serenity, really, in the early overs of this Glamorgan innings.
No.
No. Singdale to continue. Conceded just 4 runs in his 4 overs, and he's in to bowl to Ul Hassan, who's on the defensive, and there is no run. You can tell the sun is fierce because the River Taff end, which is the hotter end of the ground in the afternoon, is actually thinly populated for once. It's mostly spectators moving round towards the river end of the ground. And
you can be caught out at that side.
Today, rarely, they're moving for shade in the Castell Howell stand beneath us. As Singdale is in to bowl, as Ul Hassan turns it on the leg side, and there's no run. It certainly very evident that the temperature has gone up probably 5 or 6 degrees from this morning, I would say, when it was mostly grey. And you wonder if Sam Northeast's decision to bowl first was based on his faith in the weather forecast that today would be a nice hot day for batting. Singdale is in to bowl to Ul Hassan, who is leaving this one outside the off stump. Through it goes to Bracey.
Did you meet up with a few Glamorgan faithful who are planning to go to the Forum this evening?
1 or 2, not too many.
One or two with distinct views, no doubt.
I think the positioning at the close of play is not necessarily going to get maximum numbers compared to, say, at lunchtime. 22 without loss, as Singdale is in to Ul Hassan again, and he drives to mid-off, fielded by Van Buren, no run. If you want to email us, it's glamorgan@bbc.co.uk. Ian Evans has done so. Asa Tribe, no, he wouldn't be ineligible for England in white ball cricket playing for Jersey, I don't think. Ian is sweltering in Norfolk. As Singdale is on his way in, and Ul Hassan leaves again outside off stump. So, I don't think, as far as I understand things, that playing for Jersey would make you ineligible to play for England. Should he get that far in his career? Obviously, he's prospering at the associate nation level, but not sure if Glamorgan, Tyrone, Tribe and Kellaway are quite on the England Lions radar as yet. as Singdale bowls, and Ul Hassan turns it away on the leg side as the bowler falls over, and they take a single out to deep mid wicket.
Yeah, Callaway's an interesting one. If he continues his upward turn,
well, his multifaceted abilities you would have thought, fit in with the vibe of England cricket these days, that they often pick on a feeling, as it were. Shoaib Bashir recruited almost on the strength of a few video clips. 23 for naught at the end of 9 overs. This in reply to 380 all out posted by the visitors.
Akhtar will continue from the River Taff end, will come round the wicket for the first time to Zain Ul Hassan. 2 slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Here comes Akhtar, and that's well fielded at point. Oh no, it's gone through. I thought it had been fielded momentarily.
Yeah, Charlesworth putting in a decent dive, but the ball sizzled past him, and a rare occasion of Ul Hassan actually reaching for a wide ball that he's been largely content to allow to pass through.
So a boundary for Zain Ul Hassan, who probably needs a score. It's been that sort of season for Zain Ul Hassan. They're persevering with him at the top of the order. He is a bowling option as well. I just wonder, Eddie Byram continues to be out of favour. Coming round is Akhtar, and that's upish towards cover, but there's no run. Just wonder.
Byram did get a century for the second 11 in a red ball game last week.
He's slightly aggrieved that he hasn't had more opportunities.
I think it was more a question of when the change was made, Tribe came in for Byram, because Byram was only averaging a touch under 30 over the first 3 matches, which is
used to get in
a little bit below par, but
yeah,
it's not disastrous and wouldn't usually get you dropped.
Akhtar coming around the wicket to Ul Hassan, who leaves that outside off stump, and it's a dramatic leave, and then he paddles and swishes with the bat. Yes, I think it was more Tribe coming through.
Yes, there's more try. It's a good position for a team to be in, really, that a second 11 player is demanding to be in through force of runs, rather than having to think, well, someone in the first team deserves to be dropped, which wasn't necessarily the case.
Akhtar in, and that's a good delivery, but it's played towards mid-on by Ul Hassan. There's no run, 27 for none.
And this is a Glamorgan squad with, all right, they've got some excellent big name and frontline batters, but there is a reasonable depth on the batting front, I'd suggest.
It seems to be more steel, if I can put it like that, this year in terms of the batting. You think someone will get a score somewhere as Akhtar comes around. That's left, and Ul Hassan sways out of the way. He's taken by Bracey.
And the spin bowling looks good at the moment, with Crane still got many years to go, you would hope, and Callaway right at the start of his career. And there's also a teenage slow left armour called Romano Franco from North Wales, who looks a decent prospect in the twos.
Short on seam, Nick.
Short on seam, yes, I was getting to that.
Yeah. Especially at the back end, if Glamorgan are striving for one of those 2 positions, as Akhtar comes in, it's wrapped Zain Ul Hassan on the pads. I think it'll be called leg by. Yes, it is.
Yeah, as things stand, there is reasonable depth of batting within the Glamorgan squad.
To Zain Ul Hassan, who during the course of that over scored his 1,000th run in first-class cricket for Glamorgan.
Ripple of applause for Zain Ul Hassan's 1,000th first-class run.
Yeah, it's you have to give him credit for making a career for himself after not quite making it first time round, battling round all the second 11 trials. I think he'd had half a dozen different counties in one summer. Did well for Glamorgan twos and earned himself a contract. Also featured, I think, briefly for the South Asian Cricket Academy, but
Where was he? Worcester, wasn't he? For a
Worcester,
while?
he
Yeah,
had an academy place, I believe.
yeah.
Here's Ajit Singhdale running away from us at the Cathedral Road end to Ul Hassan, who takes on the pull this time and is caught at fine leg. Didn't time it. Such patience for Ul Hassan. Finally ran out, and Singhdale tempting him into the hook. Didn't middle it and lofted a fairly easy catch in the end to fine leg. Singhdale gets the breakthrough. Glamorgan 28 for 1.
Yes, he did neither there. It was short, and had he gone full throttle, might have cleared the man out of the deep. But he did middle it, and it was an easy catch in the end.
Simon Actor, the catcher.
Yeah.
And he'll be kicking himself really all the way back to the pavilion.
Indicative, really, of what we've been talking about in the prior over.
Gets in, but he's survived 40 balls. He's taken some of the shine off the new ball, but he hasn't been able to go on. So 28 for 1 in the 11th over, as Sam North East in his 50th first-class game for Glamorgan comes to the wicket. I suppose we ought to mention the follow-on figure, which will be minus 150 plus 1, 231, to avoid the possibility of the follow-on.
Sam North East.
Shouldn't, on this wicket and with this ball, be too much a consideration, but you never know, so mention it just in case.
That wasn't a great shot from Zainul Hassan. So Glamorgan need a captain's innings from Sam North East.
Yeah, 380 is a reasonable, formidable total to be batting against, which is thanks to Bracey and his stand of 89 for the last wicket with Archie Bailey. If you are just joining us, Bracey made 133 and Bailey 19 not out. Van der Hoogten and Crane finished with 4 wickets each for Glamorgan. So a lot of cricket still to go today. 58 overs, so we're looking at a late tea as things stand. Singhdale is in to bowl to North East, who's wrapped on the thigh, pushing forward. So the Gloucestershire field now includes 3 slips and a gully, or is it going to be 4 slips? Let's see how they line up.
It's either the gully or the unconventional slip position, which we've seen an awful lot of in Championship cricket this year. It's probably more conventional.
Yes, it's just about 3 slips and a gully. Gully's slightly wider. We've quite often seen 3 slips and then a 5th slip. As that's down leg side from Singhdale and turned away nicely from North East to get off the mark with a single down to deep backward square.
Discussing with Ed a little earlier, the last time Gloucestershire were in the First Division of the County Championship. It is 20 years, isn't it, next since Glamorgan were there?
I think they probably want to erase that from their memory since it went rather badly.
1 win in 16.
1 win and quite a lot of defeats for Edward Bevan to report in that year. It's strange, really, since it was off the back of a period when Glamorgan were successful in the white ball stuff.
Yes, but didn't it come a host of players departed or retired around the same time?
Yes, there were a number of retirements, and after that the budgets went down when the stadium was being rebuilt. As that is again down leg side from Singhdale, and he hasn't really kept the pressure on, having taken the wicket in that over, and it's glanced away by Tribe for a comfortable boundary to take Glamorgan on to 33 for 1. Glamorgan with the one-day league wins in 02 and 04, having won the second division title in 01, so That was an exciting little period to be covering Glamorgan in the limited over stuff.
Yeah, that was a golden era, that 93 to 2004 period.
Yeah, 2 one-day titles clinched in Canterbury, one in Colwyn Bay, and the championship year of 97 clinched in Taunton. We've got a delay now because the ball has gone under the hover cover somewhere, and it is the
hide and seek.
The professional equivalent of looking in the stinging nettles and thrashing through the branches of surrounding trees on many village grounds. As Gloucestershire have now sent a deputation over. There's 3 of them. And someone's won the prize there. They're all re-emerging from underneath the hover cover, and some an actor treading rather warily as he makes his way out. You wouldn't want to twist your ankle when you've got plenty of bowling duties ahead of you. In the scorching sunshine of Sapphire Gardens, the ball is handed back to umpire Harris to examine.
Definitely the temperature that we were promised earlier, but I haven't been out. I will venture out.
Your turn next.
Of course, we have no idea in this air-conditioned commentary box.
We're not complaining.
No.
As Singdale is on his way in again and defended by Tribe.
We're back to that opening partnership. It was a conundrum last year for Glamorgan. I just wonder if they might think about tinkering with it.
Yeah, the problem is that if you take Al Hassan out of the side, you're light on bowling then.
Yeah.
You are effectively down to 5 frontline bowlers with Carlson as the backup. I mean, he's done a job for Glamorgan at times in the last couple of years with the ball. Singdale bowls, that's nicely driven by Tribe, but Singdale goes down well in his follow through to get a hand to it. It is a dot ball. It's the end of his 6th over. Really good spell, 1 for 10. Maybe, given the heat, that might be his final one. Actor at the other end, slightly more expensive, partly due to a couple of no balls here and there. 33 for 1.
Bowling at the River End, coming on to bowl for Gloucestershire is Archie Bailey.
So there will be a change. It'll be Archie Bailey, fresh from his 19 not out.
Batting heroics.
And he'll be coming in place of Actor at the River End. Still 2 slips in place. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Cover backward point as a man at fine leg. And a 3rd man as well for protection. Here is Archie Bailey coming in from the River Taff end. And that's left by northeast, outside off stump, taken by Bracey. So Gloucestershire vying with Glamorgan and Derbyshire, and there are other counties as well that might prove to be in the mix come the business end of the season. Northants being, well, possibly Northants. Maybe they've left it a bit too late. Lancashire we've spoken about. Depends what happens in this game. They're well on top against Derbyshire. Steaming in is Bailey, and that's elegantly cut on the offside by Sam Northeast through the covers for 4.
Yes, a bit short, bit of width for Northeast to latch on to. And Northeast, with his many years of experience in the county circuit, has got him in a lot of England conversations, but not into the England team.
No, and not in the T20 team this year either.
For Glamorgan, yes.
Albeit that has been a bone of discussion amongst some Glamorgan supporters. Bailey comes in and bowls, and that's wide and taken by Bracey.
Yeah, Samir Evans on X wondering whether Al Hassan will be under pressure now. I guess he adds with the ball, but with Callaway in the side, not sure that we need Al Hassan's overs.
Glad Emir is still listening to us from Cyprus. Charging in is Bailey coming in, and good defensive stroke, and Northeast thought about a quick single, thought otherwise. Just fielded at backward point. 37 for 1, 2 balls remaining of this opening over by Archie Bailey, who I mistakenly called Archie Griffin this morning. Of course, Archie Griffin plays another kind of game for Wales, who are in Japan at present. First test Saturday morning, early doors. In comes Bailey, full toss, try to whip that through mid-wicket, but it's fielded. 2-test tour for Wales, who desperately need a victory after losing 17 on the bounce, going back to October the 7th, 2023.
Japan just behind them in the world rankings as well, and with seedings for the next Rugby World Cup not too far away.
And a certain Eddie Jones at the helm now. In comes Bailey, and good defensive shot by Northeast for no run, end of the over. And Glamorgan plodding along. They've lost Zainul Hassan. First wicket has fallen. After 12 overs, they're 37 for 1. Yeah, well, that'll provide some edge and needle to it. But it's going to be a difficult tour for Wales, because usually the Lions tour is about experimentation and looking beyond towards the next generation. Wales can ill afford to do that. And of course, most of their front line, if not everybody, is in Japan, not in Australia. Unfortunately, Wales have lost only one of their 2 representatives in the shape of Thomas Williams.
Here comes Singdale then to bowl, and Tribe turns it on the leg side. No run. So in the other games in Division 2, well, just to tell you before I go into those that England have named an unchanged side for the second test at Edgbaston, which starts on Wednesday, despite Jofra Archer being back in the squad. He missed training today because of family emergency. He's expected to join back up with them tomorrow, but will not feature in the second test against India. Singdale bowls, and Tribe hurried a little bit, plays to short mid-on.
I heard Michael Vaughan post Headingley saying this is the first time he's really been excited looking ahead to the Ashes. Is that probably jumping the gun slightly? I mean, all you would think depends on the fitness of certain bowling individuals, namely Wood, Archer. Where's he going to be in the frame?
Who knows? Who knows with Jofra Archer? They've spent so much time and energy trying to get him fit. Singdale is in to bowl down leg side, helped away by Tribe. Bat or pad? It's gone for 4 anyway. Umpire signals leg byes.
But in the absence of pace bowling, I mean, teams struggle on the hard wickets.
Well, there seem to be plenty of options across the English county game, but it's just a question of getting 3 or 4 of them all fit at the same time. The pace attack for the next test remains Wokes, Carrs, Tongue and Stokes, with Bashir and maybe Root to bowl spin. India assistant coach Ryan Tenduskar said their key paceman Jasprit Bumrah is available, but they may leave him out depending on the conditions. They've said Bumrah is likely to play only 3 out of 5. They're looking for the ball behind the hover cover again, so I'll give you a couple of county scores while that happens. Derbyshire 159 for 5 in reply to Lancashire's 367 all out. Wayne Madsen made 70. There were 2 wickets for Sir James Anderson, that is, and 3 for George Balderson there for the Lankies, who I think might be rather more forward. Oh, they're still having trouble finding the ball. They're looking for assistance from the ground staff. There's only one ground staff person there. So we'll continue with these Division 2 scores. At Canterbury, Kent are still going, 517 for 5.
Wow.
Daniel Bell-Drummond is 142 not out. And Harry Finch, the keeper, is 103 not out there. And Middlesex are still going as well. At Leicester, Middlesex 478 for 7, with Ben Geddes 111 not out. There was an earlier century for Sam Robson. So Leicestershire, having had the better of things against Glamorgan, are on the back foot this week at Grace Road. We got the ball? Yes, we have. With Glamorgan 41 for 1, thanks to those leg byes. Ul Hassan, the man out. Caught actor bowled Singdale for 9. Here's Singdale with what may be his last over, as that's a short delivery. Tribe ducks it.
What was that? That was
Not quite sure where the appeal came from, whether it was from an over-enthusiastic fielder or from the crowd. It can't have flicked anything much on the way through, unless it was northeast back, Tribe's back rather. So excellent, accurate, largely opening spell from Ajit Singh Dale, but in these temperatures, I suppose he bowled 1 before lunch, so it's effectively a spell of 6. And he comes, bowls another short ball that Tribe again gets out of the way of. The short ball was the downfall of Ul Hassan when he finally took it on. And while Ul Hassan has a very sturdy defence, you get the feeling that he really does need to work on expanding his attacking range. 41 for 1.
Well, he just half-heartedly went for it,
Yeah.
which was the problem. I think he was there to be hit, but
needs to lay into it really, as Bancroft fiddles with his fields, adding a man on the drive on the leg side. Graham Van Buren is crouching at a very short mid-on as Singdale bowls. Ball was in the right area for that, but Tribe has just turned the wrists on it and knocked it out to deep square leg for a single to finish the over. Singdale, no obvious signs that that was his last over, as the crowd at the River Taff end bake in the sunshine. Don't forget to get that cream on, gentlemen.
yes. Many have done the rookie mistake opposite some bare-chested folk backing on to the Taff's trail.
Yeah, I hope they're well protected from the rays, which are quite intense down that end of the ground.
Archie Bailey then. His second over from the River Taff end. Baking sunshine here at Sapphire Gardens. Coming in to Ace at Tribe, 2 slips in. Tribe off his legs, lovely shot through mid-wicket for 4. All about timing, sped away to the leg side boundary.
Yeah, it's just a fraction over pitched, and Tribe latching onto that one straight away.
Moves him on to 20.
Bailey, good start to this campaign with 7 wickets in the 2 matches that he's played at just under 25 coming into this one, and indeed a good start to his day, contributing 19 not out, his first class runs in his 5th game, albeit only his 3rd innings.
Coming in is Archie Bailey forward, and just not timed as it's fielded by at mid-on.
And Ed Seaborn may well be continuing that count of balls undefeated in first-class cricket for Archie Bailey into the next match.
Yes, indeed.
Is 2 not outs and now 19 not outs to add to his collection. He faced 56 deliveries.
Here he goes then with the ball. Archie Bailey bowls and off Tribe's legs once more, just straying down over pitching, down leg, and it's helped on the way for a single. Glamorgan haven't faced anything untoward. It looks obviously more than a decent batting track, and it was really batting error that was the downfall of Zain ul Hassan. As we've seen, probably the majority of the wickets so far in county championships here at Sapphire Gardens have been batting error. In comes Bailey, driven, not timed by Sam Northeast, and it's fielded at short cover, 47 for 1.
Yes, not sure if we'll see a bit of Charlesworth or whether they'll go straight to spin, with several options, led of course by Todd Murphy, the Australian Test player.
Well, I saw a lot of spin yesterday with Crane and Kellaway on duty. Crane taking 4 for alongside Tim van der Hoogten. And Bailey coming in. Bowls pulled, but not middled at all. I think he was trying to play that through square and got in a bit of a tangle. Ended up being fielded at wideish mid-on.
Yes, they need to be careful with those, don't they? The ball coming slower than expected onto the bat, came off the bottom part of the bat, and those have been known to loop up into the air.
Yeah, to reiterate, it is a Kookaburra ball being played in this match.
Oh joy.
Last ball of the over. And driven, there might be a single. No, it's fielded at mid-on. That is the end of the over then. Glamorgan methodically going about their business in reply to Gloucestershire's 380. They've lost Zain ul Hassan. Northeast is 5. Tribe unbeaten on 21. They're 47 for 1. It'll be Nick Webb joined by Ed Seaborn.
Thank you, Kenneth. At Southampton, Worcestershire now have 2 double centurions in their ranks. Having struggled at times. Having struggled at times, Worcestershire this season, they're enjoying a day in the sun down on the south coast or thereabouts. Jake Libby is now on 202 not out after Adam Hose hit a remarkable 266 against the club at Hampshire that didn't want him as a teenager. So that's a fair way to take some sort of retribution. And Gareth Roderick, formerly of Gloucestershire, has chipped in with 80 for the pairs. 624 for 6. At Taunton, Somerset 379, Notts 77 for 1. Charlesworth bowls and it's defended by Tribe. At the Oval, wait for it, Surrey 700 for 4.
Their highest total, I was just looking up, 811 against Somerset in 1899. We've had 7 scores now over 700.
Charlesworth bowls and Tribe will take a single out to deep square. Yes, including one against Glamorgan in the last game of the season in 21 or 22.
Yes, 21, 722 for 4 declared, and they also had 701 for 9 declared on this ground in 2001.
Ah, yes. Anyway, Dominic Sibley is 289 not out.
It's rare to see a high Surrey score statistic that doesn't involve Gloucestershire, but that's more limited overs cricket.
Charlesworth bowls and Northeast is forward defensively. Sam Curran made 108. Dan Lawrence made 178. Will Jacks coming in at 6 with 600 already on the board, is 51 not out. Surrey 700 for 4 against Durham.
Just had a look at the scorecard of that Surrey Somerset match in 1899. Bobby Abel 357 not out.
Driven by North East down the ground, no run.
Carried his bat in that innings, and Somerset in reply bowled out for 234. I mean, not an atrocious total, especially not in those times, you wouldn't have thought. And then 198 lost by an innings and 379 runs.
As Charlesworth is on his way in, and North East drives, but it's fielded by Van Buren. It's mid-off, and there is no run. And why would a commentator on a Gloucestershire game highlight the full and excruciating details of such a defeat for Somerset?
Well, I mean, we can't blame Somerset too much. I mean, they were in their fair infancy. I mean, Gloucestershire, of course, have been going an awfully lot longer.
Charlesworth is in to bowl. North East turns the wrist, but didn't really time that. As it runs to Actor at short mid-wicket, no run. At Hove, Sussex 136 for 2. Daniel Hughes 73 not out, but that's in reply to Warwickshire's 415. So Sussex with a way to go there. And Yorkshire at York, 10 without loss, having eventually dismissed Essex for fun-packed 368, but scoring at less than 3 and over. 136 overs it took for Essex to reach that total.
Dean Elgar, 94 from 248 balls. I mean, you just can't hope to win a Kookaburra match batting that way, you wouldn't have thought. Archie Bailey continuing, and Tribe is forward playing in defence back to the bowler. I mean, there's one thing to build an innings, but yeah, especially when they need the bonus points as well. Essex, you know, they're in a relegation scrap. It's not just entirely about not losing, but they seem to have turned up to York with the attitude that they're just not going to let Yorkshire, who are below them, win the game. But who knows, might pay off, but I don't know, you'd have thought, as much as you don't want to give the game away, it's sort of going the other way a bit. Bailey bowls, that's well played off the back foot, made a nice crack off the bat, but it probably won't quite go to the boundary because it's quite a long way out there. Hammond sliding, stopping the ball out at cover as it was forced away off the back foot by Tribe. They'll take 2. It'll bring up the Glamorgan 50 for 1 in the 16th over.
There's also an under-19s one-day international going on between England and India. India were bowled out in 49 overs for 290. The 4 rather expensive wickets for Alex French, 3 apiece for Jack Home and Alex Green.
Exciting prospects. Bailey in, down leg side, flicked away in the air for a fair amount of time. Goes on 2 bounces, down 2. Is that David Payne down there? I think it is.
What's he doing here?
He hasn't even got a red ball shirt because he's got no number on his back. Single taken, by the way, 51 for 1. That we had Tom Smith substitute fielding for a couple of times, and Jack Taylor actually was on as a sub in the Derbyshire game, but I think that might be David Payne on the field in red ball cricket for the first time in 3 years. Bailey goes in now, he bowls, and full delivery of Yorker length, I think, which North East squeezes out into the onside and will trot through for 1 wide of mid-on, 52 for 1. Alex Green of Leicestershire,
yeah, promising.
About 6'5" or something like that. He's built like, well, probably a number 8, but a big number 8. So that's exciting. And of course Jack Home, who has gone viral in previous one-day cup seasons with his lavish wicket celebrations. Bailey in now, and at North East down the pitch confidently to defend the ball back to the bowler.
Well, Gloucestershire seconds are playing T20 stuff today, which probably explains why the 12th and 13th men, Tom Borman and Aman Rao, are there at Marlborough College rather than here in Cardiff.
All right, Mark Alane's old stomping ground. Catcher in at mid-wicket now, as well as the one slip. Bailey into Tribe, who drives on the bounce and going tumbling back into his crease at the non-striker's end is Northeast, but he needn't have bothered because Bailey stopped the ball dead in his right mitt, threatened to throw at the stumps, but of course you basically can't do that anymore in county cricket anyway. 52 for 1. Yes, they're going rather well. Gloucestershire's seconds against Hampshire, 156 for 2 in the 14th over.
I was looking to see that if that was the second match of the day, but it doesn't appear to be as far as I can see.
Borman 60 not out of 26 balls. Did announce himself with at least one enormous 6 off Rachin Ravindra in a tour match that he played in, which was his T20 debut, as it was for Ahmed Saeed and I think Dom Goodman as well, and then it got taken away inexplicably, even though they were at 11 aside.
Charlesworth bowls, punched through the offside by Northeast up to the pavilion boundary for 4 runs. Had to check for a moment because the cover fielder went tumbling. Is that Hammond there at cover?
Yes.
Thought I saw the blonde hair peeking out.
Well, yeah, I think it's a bit more blonde than it was. The pink hair for the Pink for Sid night is gradually washing out. I think Fletcher and I decided it was coral coloured for the last game, but it does look more peroxide blonde now.
Yes, it doesn't look entirely natural. Graham Brill offers a few thoughts on England bowlers for the Ashes. Thank you for that, Graham. Wickets in Australia not as pacey or bouncy as previous tours, he reckons, due to the nature of drop-in pitches.
Kookaburra balls changed as well.
Controlled pull by Northeast, single out to deep square leg, 57 for 1. Graham says MCG, Gabba and the Wacker are not the wickets they were.
Well, they're not playing at the Wacker anymore,
no,
are they?
they've moved in Perth, haven't they? Recent history shows spin and swing have been more successful, so line and length could be the option, with the left arm over to create rough for the spinners. Thank you for that, Graham.
Yeah, interesting to see where they go. I mean, Sam Cook is on the periphery as the seam and swing bowler potentially. I mean, I think particularly Carse, I've been really impressed by his versatility, because when he first came on to the scene, really you felt he was just a middle of the pitch, bash it into the pitch type bowler, but actually I think he's a much more versatile bowler than that, and I think he's shown that in the international cricket that he's played with the red and the white ball. So I think I would certainly add Carse to the list of bowlers that you would hope cross everything you have that he stayed fit.
The delay is because keeper Bracey is getting a helmet to stand up to Charlesworth, who's in now and bowls, and Tribe pushes away up in the onside, and Actor fields very enthusiastically close to the umpire, and there is no run.
Throwing the ball to Ben Charlesworth rather earlier than they did in the game at Bristol, when it took until, I think it might have been the 74th over that they brought him into the attack. 4 overs, 2 for 10.
As that's play and a miss from Tribe outside off stump.
And he does just find a way to get wickets. It would be tempting to think of Ben Charlesworth as a sort of extra seam option, and actually some of that is because he's not bowled as much as he would have done in his career were it not for injury, but his record is good when he's bowled.
As that's turned away by Tribe, down to backward square, single taken, 58 for 1.
24 wickets at 31. Not really the numbers of a extra seamer, but
No.
as I say, he went for 2-3 years, I think, without really bowling. Bowled a bit in the COVID season in 2020, and then I don't think he, to look at the exact numbers, but I think barely bowled in 21 and 22, started to bowl again, I think, a bit more in the middle part of 23. I can look at the exact numbers because having a look at the ball. He bowled 7 overs in 2021, 19 overs in 2022, 23 overs in 2023, so actually, yeah, not an enormous amount in any of those seasons. Only 3 overs in the Championship last year, during which he took 1 for 6 wicket of Peter Hanscom, which was not an easy wicket last year.
Well, some big totals around the country in the Championship. Surrey is still going. And the appeal for LBW, not out. Says umpire Harris. No run. 6 off the first Charlesworth, the second Charlesworth over rather. Glamorgan 58 for 1 off 17. And I fear that we might be getting towards the, dare I say, attritional stage of proceedings with this ball coming up to, well, in 10 minutes time it'll be 20 overs old, and it doesn't often do an awful lot after that, as Sam North East with a few gesticulations.
At the river end, coming on to ball for Gloucestershire is Todd Murphy.
So Bailey only gets 3.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't expecting it maybe only to be 3, but they have generally been keeping the spells, particularly of Bailey and Actor, quite short. Singh-Dale just seems to be let loose. 6 or 7 over spells, and he just seems to keep coming back, and he just, I mean, I don't want to put the mockers on him, but he just, well, but he just seems to be in fantastic rhythm, and you can't get the ball out of his, well, not quite can't get the ball out of his hand, but bowling at his pace, he seems to be quite happy with the workload and relishing the opportunity to bowl as many overs as he is. But this man, you would feel, will have to bowl quite a lot of overs himself. It's Todd Murphy, a off-spinner, Australian overseas in his second game. His first ball's right on the money and it's defended back to him. Always bowls with the towel tucked into the back of his trousers, as Mason Crane does. And Murphy, who, for the benefit of those who have been with us all game, is here for this match and then the 2 games in first class cricket in the Cheltenham Festival. Tried turning that one to the onside to mid-wicket for no run. Hammond at slip, and it is Joe Phillips under the helmet at short leg as Murphy drags one down. Oh gosh, that your heart in your mouth every time you see the short leg fielder fearing for his life. Phillips gets out of the way. It's down to the substitute fielder David Payne at deep backward square. A single is taken, 59 for 1. His contract, by the way, David Payne, does still allow him to play red ball cricket on a I suppose match fee basis. Murphy in and work leg side. It'll beat Ollie Price at mid wicket, and more work for for Payne to do. What is this ball? I can barely see.
The wrong colour.
Picks up the red ball eventually after kicking it around a bit, and another run to the total, 60 for 1 as North East is on to 12. Murphy's got a fair run up and bowls, may have stayed down a touch, but Tribe watches it well, turns it gently into the onside. Murphy, who is 24 years old, this is his 35th first class match, and that includes 7 test matches for Australia. Murphy in, and again working with the turn is Tribe, and not getting a run into the onside. 2 runs off the over, 60 for 1.
It's a purposeful approach from Murphy, isn't it? I mean, a couple of steps further and he'd be almost at seamer length run up.
Yeah, he's maybe one stride short of Tom Smith, who does like a good old charge to the crease. But yeah, I was listening to him talking about his bowling. He said he likes to feel that momentum through the crease, whereas you've got Graham van Buren, who was bowling at the other end from him last match, who really does come in off about 3 paces. But Murphy likes that pace through the crease. I mentioned yesterday, by the way, he's born in Echuca, Victoria, and plays his first-class cricket for Victoria. However, he grew up on the other side of the Murray River, so actually in New South Wales. So he's one of the few people that might actually have a foot in both camps of the Victoria-New South Wales rivalry that runs so deeply across multiple sports, I think. But he says he considers himself, I think, a Victorian now that he's moved to the city and played for St Kilda Cricket Club, as his father did, which is the club made most famous by Shane Warne.
Well, you have to decide on your loyalties. I mean, I still have this at my advanced age, having lived in Newport for the first 2.5 decades of my life, and lived several decades now in Cardiff.
Right.
That's a bit of a local rivalry, and possibly one of the very few people who supports both the Dragons rugby team in Newport and Cardiff just down the road from here. So yes, there are not many of us around.
No, I'm not sure that it's also. I'm not sure there could be anybody that could have a foot in both camps of, for example, the Bristol football rivalry. I don't see how that could be possible.
Is that
maybe
at
you had
all
a parent who supported either, but then they surely wouldn't have met in the first place.
Is that at all geographic, or is it just the family that you were brought up in?
I think there's a bit of geography to that as well. Yeah, I mean, I think it's. I don't know whether it would be entirely, but yes, I think in terms of the positioning of the two grounds, it lends itself to a natural split.
Yes, the rugby club, of course, used to be the sole owners of the Memorial Stadium, and now no longer there after Rovers moved from Gasville to the Memorial Ground.
They've switched their allegiances, the rugby.
They're down at Ashton Gate now. Here comes Charlesworth again after a short drinks break, if you wondered why we're waffling. 60 for 1 in reply to 380. Charlesworth on his way to bowl to Northeast, who is up on his toes, riding any bounce there may be, and deflects it to short mid-wicket, no run. Really is the sort of temperatures where you need drinks breaks now. Very hot work out there after the cloud cover gave way just before lunch, really. Oh, that's got up a little bit on Northeast by the look of it, and he plays it down towards slip eventually, but looks slightly discomforted by that one.
He's got quite a quick action, does Charlesworth, and he's fairly tall, and especially with the keeper being up to the stumps, you would be forgiven for thinking that it was coming down at a very gentle pace, but I think every so often he does just put in that effort ball that can take batters by surprise.
Charlesworth bowls, and Northeast plays defensively on the onside.
There's a 100 for the vicar, by the way, the vicar of Sibley. 731 for 4, that's all. Will Jack's 66 off 62. I mean, just have some mercy. 612 for 4, and Will Jacks walks to the crease. Absurd, really.
As Charlesworth bowls, on the drive is Northeast. Up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Murphy, and there's no run. I fear we're getting towards this period of the game where the ball sounds like a cabbage coming off the bat.
Yeah, I suspect that's also one of the other reasons why they've put Charlesworth on, having seen what happened yesterday, how difficult it was to force the pace against the more medium pace.
Oh, that's pulled away by Northeast through mid-wicket. Oh, he's timed that one well. That's one gone racing away for 4, and it's hit the advertising hoardings now, which are a good 25 metres beyond the boundary ropes in front of the grandstand. A rare opportunity for Northeast to rock back and pull it away. 64 for 1.
He did get a couple of wickets with the shorter ball against Derbyshire, the 2 that he got, so I don't think I blame him a huge amount for banging it in, but it just didn't get up masses and Northeast controlled it well.
Next delivery is forced into the offside. Good scrambling stop at point. There's no run, so just the boundary off that over. 64 for 1, Glamorgan replying to 380. Emir Evans says, good to hear Ed recognising the impact that cars can have on the Ashes. I think he could be the key man in the England attack.
I think Tongue also, that Ashes test that he did play at Lords, I think he impressed and showed that he could possibly break down some of those Australian techniques. So I think Australia will still start as heavy favourites, but they've certainly got problems of their own to think about. Murphy into Tribe, and this is played past short leg out to backward square. Ben Charlesworth is called into action immediately. 65 for 1. He's got those finger protectors on, does Charlesworth, several of them, which always gives the fielder the appearance of a pianist who's had the lid slammed on his fingers. 65 for 1. Murphy in, bowls, and worked past Phillips again at short leg. He must be getting a little frustrated with these deliveries going first to his right and then to his left. 66 for 1. In that Surrey game, by the way, there are some, as you'd imagine, rather eye-watering bowling figures. Poor George Drizzell, former Gloucestershire off-spinner, is just about to complete his 45th over, 1 for 246. Murphy bowls, and there won't be a run this time as Tribe knocks it into the onside and can't beat Ollie Price. Cross to his right from mid-wicket, and there's no run. But so far not a great deal out there for Murphy, who's a different off-spinner to his compatriot Nathan Lyon, as going back Tribe and clipping this out to deep backward square. A single-handed 67 for 1. It's probably a bit less about bounce, which is the real weapon of Lyon, and Murphy, just watching him, his stock delivery sort of relies a little bit more on drop. Flight is a different trajectory to Nathan Lyon, slightly different length therefore, as again finding a gap on that leg side. He's being picked off here, is Murphy, by these two. Another run taken to move Northeast to 18. 68 for 1. 3 for 120 in the first innings at Bristol, and 2 for 114 in the second innings, as it was Van Buren that was ripping the ball past outside edges towards the back end of that game, as Tribe plays straight and back to the bowler, and 4 runs off that over. 68 for 1. So I think Gloucestershire are going to have to think about further reinforcing that leg side field on the infield. If one of those two wants maybe to take Murphy on with a slog sweep or something like that, well, I think that's a similar philosophy to having mid off and mid on up. Until they've shown that they're going to do that, then that drip of singles, I don't know, it would be annoying me if I were delivering, put it that way, but then perhaps that's why I'm sitting up here. 68 for 1, almost halfway through the allocation for the day. It's not been the same fast pace as yesterday, but still for the most part it's been entertaining viewing, depending on which side you're supporting, but it hasn't been dull cricket.
No, this morning was entertaining, wasn't it? As Charlesworth bowls, and Northeast forces, but straight to short cover. So there is one slip. He's a fair way back. Is the ball going to carry?
Well, yeah, I suppose you're almost there for the shot played off the back foot rather than the front foot.
And the keeper standing up slips a fair way back as that's pulled by Northeast down towards backward square, and he's actually managed to find the gap between deep square and fine leg as it rolls away for 4, and Northeast moves to 22 and the total 72 for 1. So halfway through the second day, Worcestershire are still going at 6.40 for 7 at Hampshire. Surrey are still going at 7.45 for 4 against Durham. In Division 2, Kent still going at 552 for 7 against Northants, and Middlesex still going at 513 for 8 at Leicester. So all those sides have faced now over 150 overs, as that is played off the back foot by Northeast, and there is no run. I've already had my packet of Welsh cakes for tea. Well, I haven't eaten them, but I've abstracted them.
Perhaps I'm going to upset people because I didn't choose the
No,
Welsh cakes.
don't worry.
Decided to go for it. Oh gosh, actually I shouldn't have chosen this now looking at this.
As that is cut. Oh, just past slip. Well, I was wondering what Bancroft was doing in that position. Well, that one did get up a bit from Charlesworth, and Northeast rocking back didn't have it entirely under control. He was playing that cut shot and got it fine of slip, and it's raced away for 4, but a moment of alarm there as he didn't have it fully under control.
No, I don't think that was the part of the bat that Northeast meant to use, and he was trying the uppercut, but Charlesworth not being express, it was quite hard to uppercut already 21-over-old Kookaburra over the top of the slips, and actually if Bancroft had just been finer, that first slip, he might have taken it.
Keeper now standing back as Northeast is hit on the pads. Ed is examining the flapjack suspiciously. I'm a fan of that brand of flapjack, but there is a very large number of calories, and mind you, you don't need to worry about that.
Oh, that's all right. I'm okay.
You don't need to worry about the calories.
I'm going to have a nice, 40-minute walk back to the
You don't need to worry about the calories, or is there an ingredient?
It's the fact that it says chocolate flavour coated. That really worries me. I have to look at the ingredients.
Charlesworth is in, and that's driven by Northeast to cover, and there is no run. 76
for removed now.
76 for 1 at the end. Do you want to dash down the corridor?
No, it's all right. It's all right.
Change it while I fill.
I just like to have a look at what I'm eating here. Polyglycerol esters of fatty acids. Yeah, always like that with breakfast.
Nothing like a bit of fatty acid.
Anatobixin, which, as everybody knows, is also E160B brackets I. Then partially, even better. I don't like my hydrogenated vegetable fat to be fully hydrogenated. It must be partially.
Tastes a bit off if it's fully hydrogenated, if I knew what it meant.
And polyglycerol polyricinoleate. I thought ricin was poisonous, so I definitely better not eat this.
Polly, put the kettle on.
Right, that filled in a gap between and over. Here's Murphy in down the leg side and missed by everybody except James Bracey, who thought about removing the bails, but thankfully saved everybody 20 seconds by not taking them off. It would be one of those instances where umpire Harris at square leg would not have bothered.
Do it yourself, sunshine.
Yeah, exactly. You punched it, you fix it. Murphy in and worked leg side again, sprawling Ollie Price there at mid-wicket. There is no run. I think sometimes it actually is probably better not to look at those ingredients. Murphy wheels in, bowls, and gently nudged around the corner to backward square by Tribe, and then a very untidy piece of cricket as the throw is eluding the keeper, and there's nobody there to back it up. And well, actually, now that they've all moved, I was about to say who the culprit was, name and shame, but I'm not actually entirely sure who it was. I think it might have been Ben Charlesworth, who's moved to the 45. So they've taken overthrow, 77 for 1. Murphy bowls, and North East will play this one to the left-hand side of Price at short mid-wicket. It'll go down to long on, and that will bring up the 50 partnership between North East and Tribe. Well, I suppose slightly rebuilt things. I suppose, I don't know, 28 for 1. It's not quite a point that you say rebuilt from, but they have batted well since that early loss. There's a slog sweep that comes out from Asa Tribe, and that was a pretty uncomplicated belt over mid-wicket for 4.
The Battle of the Speckies.
Yes, they'll be losing their minds over that. It does seem to be coming onto the bat quite well at the moment, Murphy, even if it's only for singles. They've moved the fielder from deep square to deep mid-wicket. 82 for 1, Murphy bowls, going back, a little bit of turn there, but Tribe again just knocks it down to long on. It makes a decent noise off the bat. At the end of that over, it is 83 for 1.
Yeah, well, Gloucestershire will need Murphy to do a job, you feel, here, and bowl a reasonably substantial spell, you would have thought, so that they can maybe rotate their seamers in shorter bursts in these high temperatures from the Cathedral Road end.
To the Cathedral Road end, Archie Bailey.
So Bailey bowled 3 overs from the River Taff end and is now about to have a go from this Cathedral Road end where sits the media box.
Yes, it should be our end, really. We're the most important people in here.
Cathedral Road is about 200 yards behind us anyway.
It is, isn't it? I'd never thought about that, but it's miles away.
Which makes the decision to have floodlight restrictions even more baffling. Hey ho. 83 for 1 as Bailey tosses a few practice deliveries to Van Buren. And the powerfully built 20-year-old is on his way in to bowl to Tribe, who allows the first ball to go through outside the off stump.
I'm going to say something unpopular here, possibly, but I am really not a fan of this new trend of naming ends directly after people.
All right.
And I know that it's always been the case a little bit. I mean, at Old Trafford they've had the Brian Statham end for a long time, but they were rarities. I still think that cricket grounds, it should be named after a feature so that everybody knows which end it is.
Bailey bowls, driven straight to mid-wicket by Tribe, no run, he remains on 35.
Now if you say the river end
here,
then I don't think anybody's going to be thinking that the river is behind us. You've got that line of trees there, even if you haven't walked along the river to get in. I think at least one end. I don't know. I just like that feel of connection between the recreational game and the international game.
Oh, that's caught behind, is it? It is a poke by Tribe, flat-footed, and Bailey changing ends has got the breakthrough. Glamorgan 83 for 2. Tribe caught behind for 35.
Nice bit of bowling from Archie Bailey. He is of good pace, just maybe generated a bit of lift off back of the length and was on that line where Tribe clearly felt he had to play at it coming in on the angle. May have just left him a fraction, but with the pace of Bailey, if you are a little bit half-hearted at that sort of a shot, then the outside edge is very likely to come into play. A pretty thick edge through to James Bracey, and Bailey continues to find ways to pick up wickets in his young career, and that's an important one because that partnership just seemed to be building nicely, seemed to be complementing each other well. Tribe was hitting the ball out of the middle of the bat very nicely and breaking that partnership well before tea gives them the opportunity to make further inroads.
The incoming batter for Glamorgan is Kieran Carlson.
Kieran Carlson.
Indeed. Kieran without an E. Kiran. Graham Brill's emailed. Saturday he watched the only local team left in Merthyr play Pontedilice seconds at Hills Plymouth ground. He'd like to give a shout out for Pontedilice, who fielded 6 players in their teams. Playing for Merthyr was the evergreen Ron Walton, a mere 81 years old. And
is there a match in Welsh club cricket that doesn't involve Pontedilice? Because every single game, I swear, involves them. They must have about 20 teams. And every time you come here and you hear about Welsh club cricket, it's always them.
It's a prominent club down towards the west. Graham's son Nicholas was umpiring at another match involving Pontedilice, involving several Glamorgan old boys or their sons. As that is up in the block hole from Bailey and dug out well by Carlson.
He tries things. That's the other thing that's exciting about Bailey. I think even though, if you think back to that reverse fixture, it was Actor, wasn't it, who got a couple of wickets with Yorkers. I can remember him Yorking Kellaway, the off stump going flying, but Bailey, he's happy to try Yorkers and bumpers, see if he can create a wicket from somewhere, which is what you need to do with a Kookaburra.
Charging in is Bailey on the defence of his Carlson. I'm impressed by your ability to recall anything that happened as long ago as April. Yes, Andrew Davis's boys were playing, says Graham, as was Richard Grant, former Glamorgan player who stuck one through our commentary box window once down at the far side of the ground. Well, of course, Newport had the Wallace's father and son and the Cosker's father and son playing. As in comes the next delivery, which is defended by Carlson, no run, and the successful over from Bailey. And I was playing in a match which featured a very fine century from former Glamorgan player Ian Thomas, who also took a catch off his young son's bowling. So people keeping it in the family across South Wales from the sound of it. Have I done my stint, Ken? Is it your turn? Yep. Okay, no, I think a bit more writing this time now.
I'm sure you could write in the sunshine.
Oh gosh, no, I tried it on Friday at the women's game. I couldn't see a blooming thing with the sunshine on the screen.
Yeah, that is the problem, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, and I had a rather severe headache the next morning. Ed and Kenneth to take you forward.
Thanks, Nick. So, Murphy repositioning his field. Got a new batter out there, but he's not on strike, as North East on 27 as ever. An absolutely vital wicket for Gloucestershire to try and take. No short leg now. Murphy into North East. It's fired in quickly, and North East works it to Ollie Price at mid-wicket. This is Murphy's first county stint. Of course, he played those 2 Ashes Test matches last time Australia were over. I was sitting as Murphy bowls, reaching forward, defending that one is North East. I was sitting on the edge of the, as it's now known diplomatically, White Rose stand. Everybody else knows it as the Western Terrace.
Yes.
I think it's fair to say a few aspersions were being cast as far as Todd Murphy's experience in a certain room of the house, as this is clipped away to short fine leg and misfielded by Graham van Buren. That might allow them to come back for 2, and it will do, as just catching up to the ball with the shin pads is Joe Phillips. And initially I think Gloucestershire were thinking that might be quite a tight run 1, and that was probably what caused the misfield, so they get 2 as a consequence, 85 for 2. But yes, they weren't, as ever, particularly shy in coming forward with their opinions section of the ground. Murphy in, and forward goes northeast, long way forward to smother that one. But Murphy was clearly relishing the challenge and did well in those couple of test matches, and must be quite a heavy burden coming not only from the club that produced Shane Warne, as coming down the pitch, whipping it towards a deep set mid-on, but hitting it too hard to come through for a single. And then not only that, but you've got the pressure of being crowned by the Australian media as the probable successor to Nathan Lyon. Talk about some tough acts to follow. Murphy bowls, and that's played firmly to the right of mid-on, and another misfield, this time from Actor, who that time had no chance to save the single, but just dived over the top of the ball, so not exactly backing up there. Overseas spinner in that over, conceding 2 extra runs that shouldn't have been there. 87 for 2. You just don't want to, especially with a new batter out there, you just don't want to be sending that sort of message early on.
Sight for sore eyes. Opposite.
Sore might be the word after.
Well,
after
they're going to be caught out on the far side. We're just seeing a group in the blazing sunshine. I've actually been down, but I was in the shade, not far from the side screen. As Bailey will continue from the Cathedral Road end, having taken the wicket of Asa Tribe in his last over. A bit of a blow for Glamorgan. Asa Tribe looked well set to go on and get a big score, as he's done in previous championship games. Just had a little nibble outside off stump, but there's nothing untoward happening out there. Batting seems to be, in inverted commas, it's relatively pain-free at the moment. 88 for 2, as Bailey will come in to Sam Northeast. So both captains there, the white ball and red ball captain out for Glamorgan. Carlson having just got off the mark. It is very warm though. So Glamorgan, if they can, they don't want to lose another wicket before tea. If they can, if this pair are in the third and final session. Bailey in, fullish that time, and Northeast gets well behind it, who's unbeaten on 31.
Oh, sorry, in big trouble now. Sibley has been dismissed for 305. They have collapsed to 785 for 5. Oh, they've just lost another wicket as well.
Oh, it's all happening.
785 for 6. They're getting nervous now. They're moving towards the club record.
Tumbling. Bailey coming in past the umpire, right arm over, short of a length, but it's defensively prodded by Sam Northeast. Glamorgan trail by 292 with just over 44 overs remaining today on the second day. Glorious conditions forecast for the remainder of this match and through the week beyond. Bailey wheels round, having taken the wicket of Asa Tribe on the hunt for another one. Turned to the onside, but it's fielded mid-wicket and there's no run.
We've been so spoiled with the weather.
Well, this season has been incredible.
I can barely remember. We've had, I think we had a small delay one evening. Was it of the Glamorgan match? I think it might have been one of the early games at Bristol. Anyway, there was
I can't remember
8 overs.
I can't remember a delay here,
but then they made nearly all of those overs up the next day anyway.
Bailey in, coming in and bowls full of a length, and that's well placed by Northeast. It won't go all the way to the boundary. They should come back for 3 though. And no, they don't. Perhaps they would have had they scampered for the first one quicker. Another couple. Yeah, I can't remember at all play being abandoned or delayed here.
had a slightly delayed start in the second day it was of the Derbyshire match, but all those overs that were lost again were made up on another evening. So I think across all cricket there must only have been about 3 or 4 overs of Gloucestershire games
if you
lost.
think about it, we can probably count on one hand how much rain days we've had in total since about Easter time. It's been incredible. 90 for 2, and it will be Todd Murphy to continue.
4 overs for 17. A couple of extra runs conceded in the last over didn't help, but again, that just has been what's happened really. These right-handers are just working with the turn and picking off the singles through the leg side. Another one taken to square leg, and Carlson, who's only just new to the crease, has just come straight in. He's not thinking about just defending, he's just straight in, score. It's an opportunity to pick up runs, if not boundaries, just keep the strike rotated and the board moving, all that lovely stuff. 91 for 2 is reaching forward for that one outside the off stump.
Have you decided, are you going to go for that chocolate flapjack? Or
Well, I sort of feel having committed
I can trade
to
you.
it.
There's a caramel waffle floating in the back of the commentary box.
That's enough waffle in this box already. This is full and slapped out through extra cover for 4 by Northeast. Overpitched from Murphy, who maybe was a little bored of being hit through the leg side for singles, so he's decided to try and bowl one outside the off stump, but too full. There's a bit of drop and drift there, but sorry about that. It was just right there for the shot, and with extra cover in close, no protection really. 95 for 2, Northeast on 37. Murphy bowls, a little bit of bounce there maybe, but it's just plopped into the ground by Northeast in defence, and a rare defensive shot off Murphy's bowling. They may have to give Van Buren a go before the tea break. Murphy in now, and Northeast roll of the wrists gently sends it to mid wicket. Van Buren's got through a good amount of bowling this year. Only Tom Price and Ajit Singh Dale have bowled more overs for Gloucestershire this season than Graham Van Buren. 13 wickets to his name, including that 4 foot in the last innings, as across his stumps goes Northeast, and there'll be no run there into the onside as Ollie Price fields. But another good over for Glamorgan. 11 overs left until tea. The over rate was -1. It's not really a massive amount of concern, but Gloucestershire, unless they were going to be bowling spin in tandem, were never going to bowl their overs as quickly as Glamorgan did. 95 for 2.
It's just about negotiating these 11 overs now. From a Glamorgan perspective, just to get this pair into the final session.
Sorry, at some point I will stop hitting my microphone. It's not going to move. Not quite sure why that suddenly started happening.
It will be Bailey to continue from the Cathedral Road end. Glorious conditions at Cardiff. Bailey coming in, right arm over, bowls, and that's out, zips past the outside edge of Kieran Carlson and taken by Bracey. Carlson has had a century against Leicestershire earlier in the season, but again, perhaps not as consistent as he would like from a man of his standing and talent. Especially in T20 cricket, has gone in and probably not got on to get the scores he would have desired. Bailey charging in, bowls slightly short of the length, squares Carlson up, and is played out to mid-off.
It doesn't look like batters are particularly comfortable facing Bailey. There's something about that action, and of course he's not slow, but just something that checks batters has happened there, and Carlson's been quite used to in this innings already, looking to score, but a couple of times Bailey's just done him.
Bailey in, and it's played up to mid-on this time, and there's no run, 95 for 2.
Middlesex finally bowled out for 534 by Leicestershire. They've taken tea there, and Kent have also had enough against Northamptonshire at 566 for 8. Bell Drummond finished on 158. Finch, the second last man out, for 118.
Bailey, that's driven. Might not get all the way through the offside. No, it won't, but they'll get a couple off the bat of Kieran Carlson.
Just a nice shot to have played to get Carlson feeling that he's back on top of the bowler after playing a miss in the leading edge earlier on in the over.
There's Glamorgan near 100 up. Bailey starts his run up, coming in and bowls, and that's played but is fielded at point this time, and there's no run.
Gloucestershire's second 11, by the way, against Hampshire, in that second 11 friendly match. It's not a second 11 official T20 match. 239 for 5 from their 20 overs, as Boorman finished 87 from 40 balls, 8 fours and 5 sixes. Benny Howell, 4 overs, 1 for 55.
Last ball of the over, Bailey, and that's defended solidly by Kieran Carlson. That brings the end of the over, with Glamorgan going along nicely at the moment, 97 for 2 in reply to Gloucestershire's 380.
I can't imagine, though, that Benny Howell would be summoning up 100% intensity for a second 11 T20 match at Marlborough. One wonders a little bit whether he may have had to have his arm twisted a little bit to go and play in that one. I don't know, but he was notoriously at Gloucestershire not always enamoured of playing 4-day cricket, for understandable reasons, as was certainly widely known. But I don't know. I find it hard to believe that he would have unleashed all of his many variations on Gloucestershire. Jack Taylor captaining that game. He made 27 from 17 deliveries. Change of bowling as Murphy is replaced by Zaman Akhtar, so back to pace from the River End as Akhtar bowls back over length and driven off the back foot by North East, but he won't get it past Hammond at cover, whose hair does almost look more orange now. It was always quite a pinky orange, or an orangey pink, that way round, I think we'll go with.
There's a few orangey pink faces out there, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Sun cream is the order of the day.
Slip, slap, slop as Akhtar bowls, and North East knocks that one back up the pitch. There is no run. And I wonder if Gloucestershire are going to change things at the Cathedral Road end as well. They've kept spells pretty short of their seamers mostly. Bailey had 3 overs from the River End and then switched and has had 3 from this end. Trying to see if I can see anybody loosening up. Matt Taylor is down on the boundary below us as a substitute fielder. Akhtar in a full ball and an on push from North East. There's no run.
There's nothing much to aid the bowlers out there, it has to be said. No. And it's if you're going to gain wickets, it's much about putting in the right area, trying to frustrate batters. We saw the ball that got Ace at Tribe just outside off stump, and it was too much of a temptation.
Yeah, sort of as much about batter misjudgment, really, Actor in, driven. That's a thumping drive from Northeast. Stepped into that one and put back to ball with beautiful timing and placement between extra cover and mid-off. And down to the boundary. That brings up the 100 for Glamorgan. 101 for 2 Northeast into the 40s.
Yeah, and they'd be generally happy with the reply. Shame that Asa Tribe departed, but just getting to tee now will be the target. With just the 2 wickets down.
Yeah, again, those runs this morning, the vital nature of them. I mean, I think if they'd only got around 300 even, be a very different feel to 101 for 2. Northeast drives, will get 4 more. Van Buren quite wide at mid-off. Timed more than well enough. Wasn't quite as middled as the previous ball, but more than good enough. And again, that's the problem, as this ball isn't really moving. If you just over pitch, there's every chance you are going to be driven for 4. 105 for 2.
Yeah, well, Glamorgan will feel that they should be chasing only, 300-ish. As it is. Still a while to go.
Actor in. He wasn't going to be driven there.
No.
Not 3 times in a row. It's a looping bouncer that I'm not sure was too far under head height, but was called okay. And 105 for 2 at the end of that over. So an expensive comeback over from Actor with a couple of boundaries in that, and Northeast really rather picking up where he left off at Cheltenham last year, when it looked as though he was guiding Glamorgan on course to that record chase. And both him and Labuschagne felt rather hard to remove on that final day, but it was Northeast that was taking Glamorgan seemingly to victory.
Archie Bailey, and that's nicked and safely evades second slip. No third man in place, all along the ground for 4. So runs coming thick and fast in this period. It's a bit of a purple patch for Glamorgan.
I think you mind that one rather less, because it's not entirely without risk with Bailey's pace, and still catchers back there who might take it to play with the outside edge, but at the same time, having had those previous couple of boundaries, as you say, it just adds to that feeling that maybe it's starting to get away from Gloucestershire a bit. Still half an hour or so to go until tea.
In comes Bailey, and has played through the onside through square, and single taken by Kieran Carlson, moves him on to 9. There's no one better than Sam Northeast in this position, and such an acquisition he's been for Glamorgan. Former Kent and Hampshire player, of course, captain of the red ball side again this year. Bailey coming in, right arm over. That's defended, and there's no run off the bat of Sam Northeast.
232nd first class match. There's an awful lot of running about, standing at slip, waiting for a ball to come, especially when you're a specialist batter.
Yeah. Knows how to compile a score, does Northeast. As he awaits, Archie Bailey gets everything behind that resolutely in defence, and there's no run. 110 for 2. So important period in terms of the way this match is likely to progress. Still in Gloucestershire's favour at the moment. 2 wickets to depart, Zainul Hassan and Asa Tribe. Bailey coming in and bowls fullish, and he feels and aimed at the stumps. As Bracey tries to G up the field. It'll be tough out there, tough conditions, blazing heat.
Yeah,
Tired bodies at the end of this second day.
for the fast bowlers mid-spell, I'd certainly prefer today than a cold April day, but yeah, underneath the sun out in the field it's tough.
Bailey and Northeast evades that one and lets it go through to keeper Bracey. The end of the over, and Glamorgan 110 for 2 with Carlson unbeaten on 9. Northeast going great guns on 45.
Update from Chesterfield. Derbyshire approaching their first batting point now at 237 for 6. Deficit of 130, but Martin Anderson is 71 not out. So
a bit of a rearguard action in that game.
Yeah, perhaps it's just going to follow that pattern of early wickets up front, and then as the ball gets a bit older, things get easier. Zach Chappell with Anderson at the moment. Actor in now to Carlson and worked into the mid-wicket area. There's no run. I can't imagine it's particularly pleasant having those shin pads on for Phillips. Just adding some extra layerage that you don't want. Not allowed to take them off, I don't think, unless there's a break in play, so he's going to have to keep them on whilst he's out in the field. Down to the one slip, just Bancroft there. Actor in, and Carlson just about creates enough room to play the on drive, but can't evade the mid-on fielder, and there's no run. So just the spin of Murphy so far, and Gloucestershire cycling through. 4 seamers around Murphy. We'd guess there's probably a fair chance we won't see Singdale until after tea, but it may be that he's first on call. Actor in to bowl, and a decisive leave from Carlson. Going to be positive even just leaving the ball alone.
Yeah, just a bit of a lull at the moment.
There's a little bit of a breeze actually. I was going to say it was quite still, but just a little fluttering of the trees at the far end, maybe providing a small amount of relief. There are a couple of umbrellas up, but not for that reason,
no,
thankfully. Short extra cover there as Carlson cuts away and straight to Hammond at backward point. So there's no run. No runs yet off this over. Surrey have got to the 800, but it's tea now at 803 for 8. Well, clearly they need to get bowling.
Yes.
Things must have opened up enormously. And they're still not at the record either, so you have to waste more time getting there. Actor bowls a short ball pulled away around the corner, and he's not really got a great deal of bat on that, as Carlson. He'll take one down to fine leg. My head went snapping round the other side of the window divider to try and have a look at the fielder, and the ball was still on the other side of it.
Well, you expected that to be dispatched over the boundary, but as you say, didn't have much bat on it.
1-1-1 for 2. 7 overs left until tea after this delivery from Zaman Akhtar. In and bowls. Northeast off the back foot, looks to play that rather trademark back foot drive, but it's only into the palms of Ben Charlesworth at cover. Just the one run from that over. The score remains 111 for 2. So the record score for Surrey 811. they're 803 for 8, and presumably that wicket falling in the last over before tea. That means, well, it's another couple of overs that they won't have to bowl Durham out.
Yeah.
But 2 days in a session on a no doubt extremely flat oval pitch with a Kookaburra ball. Be quite an interesting test of Surrey's attack to see if they can do that.
It will be Archie Bailey from the Cathedral Road end, eyeing a third wicket, and that's evaded the man at backward point, and Carson guides it down to the boundary for 4. Just placement, not much power behind the shot, but that was Carson at his best. He moves on to 14, North East eyeing half a century.
So actually Zaman Akhtar do that a few times yesterday, just lean back and time the ball through backward point. Did that 3 or 4 times. Certainly a shot that's on with the pace of Bailey, and Carson also knows that he's probably going to have to dig the ball into the pitch a bit more than he would in other circumstances.
Bailey, straight down like this, tries to catch it, and he's been caught. As Carlson, who stares to the ground in disbelief, and not too dissimilar to Zainul Hassan's dismissal a little earlier, Carlson trudges off, and that is a big, big blow for Glamorgan. Came from nothing, it has to be said. It was a bit of a long hop, and it was caught out at long on off the bowling once more of Archie Bailey.
Good catch from Todd Murphy down there.
Long leg, the man placed,
off the bowling of Archie Bailey for 40.
It didn't seem as though, well, hasn't been any threat of late. It was short, and Carlson will feel again that it was one that he should have got away, as we saw from Zainul Hassan a little earlier, possibly a little tentatively going after it. And the third wicket is to fall.
It wasn't quite as short as that first one. I think he was almost half pulling and half sort of helping it round the corner off his hip area. It's such an instinctive shot, I think, a little bit like that strangle down the leg side that often gets batters when the ball is on leg stump.
Colin Ingram.
Right. Colin Ingram comes out. He might just about have heard that. But the ball on the hip, it's just almost automatic, isn't it? Just fetch it, help it away, and
well, it'd be interesting to see the replay if it was on him quicker, but it didn't. It seemed to the naked eye that it was there to be hit, but didn't get everything on it.
I mean, if you roll the wrists on that, it's an easy, at least single down there. But you know, he just rather blindly helped it away, and Murphy was there to take the catch. It was a decent catch because he didn't have as much time as Akhtar to line it up. I mean, it's not always an automatic that it's easier when you've got the time to line it up, but he got himself in a good position, did tumble to the floor as he was taking it, but you always felt that he judged where he needed to be to get his body into a good position, and he is a good fielder, Todd Murphy, really good fielder.
And Gloucestershire needed that wicket. They've struck. And a bit of pressure now on Glamorgan. I think your TV is now self-destructed.
There we go.
Before tea, they definitely need to just ensure that these two are in at tea now. Bit of pressure building. Bailey creating pressure, and that fizzes through.
Hit the gloves hard, didn't it? I mean, you could hear the noise of that thudding to brace his gloves.
On song here. Tails are up.
Because I mean, now you've got what, 6.5 overs until tea, and actually,
even if they time,
and even if they go into tea, Glamorgan 3 down, Gloucestershire are probably relatively happy with that position, given that it's top order wickets that they've got. So it's almost now a shot to nothing of if you break this partnership, then course, there's quality batting to come, but
Archie
he's in a
Bailey
good position.
eyeing a third wicket that's defensively played by Colin Ingram, and it's just exactly what I spoke about, Carlson. It's been that kind of season at the moment where he starts, he looks solid, and will feel that he's given his wicket away. As Ed makes way for Nick momentarily, there'll be a Radio Wales update in a moment at 4 o'clock. Griffin in, and England turns that round the corner to the onside, and there is a single. Nick joins me for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, Bailey really worked for his first wicket. I'm not sure about the Carlson one, though.
Well, yeah, that's was disappointing. As I mentioned, not too dissimilar to the Ul Hassan dismissal.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 caught fine leg. It's not a great look, is it?
So Bailey just rejigging the field as he starts his run up. 116 for 3. They really would be in business with another wicket. That was full and too firm out to mid-on, and there's no run.
A reminder that tea will be taken when there are 32 overs remaining.
Yeah, just to confirm.
And during the interval, you're very welcome to go out to look at the pitch. If you're going onto the outfield, though, we kindly ask that you do not take any food or drink with you.
Edward Cooper on X has pointed out that the number of balls faced by each batter is an addition to the scoreboard, and I just thought I hadn't noticed it for the last 10 years. As after each batter's name is the number of deliveries faced.
Oh yeah.
As there we are. 116 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online. As we pick up the benefit of some spectators' knowledge as well as our own. 116 for 3 North East, 45 Ingram on 1. As in comes Actor, and Ingram is forward driving, and Glamorgan will hope for the same sort of solidity as this pair showed what seems like only a few days ago. Indeed, it was only last Wednesday at Leicester, when North East 139 batted through most of the final day. They came together at tea on the third day, and Ingram batted out the match, which means that he's averaging 71 at the moment, and he's got to start from scratch again, and he's just nudging this one away on the leg side for a single into a gap. And Leicestershire's bowlers are charging in enthusiastically enough, but there is a slightly sedate air to play with the fielders and the batters not hurrying when they don't need to, and who can blame them in these temperatures in South Wales in the high 20s Celsius. 117 for 3, 2-3-1 the follow-on is the immediate target for Glamorgan. As Actor is in to bowl a very short ball that North East ducked underneath and didn't really need to. 117 for 3. Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow, but there will be plenty of play after that, before the tea interval, as we're rather behind in the game, unlike yesterday when we got to tea at 3:40 and the finish at a couple of minutes past 6. Actor is in to bowl. North East drives nicely down the ground, but there's a superb scrambling stop by Singhdale at mid-on that saves 4 runs. And he's rather cautiously... Oh, I thought he was examining his wrist, but it's just his watch that's come loose. So that's saved for. It was nicely timed by Northeast. Here's Actor in again. Bowls. Northeast jabs it into the offside. Fielded at short cover by Ollie Price. No run. Actor a little bit expensive, going at about 4 runs and over. Run rate 3.68 is slightly higher than Gloucestershire's was at any stage after the opening overs, but 3 wickets down gives the visitors something to build on. Actor in bowls and Northeast defends to short cover. There is no run at the end of Actor's over that just conceded the single. It's 117 for 3 in reply to 380 all out. Bailey, one of the men of the day for Gloucestershire, 19 not out in that last wicket stand of 91. So 91, 89, sorry.
89, yeah.
Along with, of course, James Bracey, who hit 133. Radio update to follow. Glamorgan at 117 for 3, so they haven't made an optimum start against a Gloucestershire total of 380 all out, with a brilliant 133 from wicketkeeper James Bracey in the morning session. Glamorgan have lost Zainul Hassan for 9, Asa Tribe for 35 and Kieran Carlson for 14. Skipper Sam Northeast is their backbone at the moment on 45 not out, facing 380. Glamorgan are 117 for 3. Dot ball, you didn't miss anything. First ball of Bailey's over.
Thank you, Nick. So Bailey has been the danger man for Gloucestershire, and Glamorgan will be hoping it's the vintage Colin Ingram of championship form, because he's stuttered rather in the shortened format as he plays that thought about quickly going for a single, thought better of it.
Ed Seaborn is left to contemplate his E numbers over his tea time flapjack.
It's a big decision. Yeah, Ingram, a top score of 39 in the Vitality Blast so far.
Yes, 3 sort of cameos.
Again,
really,
he's got in.
High 30s, yeah.
There's Archie Bailey. Comes in, bowls, full. That's played, but not timed by Colin Ingram. And there's no run as it's played out to point.
It is frustrating watching, isn't it, in these middle overs? Well, it's not even the middle overs yet of this ball, with the lack of timing that batsmen are able to achieve pretty frequently. I mean, the Leicestershire pair of Buddinge and Ahmed didn't seem terribly bothered by it, but a lot of batters struggle to get it away crisply.
Bailey, full again, and again not timed completely by Colin Ingram, but they'll come through for a single as it's fielded by the man at wide-ish mid-off.
Yes.
Brings Sam Northeast to the crease, who's on 45.
Well, a guy like Ingram, whose cover drive in its prime is a delight to behold for all but the opposition, is scuffing the ball rather. Shows you how difficult it is.
Top scorer last year, of course, Colin Ingram. In comes Bailey, and Bowl bags that one in short, and it's evaded by Sam Northeast, taken by Bracey.
This is going to be one of the later tea intervals of the season for Glamorgan anyway, and I'm sure for Gloucestershire as well. 4 overs to go, around about 20 past 4.
In contrast to yesterday when a lot of spin was bowled. Not much today. It's fielder goes in.
Murphy and Price and Van Buren, get them all warmed up. Well, you need to warm up in this weather.
Bailey is in, just straying down leg side, and might not go all the way. It might be intercepted right on the boundary. They'll pick up a couple though. And that is the end of the over. 120 for 3 then. It's just all about survival as far as Glamorgan are concerned now. Through to a late tee.
Yeah, it's a bit of a problem, isn't it, really? That you need to bat so long, really, to get substantial runs under your belt in these conditions. We are to have a bit of spin. And it'll be the slow-ish left arm of Van Buren. Though he may not be looping too many up. This season, 13 wickets at 38.3. So he's the 6th bowler used by the Shire. And he'll have just 2 overs before the tea interval. Left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Colin Ingram initially at 120 for 3. And Van Buren in, bowls. Ingram drives to cover. Fielded by Ollie Price, no run.
Gosh, yeah, we're going to be very late.
As Van Buren bowls, Ingram defends it very gently towards mid-on. That shows you the temperatures out there, because he played it gently. No attempt at a run. The fielder didn't come in very fast. Van Buren again. Ingram on the back foot defending and didn't have full control of that one. The ball dribbled back towards the leg side. Didn't need to take an emergency action to kick it away. Van Buren, a little flurry of arms and legs after a short run up, and Ingram blocks that one to Phillips at backward point. And there's no run. He still appears to have some fielding pads on under his whites, Joe Phillips. Cardiff University student, as that's driven back to the bowler by Ingram. Fielded by Van Buren, and there is no run. So hopefully a bit of Van Buren will help speed up the over 8, but I wouldn't be surprised to see it drop a 1 or 2. It's -1 at lunch or -1 at the moment. Don't see how it can have been at lunch. Anyway, it's defended by Ingram. It's a maiden over, and one that has been whisked through by Graham Van Buren. Glamorgan 120 for 3, still 260 runs in arrears, and those valuable runs for Gloucestershire's last wicket really have put them in a favourable position and left Glamorgan with a lot of work to do in the remaining 35 overs today, as we'll see double spin with Murphy changing ends.
Yes, without having to have done much for those wickets, you have to say.
The Bracey catch-off tribe. That bowling of Bailey was decent.
It was, yeah. The other 2 you would say were batter error.
Yes.
And it is going to be the spectacle Todd Murphy to switch ends, now coming in from the Cathedral Road end. So Gloucestershire turning to spin before tea. In comes Murphy, right arm over the wicket. And there's no run. North East nearing half a century. He's unbeaten on 47. Another fine knock from the Glamorgan captain. Murphy in. And a carbon copy as it's fielded at the man at short mid-wicket. Murphy slightly short of a length that time, but it's fielded, tumbling at backward square leg. Another dot ball. So just Glamorgan playing for tea now. Murphy in the blazing sunshine, that's play, but will be fielded at fine leg. So good over so far from Todd Murphy, who was out this morning without scoring. Murphy is in, and that's driven firmly just for a single towards wideish mid-off as Northeast comes through.
Yeah, I don't think there are going to be that many rapid singles with Glamorgan's two most mature, two of their more mature batters at the crease. Glamorgan's second 11, by the way, in action away to Worcestershire on Wednesday. That's an official T20 game. Gloucestershire 2 is playing a friendly today.
Murphy coming around to Ingram. Of course, another player who's had very little cricket is Billy Root this year.
Yeah, in terms of first team action, he's been quite frequently captaining the seconds. But really, the place most likely to change in the batting order is an opening slot, really, and Root did have a go at that last season without quite enough consistent success to stay there.
I would suggest that they may look at that position.
It's a possibility when the championship resumes in 3 weeks' time after the second block of T20. Here's Van Buren, who's having a go from around the wickets now to Sam Northeast. Hammond is lurking in there at slip, and Van Buren bowls, and they've all gone up. Northeast is standing there. Is he walking? Yes, he is. The leg bail has come off, and that baffled us all immediately. Northeast has a word with the umpire to say are you sure it wasn't disturbed by the keeper, but Van Buren has made the breakthrough and Northeast is on his way back, and Glamorgan are in some difficulty at 121 for 4. The replay will show us just clipped the top of the bail, and I'm not sure that Northeast realised straight away. Van Buren somehow got one through the gate, maybe.
Yeah.
Just clipped the top of leg.
Well, what a wicket for Gloucestershire, and what a time to get it. Just before tea, just sneak through the gate. Yeah, leg bail's off.
Yeah, Ed saying from the back of the box, it appeared more likely to have hit the off stump.
It's like it hit off stump and then somehow it's gone through.
Very odd, very odd. Must just have flicked the top. It was all rather unclear for a moment, but what is clear is that Glamorgan are 4 down. And in some trouble.
Yeah.
Gloucestershire seconds are going to win that T20, by the way. Hampshire are 55 for 5 in the 7th over. There have been 2 wickets for Ed Middleton, 2 for Ahmed and 1 for Rao there. But here in the first team, Gloucestershire's star is in the ascendant over Sapphire Gardens. Not that we're going to see any stars in the sky for the best part of 6 hours, but you know what I mean.
Well, he was just baffled by that dismissal, wasn't he? North East just couldn't believe that it had gone through his defence.
Yeah, a slight batter error again.
Yeah.
Didn't appear to be a vast amount of turn. And Callaway comes to the crease with Glamorgan in some trouble. Callaway not in the runs in Leicester, as he works that one away on the offside and gets off the mark first ball. 25 and 14 in the last match, but overall still averaging 57 coming into this match, thanks to that 181 not out down in Canterbury. Likes to play his shots, Callaway, and I don't think he is the sort who will want to be tied down for long by this double spin attack. Colin Ingram has a short leg crouching and a slip, and Ingram plays that one up to deep mid-on and realises that there's a comfortable single there and calls Callaway through accordingly. 123 for 4.
That's probably been his downfall on occasions this year, albeit he's played brilliantly. Ben Callaway.
Callaway stretches forward and defends.
Certainly in T20 cricket, which obviously the onus is on speed, speed of runs, but quite often he's had prolific overs. And
as Callaway works that one away through the covers for a single,
and is not content with a single, so to speak. But by and large, it's probably a breakthrough season for him, isn't it, in Championship cricket? You think about that knock at Kent. Northants, he was 5 shy of a ton.
As Van Buren bowls, Ingram punches it away on the leg side. Fielded at mid-wicket. There is no run. 124 for 4. 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Ingram has 4. Callaway has 2. 2-3-1, the follow-on figure for Glamorgan, which I thought might be just a token mention. Apparently, according to those slightly closer to the city centre, Oasis are in town for sound checks.
Wow.
For those in the vicinity of the stadium.
Oh, it'll be carnage on the weekend. So, a breakthrough courtesy of the spin of Van Buren. It'll be the spin of Todd Murphy to continue from the Cathedral Road end, with Glamorgan in a spot of bother chasing 380. Murphy, that just wasn't convincing from Callaway, and it'll run down all the way past the fielder at fine leg for 4. See it again. It was uppish for a while, and there was a few groans from the Gloucestershire fielders. 128 for 4.
It's a bit precarious, isn't it?
Callaway is on strike. Murphy comes in, bowls. Callaway is to the pitch of the ball, and again you hear the Gloucestershire fielders geeing one another up.
Yeah, I think Glamorgan would be hugely disappointed if they were bowled out today on this surface.
Well, it's a batter-friendly service without question. Murphy in. Oh, and that's beaten everything, as it didn't get to the pitch of the ball. It's taken by Bracey. Nervy moments for Glamorgan as we're near tea at Sapphire Gardens. Let's just see the replay. It's well pitched up from Murphy, and yes,
hasn't missed the off stump by much.
Beaten. So Murphy goes back to his mark. 3 to go. In comes Murphy, and that's turned at the onside. They thought about a single, but mid-wicket is there.
Decent scrambling stop by Zaman Akhtar, keeping up the energy levels.
Keeping up the pressure as well.
as they head for a few energy drinks, no doubt, in the interval.
3 dot balls in succession in this over. Murphy coming in, bowls. Again, this is good stuff from the spinner. 1 ball remaining then. And it's been Gloucestershire's session. 4 wickets have fallen. And they are well on top at the moment. Here comes Murphy, bowls, put some flight on it. And Callaway deals with it. And that is that for the afternoon session. An afternoon, you have to say, that's been dominated by Gloucestershire. 4 wickets to fall. 3 possibly through batter error. But the pressure building on Glamorgan. They have a lot of work to do, chasing 380. In some bother on 128 for 4. And Callaway is 6. Colin Ingram is unbeaten on 4. In the blazing sunshine of the Welsh capital, they trudge off to get some well-earned drinks. We will be back then for the resumption of this second day, for the final session, in about a quarter of an hour's time. Until then, we will be back in due course.
I got some tea time scores in the other games taking place. Starting in Division 1 of the Rothesay County Championship at the Utilita Bowl, where Worcestershire have declared on 679 for 7, and Hampshire at the interval at 12 without loss. At Taunton, Somerset made 379, in reply Notts are currently 133 for 2. At Hove, Warwickshire made 415 and Sussex are currently 210 for 2. At York, Essex are made 368, and in reply Yorkshire are 65 without loss. And at the Kia Oval, a declaration has just taken place with Surrey declaring on 820 for 9. In Division 2 of the Rothesay County Championship, the latest score at Grace Road is that Leicestershire are 37 for 1, that's after Middlesex made 534. It's tea time at Queen's Park in Chesterfield, where Derbyshire are 247 for 8, still trailing Lancashire by 120 runs. And at the Spitfires St Lawrence in Canterbury, Kent declared on 566 for 8, and in reply Northants at the interval are 29 for 1. A reminder that you can obtain a scorecard completely free of charge for this game from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, will be open today until 5 p.m. and it's situated opposite Gate 2, and it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget that Glamorgan members and season ticket holders are entitled to a 10% discount on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castell Howell stand. That's situated at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium, and snacks can also be obtained from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. Don't forget, at the close of play this evening, there is a members' forum. It's taking place in the Pyramid Lounge. The Museum of Welsh Cricket will be open today until the end of the tea interval. If you haven't got time today to pop up, why not do it tomorrow? There's lots of new displays thanks to a refurbishment as a result of a generous grant from the Welsh Government. New panels, new displays, and also new films, including the memory match, which for this match is the Sunday League contest from 50 summers ago, when Majid Khan of Pakistan and Glamorgan scored the fastest televised 50 of the 1975 season. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which together with a range of other items are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And finally, a date for your diary is July the 10th, Thursday, July the 10th, when Terry Davis, the former Glamorgan wicketkeeper, will be the next speaker in the Walkers and Talkers initiative. Terry was Glamorgan's wicketkeeper from the late 1970s and during the 1980s. He's since emigrated to Australia and New Zealand, where he's become a very successful cricket and business administrator. The Walkers and Talkers event on the 10th of July will be starting at 10 o'clock with tea and coffee available from 9:30.
But like, the other question is, if we lose to well on one away in the championship, as they propose in our series of the if we going to lose the championship game on Rothesay, does that mean we're going to substitute the next year then? We'll be watching less cricket, aren't we? No, because it's, you know, ultimately, people could lose their jobs. Well, I mean, we always say that when we watch they come to channels, stop on a Sunday, Sunday game, jump on a Sunday, carry on the championship, and then you'll be loads of cricket. Yeah. And when I suppose one of the arguments is, well, they play in these they're not on the pitch. The only hope that we don't get is that they say it's against it and they come carry the ball well, yeah, but the way it's all set up, we start to see some when it's rain, sleep, shine, is everything all the first morning. We finish
finish at the end of September, then we sat in the bottom. So when and it's, I don't think it's the it's how much it means. When you get the championship in December. I've never seen ball with ball. Not because I just doesn't interest me. Never seen ball with ball. Stop it, come in there and then we'll watch it. Yeah.
Keep going, John.
I watched the game. It's great.
Snap your foot on the floor and nobody else can
Really come off and clearly haven't been bought, but you don't actually see I couldn't see it. Yeah.
Oh, it's blue there.
It's a more what we do.
Yeah. Yeah. But I always say, I can't see looking with my glasses, but I can't see the size of the eyes. So I can see.
Yeah, I drove back and forth. Yeah.
Lift the legs up. I can't see it myself. I'll have another look at it. I can't see it. Oh, great. What do they say now? No. I'm a red bill. I'm a red side. I mean, I suppose. I almost said it to. I suppose. It can't flick the off stump and knock the leg bail off, can it? I don't know. I don't know.
Act of God.
I suppose they can flick the off stump and knock the leg bail off. Or why did the off bail knock them off as well? The clouds are going to sit that long. The clouds are is it going to stay cloudy?
To resume the Glamorgan first innings after tea, Ben Kellaway and Colin Ingram, and to resume the bowling for Gloucestershire at the river end, Graham Van Buren.
Very good afternoon and welcome back here on BBC's Sport Online, where Gloucestershire have something of an advantage in this game going into the final session on day 2. Glamorgan 128 for 4. In reply to Gloucestershire's 380, thanks to the biffing of Bracey this morning. And that means that Glamorgan need a further 103 to avoid the possibility of following on. It will be Graham Van Buren, having got rid of Sam Northeast, much to Northeast's surprise, just before the break. And he's opening up to Colin Ingram, who's driving for a single up to a very deep mid-on. Indeed, we might even call him long on, 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. 129 for 4. The scene is still very pleasant, but we have got a little bit of high cloud which has taken the edge off the sunshine in this evening session, and many of the crowds down beneath us taking refuge from the afternoon heat, as Van Buren bowls to Kellaway, who's stretching forward. No run, so 2 wickets for Archie Bailey, 1 apiece to Ajit Singh Dale and Graham Van Buren, as this is cut away nicely by Kellaway, backward of square on the offside. They'll turn, they'll come back for a comfortable second run as Ben Charlesworth runs round the point boundary on the grandstand side of the field. Away to our right, the wicket for this game is towards the pavilion. It's probably 55 to 60 metres on that side. Away to our left slightly, as Kellaway cuts again hard, and this time it's cut off by Singh Dale at backward point, lurking near umpire Harris, who is at point, given that there's a short leg obstructing his view if he were to stand at square leg. Kellaway forward, defending down into the ground. Bracey wanders out from behind the timbers and picks up. Tosses to Captain Bancroft at cover. Hammond is crouching at slip with his back to us, and that one might kept a little bit low. It was defended well from Kellaway anyway, out on the offside. There were 3 off the opening over after tea. It's 131 for 4, 100 to avoid the possibility of the follow-on. Well, thanks to Phil Steele for his comments on X. 34 is a pleasing score. You need to push on to a 50 now, he informs me. This is a little anniversary celebration that we had yesterday. And thank you to Peter Jackson as well, who brings back all the memories of 1991, where he says, your big day coincided with Lancashire v Glamorgan at Liverpool, a drawn championship match featuring a century in each innings from Alan Butcher, one from Ravi Shastri for Glamorgan as well, and Neil Fairbrother for Lancashire cricket. I knew there was a reason to remember 1991. Thank you very much to Peter Jackson, one of the great figures of Welsh sports journalism and broadcasting.
It will be Singh Dale to start another spell from the Cathedral Road end, coming around the wicket to Colin Ingram, full, and that squirted on the outside edge, races, but it's cut off on the boundary. They'll get 2.
Good piece of work from Zaman. He had a long way to go, Zaman Akhtar, from
because
a wide third man.
Yeah, because there's not a conventional third man in place.
No, he's 45, 50 degrees maybe. Did well to cut that one off, and Ingram not getting it off the middle of the bat by any means.
It'll be a late finish this evening. Glamorgan still trailing by 247, have a lot of work to do here. They need these two to remain out there as Singdale comes in. That's tucked away on the onside through mid-wicket for a single. Should tell you, Nick, that this evening the Thomas Owen game is taking place on the Cathedral School fields. Obviously a dear friend that we lost far too early many years ago now. Usually I play in it, and we haven't been able to play because of the weather last 2 years. The last game that we played a couple of years back, it was warmer than this even, and we had to reduce it from a 20 over game to a 16 over game. Such was the heat. So good luck to
indeed
everyone involved in that game.
Yes, Thomas Owen, the late producer, still commemorated on a plaque in the next studio here.
As Singdale comes in, bangs that one in short, and Kellaway isn't interested. Yes, good cricket himself. Thomas was an opening bat, played up in Aberystwyth.
Yeah, I was talking to his brother Howell yesterday, who's playing for Dinas Paris Seconds these days.
Yes, well, he is the organiser of the game this evening.
And the fact that he's in the seconds means that I won't be facing him on Saturday, even if I am selected.
Ajit Singdale coming in, right arm over the wicket, slightly short of the length, and it's played confidently by Kellaway, who's unbeaten on 8. Ingram is also on 8, so a bit of a nervy time for Glamorgan with 2 new batters in. The wickets to fall, incidentally. Zainul Hassan caught by Akhtar, bowled Singdale for 9. Tribe caught Bracey, bowled Bailey for 35. Sam Northeast, Kieran Carlson caught Murphy, bowled Bailey for 14, and then Sam Northeast surprisingly bowled Van Buren for 48. Singdale comes in, and Kellaway gets everything behind that in defensive mode. But as mentioned, 3 over the wickets certainly were bat error, and those batters would have been very disappointed in the end result. So if Gloucestershire can nick one here, Glamorgan will be in all sorts of strife. Singdale, but again Kellaway gets everything behind it, and that is the end of Singdale's over. 134 for 4 then. Glamorgan just need to consolidate after tea.
Yes, and Gloucestershire have kept it accurate and taken advantage of a couple of Glamorgan errors on this warm afternoon. But we shouldn't really be talking about the follow-on, but Gloucestershire have done well so far. And Van Buren 1 for 6 off 3 overs with the crucial wicket of Sam Northeast, who looked in very little trouble at all, really. Northeast looked as though he was well set for a big one, as Ingram back on his stumps, and through it went to Bracey. Ingram may have left it at the last moment. It was sort of hidden from us. Van Buren in. Ingram is forward, defending. No run. Ingram with all the time in the world really to play with. No real pressure on run rate, if he can stay there. Van Buren in. Ingram pushes forward. Plenty of experience in this particular battle. Colin Ingram with a decade in county cricket after his international career, as he steps back and allows that one to go through outside off stump. No shot played, and clouding over a little in this evening session. Still pretty warm out there. Ingram defends another one back to the bowler, and there is no run. We started the Final session officially at 4:42. So a lot of cricket still to be played. Van Buren will get us to the close more quickly, I think, if he carries on bowling as Ingram jabs the final ball of his over. Too short leg on the bounce, and there is no run. Northeast, by the way, faced 75 deliveries, hit 8 fours, and looked really well set. It was something of a surprise to him as well as us to see one bail missing.
He was looking solid and looking well set to go on to get a decent score.
As did Tribe look well set as well, didn't he? But Gloucestershire plugging away, and the bowlers have got them in the ascendancy at the moment.
So it will be Singdale to continue. Bit of cloud cover, not too much, in the Welsh capital. Forecast is very good for the remainder of the week. As Singdale comes in, bowls, and Kellaway defends.
Yes, he's been economical as well, hasn't he, Ajit Singdale?
And they've got that unorthodox fielder in Kellaway's eye line.
Top wicket taker for the Shire, 24 now for the season.
2 slips in for Singdale. Backward point. Cover. Taking the man from mid-off. Mid-on is there, as well as mid-wicket. Singdale in, bowls, and that's played by Kellaway all along the ground to mid-on. And there's protection at the deep square boundary. And there's a fielder at long leg.
Yeah, it is a real battle of patience, isn't it? In these middle overs of the Kookaburra ball, batters not often able to get any sort of acceleration going.
Singdale bangs that one in short. Bracey takes it a bit of lift there after it pitched, and it's been called a wide.
Derbyshire have been bowled out for 261.
So what were they shy, Nick?
They were 106 behind Lancashire on first innings at Chesterfield. Anderson 79, Madsen 70.
Yeah, 1 batting point. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in that game. Singdale starts his run-up, right arm over, past the umpire, bowls good length, and turned away into the onside through mid-wicket, just for a single. Yes, it is, off the bat of Kellaway.
4 wickets for George Balderson, 2 apiece for Sir James and for Chris Green. And a Balderson run-out as well, sort of almost a 5 for.
All the advertising hoardings are in place opposite now. There was a time where all the cyclists and runners could peer over the early season, but hula hoops means one thing. As Singdale comes in, that's not timed by Ingram, and they'll pick up a couple. Yeah, the hula hoops sign means the advent of the 100.
Yes, other crisp varieties are available. But you'll find 8 different ones owned by the same manufacturer on the franchise shirts in August. Nice to see All Stars and Dynamos given a bit of advertising love though as well there. The schemes for the young children.
Singdale coming around to Ingram, who prods at that into the offside, and there's no run. 138 for 4. Glamorgan still 242 in arrears.
But the example of Gloucestershire's last wicket pair shows that anyone is capable of.
Indeed, they just need
applying themselves.
Well, you use the word patience. This is that sort of testing time now for Glamorgan. Ingram facing Singdale and just sways out of the way and is taken by Bracey. The end of the over. Callaway is there on 9. Ingram unbeaten on 10. Glamorgan 138 for 4.
See, notice from Surrey that the women's player Emily Burke has signed a first ever contract with Surrey. She's actually been playing for Glamorgan women this season, largely in the way of things, where spare Tier 1 players drop down to Tier 2, sometimes only for the odd game, but to expose them to regular cricket as well. So Van Buren starting a new over. Callaway on the back foot, knocks it away into the offside. Charlesworth is the fielder on the deep point boundary, and the single is taken. 139 for 4. Both batters now just into double figures on 10 apiece, as Van Buren bowls, driven back to him by Ingram. No run. Wonder if Ingram is potentially in the mood for a big one, having batted serenely at Leicester. Oh, there's an appeal, not out. Ingram forced towards the back foot. Van Buren fancied it. Umpire Watts did not. So slip and short leg are the catching fielders. Short mid-wicket and cover, more or less crouching as Ingram works it past that cover fielder, indeed slightly backward of square on the offside for a single.
Interesting to see a replay of that appeal. Must have done too much.
Van Buren doesn't give us time for replays, I don't think.
No.
He's usually at his task
straight
so quickly.
Into it.
Quick rub of his hands in the dirt. Now he's in to bowl to Callaway, who watches it carefully and defends from the crease. Too high, suggests our learned colleague Ed. From the back of the box, Van Buren bowls. Callaway flicks it straight at short leg and the ball bounces back off his pads. It's a dot ball. 2 came off the Van Buren over, and Glamorgan in reply to 380 posted by the glorious Gloucesters, a 140 for 4.
Yep, still a lot to do. And Glamorgan wary of how crucial this partnership is.
Yeah, the batting to come, Chris Cook averaging just under 40. Tim van der Hoogten averaging just under 20. Mason Crane, James Harrison, Andy Gorvin in any potential order.
Yeah, so gives you an understanding of how important it is for this pair to remain out in the middle. Singdale comes in and bowls, and Ingram defends, and there's no run. How they'll rule that morning session, where they, on reflection, they will think that they let Gloucestershire off the hook.
Yeah, there were a few fairly cheap boundaries, but well collected by Bracey. Obviously,
Indeed.
You've still got to score them, but he was given the opportunity to hit a few boundaries, 11 fours and a couple of sixes in his century.
Singdale charging in and bowls. Yeah, they probably didn't get their line right this morning.
In the end, he finished with 13 fours and 4 sixes at the end of his innings, and Bracey was dropped on 87 by Gorvin off Van der Hoogten.
Yeah.
Gorvin eventually got the catch to remove him, but He's added another 46 runs, and obviously the extra runs from the other end as well. So if Glamorgan had been chasing 320, 300, 320, it would have been a different tale.
Yeah, last wicket stand of 89. That could prove costly. Ingram just prods at that outside off stump, and it's a dot ball.
Gloucestershire will need at least a couple more, I would have thought, tonight to push home their advantage, but with sometimes the slowness of the game with the Kookaburra ball, 14 wickets in 5 sessions, it's not a huge amount have fallen so far.
Singdale starts his run-up, and that's a flash outside off stump, not completely timed by Ingram, and it's a tumbling dive.
When Colin Ingram can't time his cover drive, you know that something is wrong in the world of cricket.
So it's Callaway who is on strike. Just the one slip in now for Singdale. Mid off, mid on, cover, extra cover, and backward point on the offside. Singdale, that's turned, and it'll be fielded by the man at deep square who comes in. Just a little bit of a lull in proceedings at the moment. Crucial moment in the context of the game. Still a lot of cricket to be played this evening. What are we, 26 overs?
At least an hour and a half, isn't it? Probably a bit more.
Singdale bangs that one in, slightly short of the length, and chopped down into the ground by Ingram, and there's no run. End of the over. Nothing much happening out there at the moment. Glamorgan 142 for 4.
No, I mean Glamorgan will be quite happy for not much to happen really in this closing session of the game. Gloucestershire probably in need of a couple of wickets to drive home their advantage. Would they enforce the follow-on? Interesting. 128 for 4 it was on the tea interval, so we've had just 14 runs in the 22 minutes or so since then. Graham Van Buren to continue with his left arm spin, and there's an appeal for LBW as Callaway tries to turn on the leg side, but umpire Watts as impassive as an Easter Island statue. Oh, and then he just gives a little going down the leg side flick of the hand as Van Buren bowls. Callaway defends to short leg. The umpires mostly these days wearing cameras to feed back all sorts of data to the ECB. As Van Buren is in to bowl, driven by Callaway, straight to mid-on though, no run. Be interesting to get some shots from those cameras into the public domain. I don't think they're shown in public. As forward stretches Callaway to defend with utmost caution. Tall young man ran 6'2", so he's able to get well forward and get on top of the ball. Van Buren in, bowls, grunt of effort, but well watched onto the bat by Callaway and defended in exemplary fashion. Back to the bowler. And a little bit quicker from Van Buren. Callaway getting a good stride in, and he needed to because it might have hit the pad first. It was pad and bat together. Maiden over delivered by Graham Van Buren. You wonder whether with those cameras in place, whether there is any possibility of some sort of replay system with the third official
Returning to bowl
at the game, match referee, and place in all the pro games.
Well, you would have thought that that's the next step.
Something's got to come into county cricket. It seems that we're getting all these camera shots. There are fixed cameras at both ends. There's another staffed camera at most pro games, at least one, if not a couple. And with the umpires being on film as well, then there should be a way for that information to feed into the umpire's decision.
So it will be Zayman Akhtar for the Cathedral Road end, 58 with the bat, wicketless so far. Coming around to Colin Ingram. Here he comes, Akhtar in full, and that's driven firmly for no run towards mid-off.
Yeah, good tumbling stop by Singdale, but even a player with the class of Ingram is finding it really difficult to get the ball away at the moment.
In this sunshine, of course, one remembers this fixture last year, which was the last game, as Akhtar comes in. That's cut just down to third man for a single. We lost the first day completely last year. There was an absolute downpour in Cardiff. I remember the puddles out on the field, but captains got together, had a thrash, made a game of it, and Glamorgan won.
Yeah, it was good, intelligent cricket, really, with the final day liable to be wiped out. It was a very poor forecast, so they just basically played a one-innings game.
Akhtar in, and Callaway is defending, and there's no run. It was in deep September.
Zumi is getting some encouragement from his mates, Zaman Akhtar.
Mid-off is up. Akhtar, right arm over left by Callaway. 143 for 4. Partnership is worth 22. Since the wicket of Sam Northeast, who was bowled by Van Buren for 48, when he seemed well set to go on, too shy of half a century. Akhtar coming in. Gloucestershire eye a 5th wicket. That's just straying down leg side, is taken by Bracey, the wicket keeper.
Mark Kidger on email said he was just about to ask whether or not Graham Van Buren might be a key man, and he took an immediate wicket. We'll have to take your word for it, Mark, that you were about to bring it up. Van Buren's bowling very nicely indeed. Mark wondering whether he is under-bowled a bit. It's a possibility. He's always been pretty tidy when he's faced Glamorgan, certainly.
This is Akhtar. Well, that's cut. Again, didn't get everything on it, did Callaway. Towards third man. It was wide-ish third man. And that single to end the over. 144 for 4. Well, they were just starting to nudge the ball around Glamorgan and getting easy singles that were on offer. And that was prior to the Carlson dismissal.
Yeah, that was quite careless, but it wasn't a wicket that was particularly earned, as Carlson just sort of helped it on its way down towards fine leg and picked out the fielder down there, Todd Murphy. Then Van Buren squeezing one through Northeast's defences. And Gloucestershire were on top at the tea interval and remain in the ascendancy, really. Glamorgan need 2-3-1 to avoid the possibility of following on. Van Buren wants to start his over. Callaway was not ready. Now he is, and he's pushing forward and defending, and there is no run. Around about a 20-7 finish we expect this evening if you're planning cooking your dinner. Callaway down the wicket, drives through the offside and will pick up 4 runs. Well, that's very much against the pattern of the play since the tea interval. We've seen very few blows in anger and even fewer timed well, as Van Buren doesn't give the ball a lot of flight, but Callaway got there and dispatched it very firmly through the covers. But Van Buren may be encouraged to see Callaway coming down the wicket and bring stumpings into play as the sun comes back out here at Sapphire Gardens. Van Buren into bowl. Callaway forward to defend. 46th over that we're in at the moment. 23 remain after this. Callaway turns that one past mid-wicket, thinks about a single. Well, it's past short leg, but fielded at mid-wicket, scampering to his right, no run. So the new ball will be about 40 minutes into tomorrow morning's play for the Shire. Van Buren bowls and Callaway punches away on the offside. Good scrambling stop by skipper Bancroft at cover. Gloucestershire by and large sticking to their task pretty well in these hot temperatures. There's Callaway forward, defending it down on the leg side, trickles down to a leg gully position. It's 148 for 4. Is it your turn to take
We've lost the order. We've lost the batting order, so to speak.
Take a blow, I think, yes. I'll have to be off for the final half an hour or so of play, so I might as well do a decent stint here. Or stint of decent length. It's up to the listener to decide if it's a decent stint or not. 148 for 4. With Callaway 16, Ingram 13. North East the top scorer so far on 48 as Actor is into bowl, slapped through the offside by Colin Ingram for 4 runs, disturbing the pigeons who'd been grazing contentedly on the edge of the square. And for once, Colin Ingram gets his off drive away, and that's taken a long time coming. Actor just offering a little bit too much width for once. 150 up for Glamorgan, but it's in reply to Gloucestershire's quite formidable 380 all out, thanks to Mr. Bracey. Ed Seaborn is back with us. Good discipline from the Shire bowlers largely at the moment.
Yeah, Singdale and Van Buren formed a potent partnership as far as keeping the runs down and providing the odd moment which might have brought a wicket.
Actor in bowls and Ingram defends. Surrey did make their club record score, by the way. 820.
I just love how they decided, you know, at, what was it, 809
for 9 declared.
Yeah, you know, they got to 812 probably or something like that. I mean, they can't have gone straight to 820. They decided no, we're going to have enough when Jacks gets out.
Yeah.
Having you know, then turned down 3 balls they could have had.
That's short down leg side from Actor. Ingram has nothing to do with it.
No, 820 is enough now. 815 simply wasn't enough, or whatever the score would have been at the start of that over.
Yes, Dan Worrell did not bat.
I assumed that they didn't get there with well, maybe they got there with a 6 and a 4 or something.
They declared when Jacks was out, for 119.
I don't know what happened in the first 2 balls of the over, but perhaps that was why they didn't declare.
Driven by Ingram again, he's got that one through the offside again. The pigeons have to go flapping and fluttering around, and Colin Ingram seems to have taken a liking to Zaman Akhtar, and a little bit of a change of pace of the game as a whole, with Akhtar certainly not as economical as his opening buddy Singhdale at the moment. So Surrey's innings included treble century from Sibley and centuries from Sam Curran, Dan Lawrence and Will Jacks.
Rory Burns is 55. It's awful.
Small.
What was he doing?
Patel
out for the less said about that, the better. That's basically a first ball duck.
To bowls, another short pitch ball. Ingram again has nothing to do with it. 156 for 4 here, as we ponder the goings on at the Oval.
Gloucestershire have seen more than enough of Colin Ingram and the Whites this season already. 103 and 77 not out from 162 balls in that second innings, as Gloucestershire just about forced Glamorgan to follow on in the reverse fixture, but we're never likely to have enough time to force the result.
To bowls, Ingram dabs it into the offside. Hammond is the fielder. No run, 2 boundaries in the Akhtar over. 156 for 4. Glamorgan, we've had 47 overs. We've got 22 further overs remaining for our enjoyment in the evening sunshine. We shouldn't complain about late finishes. We'll be pining for them in October.
Quite. Certainly in this sort of weather. Actually, October weather, I suppose, is usually just about okay, but whatever follows after that. The gulls are swarming overhead again. It's huge numbers of them.
Yeah, last night as I was sort of packing up and returning to the box after the interviews, there are hundreds of them all around Sapphire Gardens.
Here's Van Buren bowling to Callaway, and a straight delivery is kept out. So only 12 conceded in his 8th over. Van Buren, even when he's not been picking up wickets this season, he's been controlling that board. Economy rate of 2.85 in his work this season, as Callaway drives firmly. It's good timing, and be 1 run as Murphy fields up at wide mid-off. 157 for 4, but he's been much more of an attacking option at many points this season. I know Mark from Madrid's email about Van Buren's bowling, and I think sometimes Gloucestershire could have used him more, especially when they didn't have a left arm spin option, as he bowls to Ingram, and this is played back to him. But sometimes Van Buren would just dart the ball in and could be milked about it. We haven't seen much of that against him this year, as this is played back again in the vicinity of Van Buren. He tumbles onto the ball, stops it.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the tallest Van Buren, and I don't really associate him with giving the ball a lot of loop.
No. And he's certainly been doing that a bit more this year, as he tries to slide one across the left-hander, and Ingram plays into the offside. And we do seem to have a summariser down below us. I'm not quite sure if it's just me that can hear Mr. Thomas or everybody else, as that squeezes off the outside part of the bat. Van Buren thinking that he was nearly through there. Hammond tracks back, and they'll take a single. 158 for 4.
Well, do feel free to move the effects microphone, or if you think it's particularly intrusive.
I'm sure that whatever he's saying is far more interesting than what I've got to say.
Do you want to nip downstairs and move it while I talk through the next over?
Yeah, all right. I actually can't hear him now, but good grief, they're all swarming onto the field now. This is exactly what we had in the last round.
Gull attack. there's hundreds of them suddenly arrived. It was a bit later than this yesterday. It was around about 6:30.
Oh, that'll do it. The voice of Dr. Hignall.
Oh, well, I don't know.
Hasn't it? Seems to have just encouraged them.
Onto the outfield. Well, this is actually quite distracting for the fielders, I would have thought, at the moment.
It was extraordinary. I don't know how anybody concentrated. The striker with goal after goal flitting between the sight screen and their line of sight. And, you know, the amount of fuss that's made about just one spectator moving on a second floor balcony, and yet they're perfectly prepared and happy, and there didn't seem to be anybody distracted when those goals were moving about. Did make you wonder a bit.
Murphy in to bowl, and Ingram is forward in defence. That was a brief appearance from Actor.
The double spin.
Murphy in bowls. It's remarkable.
It's so hard to concentrate. It was exactly like that. As exciting as the cricket was, you just see this swarm of feathers.
Yes, there are literally hundreds of them, and at all parts of the ground now. As Murphy bowls and Ingram defends it away on the off side.
And totally useless. I mean, again, in the field, you'd have thought they might at least get in the way of. I mean, at least might get in the way of the ball. A few extra, well, not quite pairs of hands, but I suppose pairs of feet that could stop it.
Ingram drives to backward point, and there is no run.
Mostly fairly quiet, though, again, as they were at Bristol. You'd have thought that number of goals were making a fearful racket.
This is ridiculous. I haven't seen them this early in the day before, I don't think. As Murphy bowls and Ingram blocks that one. Out on the off side. There was one T20 game here last season where they were out in numbers, but that was later in the evening when there was more possibility of food being dropped by large numbers of spectators. As Ingram is forward defending.
Still blaming Todd Murphy, really, because this was never a problem until the Victorian, well, as we've said, Victorian-born, New South Welsh-raised Victorian player ended up landing here. I can't remember this happening before, and them playing their home games at the MCG, notorious for its swarms of goals, not of this variety, but it must be just trying to make him feel at home. It's brought the weather, I suppose, at least, as well.
158 for 4. It's actually quite distracting to commentary as well.
No, tell me about it. Especially when it was getting tense. The last thing you wanted was any more action out in the middle than there already was. Graham van Buren wants to bowl, but Callaway just composing himself at any moment. I mean, the shadows, never mind the actual goals themselves, the shadows flashing across the pitch can't be easy, as there's a wide ball cut away through the covers, and there will be a single to Callaway. He's on to 18, 159 for 4. And Callaway, who has certainly been impressive from afar this season, got to see him a bit in the T20 as well at Bristol. He played one extra cover drive that befitted any format. That's been swatted by Ingram off a full length, and that has been hit all the way for 6. It thuds into the hover cover, does it? Or maybe just into the advertising board in front of it. You could hear the crash as it hit something. Yeah, into the advertising board, the bottom of it. Just a pick-up shot over mid-on, and he's not just going to allow Van Buren to bowl at him. 165 for 4, goes back this time, runs the ball through a vacant backward point, and they'll take another run. 166 for 4. That looks a bit like it is Matt Taylor out at backward, well, he was at backward point, he's at backward square now with the sun hat on. Yes, you just go out there and dodge the gulls. As Van Buren bowls into Kellaway's off stump, but pushed away. Bancroft fields at cover. Ever calm, undemonstrative, really. Bancroft leads by example in the field, and he'll field again as Kellaway plays this one gently to him. And back to treating Van Buren with respect, still only going at 2.5s despite that 6. In he comes, and Kellaway yorks himself. Van Buren was never going to throw that ball, but it was the... If you knew Graham Van Buren, that would be the worst bluff imaginable. But Kellaway still, I suppose, has to make the motion to step back into his ground. I suppose if he's out there for long enough, then Van Buren might throw it. 8 runs off that over, 166 for 4, 29 to Ingram, 18 to Kellaway. So these two continuing to steady things. Gloucestershire not desperate for a wicket yet, with still 19 overs left in the day, but I think you're right, they really would want, I mean, ideally they'd want a couple, and that could make tomorrow, it gives them a chance of a good morning then.
Here's Murphy then, around the wicket, and that one got a bit of bounce. Ingram didn't play at it, it was wide outside off stump, thankfully for the left-handed Ingram. Just showing 1 or 2 signs that he's prepared to play some bigger shots. As that's driven by Ingram, and this time he wants a single through 3 gulls up to wide mid-off. By the time Van Buren feels it, majority of them have now departed, thankfully.
They might come back. You can always just see them swarming overhead, and then they descend.
It's very peculiar because they're not huge numbers of people here to discard food, which is usually the attraction for them.
No, I think they're after the flying ants again.
Oh, that could be it, I suppose, yeah. There was a load pecking away at the surface last night as well. So something was coming up towards the surface. Full ball, driven by Kellaway, up to mid-on, quick single. Good throw. Close to the stumps by Van Buren, just missed, but Kellaway is home for the single.
Never really quite sure that should be a single. And Murphy's moved mid-off in a bit. I mean, you never know where exactly it's going to lob to. It feels like neither one thing nor t'other.
Forward comes Ingram, playing it gently towards mid-on, no run. Ingram 30 off 61 balls, Kellaway 19 off 48. Relatively slow strike rate for Kellaway in particular. As Ingram drives into the off-side, he will see this one intercepted by sweeper Charlesworth, though, on that grandstand side boundary, away to our right, and they just go through for the single. 169 for 4. The grandstand is sometimes completely closed. This time about a quarter of it, the lower seats are open, but there's absolutely no point in sitting there because it's nowhere near the cricket. Murphy bowls quicker, and just a little bit of aerial in that shot from Kellaway as he worked it down towards backward square for the single. Thought for a moment that short leg might be interested, but 'twas not the case. 170 for 4, Kellaway 20, Ingram 31, 18 overs remain in the day's play, and these two have so far added 49.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's been something that we've seen in the match mostly so far in terms of the top order. Anyway, Van Buren was out 8th ball, but really everybody else has faced, well, Kieran Carson I think is the next fewest faced in terms of deliveries at batter in the match, 14 from 20, so hasn't exactly been impossible to get started, as Van Buren bowls, driven by Callaway 2 wide mid-off. There's going to be another single there, but it was placed to the right-hand side of mid-off, and that's the 50 partnership up there between Callaway and Ingram.
Yeah, it's not come at a great rate, has it? 36th over they came together, and then the 52nd, so just over 3 and over for the partnership, as for the innings as a whole.
Seeing off these potentially tricky middle overs where Gloucestershire lost their way in the first innings, waiting for that second harder new ball now, almost sweeping hard into the back of Joe Phillips, who's laid his body on the line there. Seems to be okay. The batter's quite sportingly not running there, unless it's, I hope it hasn't hit him on the helmet. I thought it struck him on the back. He seemed to have turned round. Let's see if we can have a look there, but it was certainly swept hard. Ingram fetching it from outside the off stump. Ooh, yeah, maybe
shoulder?
Yeah, I think almost maybe into... Yeah, he's rubbing his wrist a little bit. It looked like he put his hands in front of his body and then it hit into those, possibly. I don't know how he's okay after that.
Drop chance then.
Gosh.
Only joking, Joe.
Had to field there. Van Buren over the wicket. Ingram back and across and playing to mid-on, despite the howls from Gloucestershire. Very little that seems as if it was likely to go wrong there. Hammond just gesticulating at first slip, wide stance as ever there, and that looked a little bit closer as Ingram just flicked it round the corner at the last moment. There wasn't quite as much bat on that as I think Ingram initially would have wanted. Maybe some turns starting to happen out of those footmarks to the left-hander. That one's a little bit straighter though from Buren, and played into the onside to Bancroft. So he got whacked once. Long on's been moved back anyway, so he'll have to play a different shot if he wants to take Van Buren on. Last ball of the over, and again coming forward and defending, and this is a sort of passage of play where Gloucestershire did end up blinking yesterday. It was kept quiet by Glamorgan's attack, and Gloucestershire ended up, for the most part, getting themselves out. And I suppose from their point of view, they may have to stay patient in terms of the field now and hope for similar, but Ingram and Callaway not showing too many signs of that as yet.
Peter Demeter on the email. Van Buren definitely our player of the match last week. Yeah, 175 and 4 wickets in the second innings. I don't think anyone's arguing with that. Come on, Gloucester. Be seeing you, says Pete.
Okay.
Thank you. Murphy over the wicket. Callaway comes down the wicket and hits safely back over the top for 4 runs over long off.
Good hit.
And on X, Andy McAvoy says, Cardiff Gulls aren't to be trifled with either. Absolute units. Great word, unit, isn't it, for something bulky and hefty. Callaway on the back foot defending, 175 for 4. Absolute unit.
I wouldn't like... definitely they are. I still think those Hove Gulls, they attack people on the beach with their fish and chips. I wouldn't like that after a game there.
As Callaway is forward, playing to wide mid-wickets, no run. Bancroft with the fielding. Yes, there's only a few of the Cardiff units left, thankfully, after we saw hundreds of them for a while. As driven by Callaway, this time all along the ground and up to Price at deep mid-on. Comfortable single. Not quite sure why Price is sort of 2/3 of the way back. Maybe just looking to tempt the batters to hit over the top, I guess. There is a single there most times to mid-on and mid-off. Ingram goes on the sweep and he's nailed that one nicely, but it's cut off on the backward square leg boundary, saving 2 runs. Nice piece of fielding, 178 for 4. Who's that out there in the sun hat?
Matt Taylor as the sub-fielder. We've seen a bit of David Payne out there today, but Matt Taylor fielding that one. Find him on the boundary too often.
Good piece of work though, as Ingram is forward defending.
Given he's playing a lot of white ball cricket these days, as a lot of fast bowlers tend to be in the circle, mostly start off at short fine leg and then, as bizarre as it sounds, maybe even find themselves at backward point as the quote unquote gun fielders are moved out to the boundary.
Yes, and Glamorgan put quite often their taller, younger players, players like Tribe and Smale, long on, long off.
Yeah, there's definitely been a move to get your tallest fielders at long on and long off now as well. Drinks break, official drinks break here in Cardiff. I still never quite know when they decide to have the official drinks breaks. I mean, not blaming them at all on a day like this. It's absolutely right. They should stay
halfway through a
hydrated.
session, so I suppose this is about halfway through the session, isn't it?
Yeah, it
came back at 4. Yeah, it's actually just under halfway through the session.
It just feels a bit random sometimes when they decide that, right, today we're going to have official drinks breaks, and then it seems just as hot on another day and they don't have them anyway. It's
can't blame the players.
No, as I say, I'm not
worth it today.
I'm not blaming anybody for not having them. It just seems a bit odd how sometimes they don't have them, almost the other way round.
Yeah.
Anyway,
at Derby, or at Chesterfield rather, Lancashire are 44 for no wicket in their second innings, leading Derbyshire by 150 after picking up a decent first innings advantage there. In Canterbury, Northants going well on a batter-dominated game, 111 for 1, replying to Kent's massive 566 for 8. So they need over 400 to avoid the possibility of the follow-on there. Northants. Vasconcelos is on 67 not out. At Grace Road, where Glamorgan were last week, Leicestershire not faring so well this week. They're 84 for 3. Facing a Middlesex total of 534 all out. Rishi Patel is still there on 47. No Rian Ahmed in the team this week. It seemed a bit odd last week. Ahmed was in the side. We understood before the match it was just as a batter, as he wasn't quite fit enough to bowl because of some sort of side niggle. He fielded on the boundary nearly all the time and didn't throw, to my memory, a single ball in over arm, so he's just going for the underarm whip, which did the job. But you think, why is a guy who can't particularly throw playing in the first place and posted on the boundary in the second place?
Yeah, you wouldn't have thought that England would have been particularly happy about that. I mean, if somebody that is still, I'm sure, well, you'd like to think being looked after by England as much as Leicestershire. I'm not saying that he's imminently going to be selected, but he's still somebody that, given the lack of leg spin and mystery spin that there is in this country, that at some point Adil Rashid may not be able to continue playing for England into his 50s, so look after the ones that they've got. Slightly odd that was allowed. Anyway, Bailey is returning, so we'll change the pace of things, and he's had a really fantastic day with his efforts with the bat, taking Gloucestershire from 291 to 380 with James Bracey, and then 2 for 31 in his 9 overs. He's having a go from the river end as Kellaway awaits and comes onto the front foot and plays very straight defensively. Got Tribe with a good ball on a length outside the off stump, where Tribe was sort of caught in between front and back foot, had a bit of a drive at it, but it wasn't really there for the shot. Got the outside edge and was caught behind, and then Carlson just really helping one off his hip high in the air, and Todd Murphy taking a catch down at fine leg. But he's tried a couple of Yorkers. Obviously used the short ball as well. See what he's got in this spell. Bailey in and bowls, and Callaway opens the face and guides this one out to Zaman Akhtar at backward point, and there is no run there. So after this over from Bailey, everybody that's bowled apart from Ben Charlesworth will have bowled 10 overs. Very democratic of Cameron Bancroft.
Workers' cooperative, brother. Bowl your 10 overs, no more, no less.
In comes Bailey, presents the ball as he runs in, and there's a lovely shot from Callaway. It's a back foot drive, and Charlesworth, who was quite deep out there at cover, launched himself down to the ground but couldn't get to the ball. And that's a really elegant shot from Callaway, just slightly hopping back to give himself enough room to free the arms, and then just timing it through the gap. 182 for 4, Callaway onto 30. And I mean, well, Chris Cook coming in next. Goodness knows he's held up Gloucestershire on occasions in the past. And then Van der Huchten, Crane, Gorvin, Harris. Certainly not going to be a pushover. But as you said, a couple of wickets this evening. It looks tempting for Gloucestershire, but the deficit now down below 200. Bailey into Callaway, and this has turned into the onside for no run. I'm not sure that even the most optimistic of Gloucestershire fans would have thought really about the follow-on as a realistic possibility. But certainly these two have, you'd have thought, surely settled that part of the equation for Glamorgan, and who knows, may even go well on past that. I mean, you know, it's not too far off going past the halfway point in terms of the total. And as Bailey bowls, and this is played back to him off the back foot, in terms of Gloucestershire's total, of course, that is. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it could still swing either way from here. Gloucestershire just need either a moment of inspiration or one of those lapses in judgment. They've seemingly been loath to go to the full-on short ploy, even though I think there's a bit more pace in this pitch than the one that they had last week at Bristol. Bailey in now and tucked off the hip by Callaway, and he'll just cross for a single to deep backward square, so 5 runs from Bailey's comeback over. It's 183 for 4. I wonder whether they might just be tempted for either Akhtar or Singdale for a few overs at the end to come in for a barrage, especially, well, I don't know, I was about to say when they're playing for the close, but almost you want them in a situation a bit before that, probably when they might think about taking it on.
Yeah, Steve West reckoning the game drifting away from Glamorgan. Well, it's just drifting generally at the moment. Glamorgan, I think, Steve, are probably recovering, obviously, with this stand of 62 now. They were under the pump, rather, at 121 for 4. 183 for 4. Looks a bit more respectable. But a wicket would put Gloucestershire very much back in the driving seat as Callaway drives to short mid-wicket. But there's been, I suppose Gloucestershire had their wobble, didn't they, early on, losing 3 wickets for 8, the 3rd, 4th and 5th. As Callaway drives up to deep mid-on, Price fields, single is taken, but really good recovery. First through Akhtar, stand of 96 for the 7th wicket, and then Bracey, who shared in that stand, going on to add 89 for the last wicket with Bailey. Here's Murphy around the wicket. The left-hander, and it's punched away comfortably enough by Ingram for a single through the offside. 185 for 4.
Wasn't best pleased with that one. Murphy, I'm sure, would have been, in general, probably hoping to bowl at the left-hander and just a bit short, allowing Ingram to access that gap.
As forward comes Callaway, turning the wrists on it, but playing it straight to short mid-wicket. No run. So there's a slip. Men fairly close at mid-wicket and on the drive at cover, crouching for the catch. Point and mid-off are also in. And fine leg was reasonably close, but the ball's just been played past him by Ben Callaway for 2 runs. Down to fine leg, 187 for 4. Let's see, Nick Webb and Kenneth Davis with you. Better see things through till the 6 o'clock bulletin and then depart. As Murphy sees Callaway driving again up to wide mid-on, just milking the bowling a little bit at the moment. 5 came off the over, it's 188 for 4, but still 192 runs in arrears are the home side.
A couple of balls in that over, just a little too short, and then the last one a bit too full. He's not missing by huge amounts, Murphy, but any time he misses, given that there's not a massive amount of turn in the pitch, it just becomes fairly simple, seemingly, for Callaway and Ingram just to work him about, and it continues to give Bancroft a little bit of a problem, because he doesn't want to be going at 4s from one end, but he also probably doesn't want to go back to one of his other seamers quite yet. Probably
just getting the sound effects microphone moved away from the more talkative spectators downstairs.
So Bailey to his next over and bowls one wide outside the off stump. Callaway carving cut shot, but it's only for a single to Charlesworth on the boundary. He's been kept pretty busy in the field. 189 for 4. We've only seen that 4 over spell from Ben Charlesworth, but I suppose he's another option. Could come back for a brief burst, but getting towards the end of the day, 13.5 over, so not a huge number of strings left for Bancroft to pull.
Don't usually get a huge number of spectators left in this Castell Howell stand by this time of day, because it's usually on the chilly side, but today it's on the cool side and spectators are trying to get out of the sun rather than into it.
Everybody desperate to stay for the members forum as well. Over the wicket goes Bailey and driving Ingram along the floor up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Thank you, Kenneth. Yes, members forum at the close of play. I mean, on this sort of long, hot day, it'll be interesting to hear how many actually stay for it, and whether they have the energy to put their views forcefully.
Members forum with free after sun thrown in.
Yeah, possibly needed today.
No slips.
Funky
now.
field time.
Yes.
Even Edward Bevan yesterday was getting into describing things as funky.
Yeah. Well, I've had to say it never works. I suppose sometimes it does. Oh, that's a different strategy from Bailey. He's tried a slower one very wide outside off and forced Ingram just to dangle the bat at it. Missed it. It hops through to Bracey. So I suppose I'd better describe it, even though obviously there's never going to be a catch to any of these fielders. There's a short straight mid-off, there's a short extra cover, there's a wide mid-off, deep point, backward point, as far as the standard fielders. 2 back behind square on the leg side on the boundary, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Bailey over the wicket to Ingram, short ball, controlled well around the corner, might even be 4, not quite. Actor gets to it, and that was either going to be 1 or 4. Somebody liked it down there anyway. Fairly, by these
neat enough stop
today's
by
standards,
Actor.
a fairly routine piece of fielding, 190 for 4.
His throw wasn't entirely, I don't think, to the liking of Bracey. A few more goals back.
Quite all swarmed in, but there's about 20 of them on the field at the moment. 190 for 4, so this is the halfway mark in terms of the Gloucestershire total. Bailey bowls, strays down the leg side. It'll just be picked off for 1, down to Murphy at fine leg. 191 for 4. Yeah, things do just continue to drift a little bit, and I mean, more so, as much as I'm sure Glamorgan supporters will feel that they're still behind in the game, and maybe they are, not by much though, it's still Gloucestershire that are the ones that will have to make the running when they bat again. So they need a sizable lead to do some of that work for them. Bailey in, driven on the bounce, and plucked out of the air by Ollie Price at short extra cover, and there's no run to end the over. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 39, Bailey's figures. So 191 for 4, trailing by 189. But Gloucestershire are going to have to bat. We'll be into day 3. Surely even those grumblers from Glamorgan supporting group would not feel they'll be bowled out tonight. So they'll be into day 3, and then in the course of day 3 and day 4, Gloucestershire have got to build a lead that's big enough that they'd be content with, and then bowl Glamorgan out. It gets so often in these sorts of games that move quite slowly, to the point where almost you feel, not entirely, but the most likely outcome in terms of a side winning it is if the side that are batting third mess it up.
Yeah, you've got to have someone playing really well or really badly, haven't you, in the second half of the game. Thank you to Garantius, who sends me a film still illustrating the potential of bird attack. Murphy into bowl. Callaway drives, fielded by a sprawling Bancroft, and there is no run as Murphy in again, bowls. Callaway on the defensive, ball trickles off the inside edge down past Hammond, who runs back to make the stop.
It's a nice drop on that delivery, but of course Bancroft's now had to go a little bit more on the defensive because of some of the runs that have been conceded, so nobody at short leg.
Down the wicket comes Callaway, drives back the bowler. Murphy fields well in his follow through. There's no run. The official BBC Sport Wales X account is BBC Sport Wales, which I've been asked to recommend to you for your thoughts. As forward comes Callaway, but obviously many of you are used to messaging me on my own one. 191 for 4. Callaway 37, Ingram 35. Murphy bowls. Callaway knocks it away on the leg side. Bit of turn there, maybe.
Yeah.
Says our visiting commentator, somewhat unconvinced.
Well, another dose of heavy roller to come. Another couple of doses, probably.
Down the wicket comes Callaway, drives on the bounce back to the bowler. Callaway goes sprawling back to his crease, but there is no throw heading towards his wickets. 191 for 4 at the end of a maiden over. And as you say, bowlers these days are very loath to have that shy back at the batter's wicket when they field in their follow through, because there are dire warnings issued by the umpires that
yes, you start getting penalty points.
Penalty runs, penalty points.
onto your record, and you start accumulating those, and there's the possibility that yourself and your captain both could be put on the naughty step at the same time, so definitely can't afford that to happen. Here's Bailey. Didn't get much break with Murphy bowling. It's shortened down the leg side, pulled between those two fielders. Actor takes charge and prevents a second run down at fine leg, 192 for 4.
Middlesex supporters are feeling quite chipper. Leicestershire are 88 for 6. How? 446 runs behind the North London outfit.
Wow, 4 for 13 for Navya Sharma, who's taken each of the last 4 wickets, I think.
Young Seamer, I believe.
Bailey running into Kellaway, a short ball pulled away in the air and one bounce out to deep square. And Gloucestershire, well, at the moment it's the skipper Bancroft who's sunk to his knees, thinking he was that close to trapping Kellaway as well, but not quite a third wicket for Archie Bailey, falling short of Phillips, who actually got the shin pads on at deep square, which doesn't exactly help, but I don't think he'd have got there anyway.
Well, it'd been a third wicket holing out on the leg side as well, which would have been exceptionally careless from Glamorgan. They didn't even take a single.
I was just about to say, didn't even run for it.
Kellaway, I think, was watching it in some horror.
Bailey in and bowls, and that's nudged off the hip to Phillips on the boundary at deep square. 193 for 4. There's another single is added, and so no wickets since that dismissal of North East, which felt like a important one at the time, and it certainly was. But these two, facing 75 balls each now, have frustrated Gloucestershire through this evening session so far. I don't think I mentioned, but I did remember. Well, I mentioned it during tea, but I don't think I mentioned it on air. I did remember a similar wicket to that last year as Bailey is into Ingram, who pushes forward into the offside, no run. I managed to find a video, I didn't remember all of this, but Matt Taylor bowling at York. I think it was right arm, sorry, it definitely wasn't right arm, I can tell you that with Matt Taylor bowling. That part I can definitely remember. I'm sure I would have remembered if Matt Taylor was bowling with the other arm. Left arm round, and the ball has just nicked the outside of George Hill's off stump, and the leg bail has fallen off. Bailey bowls down the leg side, that'll be 4. They've brought Actor into a, I don't even really know quite how to describe that position. It's medium fine leg. But
I haven't heard that one before.
Well, he's not a short fine leg because he's far too deep for that, but like a deep short fine leg, or a short, I guess you can't say short fine leg, medium fine leg. Anyway, halfway back to the boundary, and
he's retreating now.
I was going to say that he wasn't there for the clip off the pads. Definitely not. He was there for the top edge. But Ingram helping himself to another boundary. He's on to 40, 197 for 4. Bailey in short down the leg side, and Ingram ends up just letting it go. He struggled to have caught up with that one really by the time it got past him. 197 for 4. The end of that over, and Gloucestershire starting actually to feel that they might need a wicket if these two were to survive until the end of the day's play at the rate that they were. What they are going, might even get that lead down below 150 and 4 wickets in hand. And been talking about doom and gloom scenarios for Glamorgan. The doom and gloom for Gloucestershire is that these two bat long into the morning and possibly even into the afternoon, and give Gloucestershire a real thing to think about batting in their second innings.
Murphy bowls, and Kellaway is forward driving. He's just asked for my interview of the day. I suspect it might be Van der Hoogten for his 4-wicket haul, because Morgan batters, no one has got to 50 as yet. Murphy bowls, and back on his stumps goes Callaway. No run. 197 for 4. Glamorgan are not going to get a bonus point tonight unless they up things unexpectedly. Murphy bowls. Oh, Callaway sweeps and hits that one over a leaping square leg for 4. Well, that was out of the blue as well, but it was a bit of a risky shot, and I'm not sure if that was that far over Phillips at square leg next to the umpire.
Teasing Phillips with the shin pads on still. Yeah, I don't think he really meant to hit that in the air. He hit it hard, but the angle of the bat seemed to be downwards. But
chipped it away, survived, and he's looking to work that one on the offside and getting rather late contact, and all of a sudden Ben Callaway doesn't look entirely at ease. He's on 42 not out. He's overtaken Ingram, who was in 5 overs before him. Murphy in to bowl, and Callaway forward defending. 200 is up, by the way. 201 for 4 in reply to 380 all out, but even one more wicket for Gloucestershire would leave them feeling reasonably satisfied this evening. 2 would put them in the ascendancy again. It's Callaway down the wicket, driving past short mid wicket. It'll just be a single up to Zamanakta at wide long on. End of the over. Glamorgan 202 for 4 in reply to Gloucestershire's 380 all out. May or may not get a radio update in the next couple of minutes.
I think Charlesworth is going to have a late spell. Not sure whether he'll have all 5.
Returning to bowl at the river end, Ben Charlesworth.
Hasn't bowled a huge number of 5 over spells. Not sure whether this is maybe this is a switching ends job. Bailey's bowled more from the Cathedral Road end. I think he took both his wickets from this end, so it may be that they're just looking to rotate things about a bit. Is that Josh Shaw now at deep point? I think it might be. They're cycling through everybody who was on this ground first thing this morning, bowling with white balls rather than red.
Okay, so they're over here to do their white ball warm-ups, are they? And
seems that way. It's given that there's a fixture between these sides, I don't think they need to get particularly used to the surroundings, but anyway. Ben Charlesworth bowls a short ball, and that's been helped right where a first slip would be on the uppercut from Callaway and down to the boundary. So Charlesworth, who wasn't actually far off getting northeast in that manner, trying the uppercut when there was a wide slip. He hit it between the keeper and Bancroft. But they're a much safer shot because the wicketkeeper was the only person who was going to get close to that. Bracey is standing back now for Charlesworth, but Callaway with the uppercut, 47 to him. Charlesworth in wide delivery, stroked past backward point for 4 more. And that is a half century for Ben Callaway, brought up with back-to-back boundaries, 83 deliveries, raises the bat to all corners of Sapphire Gardens. And given the class of Callaway that he's shown, certainly when I've watched him this season, there were certainly no thoughts of, despite that wicket of northeast, that things would be at all simple for Gloucestershire from that point on. And despite a little wobble, maybe last over for a couple of deliveries, he's got himself back in good order. And a great way to bring the 50 up as he gets a full ball from Charlesworth and forces it to the onside. Ollie Price fields at mid-wicket.
7 boundaries. Colin Ingram so far has only hit 3 4s and a 6. of the 78 that he's faced, so he's decidedly in check as Colin Ingram.
It's clouded over a bit. Clouds rolling in. Charlesworth bowls to Kellaway, and it's defended back to the bowler.
Big win for Gloucestershire seconds by 103 runs over Hampshire at Marlborough College in a friendly there. Tom Borman hit 87. Darawal made 51. 3 wickets for Jack Taylor.
Well, he got Gloucestershire's first wicket in the Blast this year, having not bowled last year. Charlesworth into Kellaway, and there's a straight bat and a defence back to a bowler. Seem to be getting warmed up in the crowd on a Monday evening for a Ben Kellaway forward defence. Not.
I think we can take it there's no radio bulletin, so I'll do one more over and Kenneth will finish it off.
Charlesworth in and bowls, and Kellaway round the corner past the square leg umpire, rolls it to Graham Van Buren coming in off the boundary. So 9 runs off that Charlesworth over, 9 overs left.
50 came off 83 balls and included 7 balls.
There we are. Relatively sedate for Kellaway. He now has 4 50s to go with that big maiden first-class century at Canterbury, which finished 181 not out. Rather overshadowed an excellent innings by Asa Tribe on that occasion as well, who made 90 odd. Tribe has since got his maiden first-class century on the first day at Leicester before retiring to bed for most of the rest of the game. As Murphy will bowl with a leg slip and 2 short mid-wickets, and Kellaway knocks it away to backward square leg, where there's a tumbling stop by Phillips and there's no run. So Glamorgan have lost the wickets of Ul Hassan for 9, Tribe for 35, Carlson for 14, and North East for 48. 2 wickets to Bailey, 1 apiece to Singdale and Van Buren. As forward comes Kellaway with utmost care, attention, dedication and devotion to the art of the forward defensive.
Starting to get as excited about the forward defensive as the spectators down below.
Oh, they're warming up for the members forum. Murphy bowls, slightly quicker maybe. Kellaway works on the leg side and there's no run.
Yes, where the proposals that aren't proposals but are suggestions or whatever you want to call them are being outlined next year.
Murphy bowls, driven by Kellaway, fielded by Price, one of those short mid-wickets, a straighter one. His captain Bancroft is a little further back and a little squarer. Price goes a little straighter, just 1 strip away from the match wicket as Kellaway comes down the wicket and then defends when he gets there.
I mean, it's so annoying when batters do that as a spinner. You think, oh yeah, he's not going to get to the pitch there, and then just it's just blocked it. That moment for your heart to start fluttering, and then that moment of disappointment.
Murphy bowls, back on his stumps goes Kellaway, turns it to Bancroft at mid-wicket. Glamorgan 211 for 4 after the Murphy maiden. We have 8 overs to go tonight, and they'll be described by Ed Seaborn and Kenneth Davis here on the British Broadcasting Corporation.
Thank you, Nick Webb. Close of play at Taunton. Nottinghamshire 214 for 3, replying strongly to Somerset's 379. Ben Slater is 116 not out overnight. Jack Leach opened the bowling and bowled 25 overs, 1 for 42. Yeah, a fair bit of bowling done by Leach and Vaughan, as you'd imagine. So Taunton's won the race as far as finishing first today. They're the only ones actually that have stopped, so a few slower days around the country. I mean, I'm sure you can imagine why when we've had scores such as we have. Charlesworth bowls to Ingram, a short ball pulled down to fine leg, and just about Zaman Akhtar gets there. And in fact they only took a single. It shows you how quickly it goes down there.
Yeah, he caught hold of that, did Ingram. Fine partnership this, and Callaway showing maturity beyond his years once more. Out in the middle to steer Glamorgan, well, not quite out of trouble, but they were certainly panicking slightly when they lost Sam Northeast.
Charlesworth goes in and bowls, and Callaway carves off the back foot. Tremendous stop, one-handed to his right by Ollie Price. That was nearly another boundary for Callaway, who's
once he's in the groove, he is very difficult to stop. He scores quickly anyway, it's inherent in his nature, which is why I'm not quite sure if 3 is his position in T20 cricket. Possibly slightly high coming in, but that's a debate for another day.
Charlesworth approaches, bowls. Callaway wants a single here to mid-wicket. Bancroft picks up and throws at the non-striker's end, but well home. Singdale backing up from mid-off, 213 for 4. Well, I mean, you never know where a young cricketer's career goes, but still only 21. He's got plenty of time on his side. And as we mentioned earlier, that versatility with the ball, plenty of directions that his career can go, and nudged down to fine leg by Ingram, and again Akhtar forced into making a good amount of ground to his left, and then
well, the Lions will be somewhere, won't they? The end of this year when England are in Australia.
Yeah, I assume they'll be going out to Australia as well. They usually try and organise those.
You wouldn't bet against him if he carries on in this vein.
Charlesworth in now, driven off the bottom of the bat there by Callaway and into the ground and stopped by the bowler. A little bit cross there, staring angrily at the toe end of his bat, which let him down. He's used to everything coming out of the middle. These last couple of overs might be, I don't know, we'll see, but it wouldn't surprise me if they went with a burst of one of the quicks, maybe for a few overs to finish off from that river end. Charlesworth bowls, and Callaway jabs that one out into the covers, slightly out in front of himself there as it didn't come through to him. Only 3 runs from the over, 214 for 4. I always think it's worth a try, bringing the change of pace in Charlesworth on, but you'd think that it might be time, whether Singdale or Akhtar have got another spell in them.
Well, batting has certainly become easier, as we thought it would, on this pitch, but Gloucestershire, from a Gloucestershire point of view, they must just think, can we just force an error? We saw a couple of overs ago Callaway miscuing one that went airborne, and it's just 1 wicket could open the door for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, and I go back to the last game where Madsen and Kane both were on hundreds, and at 301 for 2, already leading by basically 120. You thought, well, what does it matter? Wayne Madsen's played a reverse sweep from outside the off stump and been caught backward point. Probably not going to matter. But, well, you know how that game ended up finishing. So you just need one mistake sometimes, don't you?
What a brilliant partnership. 214 for 4 then, and it's going to be Murphy from the Cathedral Road end. So continuing with spin from this end. Here he comes round the wicket to left-handed Ingram, who just prods at that one defensively on the offside, and there's no run. Just under 7 overs remaining today. There is some cloud cover now, but it's very warm out there. Murphy in, Got a flight that time, and that's played into the onside for no run this time by Colin Ingram, who's on 42. So game still in the balance after Gloucestershire made 380 this morning. Murphy in full, and again there's no run, it's a dot ball, thanks largely to a certain James Bracey, who was 57 overnight and sped on to 133, played brilliantly, aided by one Archie Bailey, last man for Gloucestershire, who made 19, not out as well to his name, because at one point Glamorgan looked to be wrapping up the Gloucestershire innings quite quickly, but they added some valuable runs which could yet prove so useful. Full and wide, and it's a flash from Ingram. This will go all the way, no third man in place, and Ingram edges nearer a half century. That was a flash, as we see the replay. Yeah, it was wide and could have gone anywhere, could have squirted a slip. As it was, it went all the way to the boundary towards the River Taff end.
Yeah, I guess so often with those, as long as you're committed to it.
Yeah, flash.
Probably get
if you're going to flash hard.
Probably
And
get
certainly
a thick enough edge on it that'll go past first slip.
Murphy, better ball that time, and that's watched closely by Colin Ingram, the end of the over. So it's just the one blot then to the Todd Murphy copybook in that over, the one boundary, which moves Glamorgan to 280, 18 for 4. They are 162 in arrears, but there's a bit of a conflab going on between bowler and captain out there. Desperately in need of a wicket now are the visitors. And they will bring Van Buren on, who was very good in that spell prior to tea.
Yeah, they may do. I think he may well come on, but I'm not sure if there might have been a slight jumping of the gun there, because yeah, it is going to be Van Buren, but both, where is it? no, he's decided at the last minute it's not going to be. I did think that maybe it might have been slightly early to have proclaimed Van Buren, as he'd only just removed his cap, but Singdale was still talking to Bancroft.
Everybody jumped the gun. Yeah. I jumped the gun. Dr. Hignell did as well.
Well, I thought you set off second. The reaction time was quicker from Dr. Hignell. Go on, change it again now.
yeah, just for fun. The fun of it.
Right.
Yeah, Singdale, it will be from the river end.
He felt as though he probably, because he's only bowled 3 overs, I think, in this evening session, felt as if he probably would have one over, would have one short spell still left in him. So we'll see what they decide to do, whether it's out and out banging it in short, and whether Kellaway will be able to resist having a go. Certainly from the field set would suggest that there's going to be quite a bit of short stuff. They aren't going with the long stop, but there is a collection of 3 fielders deep on the leg side. There's a fine leg, there's the long leg who's a few steps closer to the action, and then a deep square leg, and a fielder going, not quite to long stop, but quite fine on the offside. Singdale round the wicket to Kellaway, and it's just been gently turned off the hip area to that fielder at long leg, so 219 for 4. I'm not going to say it was a weary delivery from Singdale, because he's only just started his spell, so it's a bit much to ask a bowler this late on in the day to immediately deliver a zipping 85-mile-an-hour bouncer.
Well, in this searing heat.
219 for 4. Partnership edges closer to 3 figures. There's a fielder at short straight mid-on for Ingram as Singdale bowls a bumper and Ingram ducks underneath it, and really that's all Glamorgan need to be doing at this stage. Singdale's only got a 3-over spell here, and the most important thing from Glamorgan's point of view is that they don't give Gloucestershire something just to take back to the dressing room with this evening in terms of a late wicket. As it stands, the game appears relatively even, but you still feel again that it's Gloucestershire that would have to make the running from here, but a wicket changes that. Singdale over the wicket into Ingram, controlled well, deflects it round to long leg. Hammond ever energetic, fields, and a single is added. 220 for 4.
Callaway enjoying his time against Gloucestershire. Of course, he scored half a century in the T20 fixture a couple of weeks ago, and if memory serves me right, carried his bat in the one-day fixture here last year, which Glamorgan looked as if they were on course for defeat. That was the first game of the campaign, and there were a flurry of wickets. And of course, Glamorgan never looked back in the Metro Bank One-Day Cup.
Gloucestershire needed something like 33 off 36 balls. They had under a run a ball with that amount of time to go. Singdale into Callaway, turns it into the onside. There's no run to Bancroft there. It was Bracey and Van Buren who were going quite well and looked as though they were managing that chase with some rain about, one of those reduced overs games, and you sort of look back at that and think, well, what might have been.
Exactly.
And from both sides' point of view, but then if Gloucestershire had contended in the One-Day Cup, who knows, they might not have had all their eggs in the basket of the T20. So
indeed.
These things, you can play what if as much as you like. Singdale round the wicket, bangs one in, back of a length really, outside the off stump, and Callaway doesn't play a shot at it. Just does it go over the top of his gloves. So Gloucestershire move 2 fielders in close straight, almost just in the eye line of Callaway as he has to stare off to his left to watch Singdale come in from round the wicket. They've brought that long leg in a bit closer to that position that doesn't really have a name. As Singdale, another huge grunt of effort, but all he sees is Callaway evading it once again, and the end of the over, 220 for 4.
Yeah, his first appearance came at Bristol the year before in T20. Didn't make many appearances in that campaign, but he really came to the fore in the one-day campaign that year. I remember a knock of 80 odd at the Knoll. I distinctly remember him having another knock of 70 against Worcestershire. So obviously he was a player of promise at that early stage, and as you mentioned, still only 21. Concluding his studies this year. I think he missed the Northants game, missed one game. Might have been the Middlesex game prior to the first block of T20, as Todd Murphy continues from the Cathedral Road end.
I mean, that is so often the beauty of that One-Day Cup for those that enjoy it. The opportunity to see some of those players make their first mark on things, and some people say, oh, well, it's a second 11 competition, but
Murphy in full and defended by Ingram, who's there on 47. Well, it's something tangible. There are only 3 competitions you can win.
Yeah.
And Glamorgan obviously don't get hit by as much as other counties do with 100 call-ups. Murphy in short of a length that time and took it to the full advantage. So people may belittle it, but it can be seen as a platform to A, push players on, and B, get a bit of confidence for the next campaign. Murphy is full, and it's played on the offside by Ingram, just fielded at point.
And usually it's those from the larger counties who are used to being able to sweep the board with everything that say that anyway, and have the cards very much stacked in their favour as it is.
Todd Murphy comes in, just wide that time, and cut on the offside, but there's a man sweeping on the offside boundary. But that is the 100 partnership up, and what a partnership it's been as well between Colin Ingram and Ben Calloway. A bit of a fist bump between both, because they realise how important their work has been in this session and since the dismissal of Sam Northeast.
Yeah, today's almost ended up being about two partnerships really, the Bracey-Bailey partnership and then this one, both absolutely critical.
Last ball of the over, Murphy drops that one in short, but Calloway is there to the pitch of the ball, defends and is content. Only the one coming off that Todd Murphy over, but Glamorgan are still looking strong at this stage. Of course, they still trail by 159. They're 221 for 4.
Close of play at West End, where Hampshire are 68 for 3 in reply to Worcestershire's 679 for 7 declared. A couple of wickets for Tom Taylor. Durham closed at 59 for 1 in reply to that ludicrous 820 for 9 declared by Surrey. So Surrey have got to take 19 wickets in 2 days. Interesting to see if they can get close to that. Sussex 278 for 3 at Hove, replying to Warwickshire's 415. Daniel Hughes was out to the, well, what would have been the penultimate ball of the day for 151. Singdale over the wicket bowling, and again just brushed around the corner by Ingram for a single to those three fielders who still await a miscue down on the leg side boundary. 221 for 4. Corey Rocacholi, the Australian off spinner, has all 3 wickets for Warwickshire. 3 for
brilliant
94
pronunciation, Ed.
in the 35th over that he's bowled already out of 81.5. Yorkshire 141 for 3. That not quite done yet at York. Replying to Essex's 368 is a grinding game. Lyth 63 from 166, looking to replicate what Elgar did. Full ball from Singdale from round the wicket to Calloway, who drives and can't beat mid-off. They are still playing in all of the Division 2 games, with the exception of Canterbury, where Northamptonshire closed on 140 for 1, replying to 566 for 8 declared. At least we have a little more excitement here than that.
Yes, certainly.
2 for 4. Singdale approaches, bowls a shorter ball that doesn't get up masses, and Calloway, because she had to get down low to get out of the way of that one. Was threatening to plunk him on the helmet. Just about got over the top of him and through to Bracey. Leicestershire continue to subside. They're 99 for 8 now against Middlesex, with...
Lucky they are far and away
on
top in this division.
Well, I'm sure they'll all be saying, oh, we can lose it from here. I'm not sure they can. I mentioned the 4 wickets for Navya Sharma. A couple for Tom Helm, 1 each to Cornwell and Higgins. Zappa Gohar, the one Middlesex bowler that doesn't have a wicket. Singdale bowls full and on-driven, hit hard into the ground and stopped by Phillips at short straight mid-on. And at Chesterfield, Lancashire, looking to build a very sizable lead. They are 102 for 1, batting quickly as well in the 21st over, so that's a lead already of 208 and plenty more power to add. So yeah, I don't know, I mean, maybe that if it looks as though Lancashire are going to go on to win that game, and it's a huge if from that point, as this is deflected round the corner off, I think, no bat or glove. It's going to be a leg bye down to fine leg at 223 for 4. It's a huge if for anybody to force a result. You sort of feel as though anybody could draw at any point, but that might just change Gloucestershire's strategy, if it ends up quite an even game, they might feel that actually they don't need to force a win here quite as badly as they would have done if Derbyshire were pushing ahead. So at the moment it's pretty good news for both these teams. You'd think if Derbyshire were to go on to lose that game, they would only take 4 points from
Does
that.
give both sides a chance.
Certainly would close the gap.
Yeah.
And Singdale over the wicket, bowls, and almost both feet off the ground there. Ingram to get off the on the top of the ball, I should say. A couple of leg byes in the over, so it will go down as a maiden. Singdale, as ever, impressive. 1 for 22 from 12 overs, bowling at the pace that he does. He just so rarely goes about the park. It's 223 for 4.
Yeah, that is the change we were suspecting would happen at some point before the end. It is going to be the spin of Graham Van Buren from the Cathedral Road end. Took the wicket of Sam Northeast from the opposite end. And at that point we thought Gloucestershire were in business. They still might be, of course. Still plenty of work to be done from a Glamorgan perspective, with 3 overs remaining of the second day. Sunshine still blazing down on Sapphire Gardens. Callaway and Ingram just trying to see this one home to the close of play.
Yeah, there'll be a new ball due inside the first hour tomorrow as well. Which way that goes, I don't know.
Van Buren coming around to Callaway, who tucks that round the corner, but there's a man there at on the 45 on the leg side.
Could bring runs as well as wickets, that second new ball.
In comes Van Buren. Rocks back on his stumps as Callaway in defensive mode. And it's another dot ball. 223 for 4. Just seeing this one out now. Van Buren drops that one in short, and it was struck too firmly towards mid-on for them to afford to take a single. So they've had a good full day's play here. Have the crowd at Sapphire Gardens. Forward is Callaway, but short cover is there. And still anyone's guess who's going to go on to take this one. All results possible. Van Buren, left arm around. Big stride in from Ben Callaway, who's unbeaten on 54. But good over. 5 dot balls.
Just the occasional one straightens, but it's still hard to see it really spinning a great deal as the game goes on.
It's going to get easier, and that is a very good over to conclude. Another dot ball, a maiden for Graham Van Buren, and you just still sense that it is going to be trying to prize a wicket and force an error. But at the moment, it's not forthcoming. 223 for 4.
I mean, they have to bowl very well, Gloucestershire, to get some sort of a lead, but the problem is, as long as it takes into tomorrow, the lead becomes less and less significant, because they've just got to take a lot of time out of the game to build something up. So these two, Callaway and Ingram, have done sterling work really, because you felt it had to be quite a sizable lead for Gloucestershire. I mean, it still might be, but it's hard to see collapso really happening from this point. It's 2 overs to go, and one of them will be bowled by Ollie Price, who's not had a go yet in this game. He didn't bowl much in the last match either, bowled 2.5 overs and actually ended up taking the final wicket in Derbyshire's first innings, and then had 3 overs in the second. The signing of Murphy, Ollie Price's off spin has been less used. Round the wicket he comes to Ingram, who prods forward to cover. Bancroft just looking to try and do what he can to buy a wicket at the end of play, throw something at Glamorgan that they weren't expecting. Singdale's still on the field, so I don't think, as Price grunts with effort, and Ingram just serenely blocks it into the offside. I don't think it was anything to do with Singdale having really had enough. Slip and a leg slip. Price into Ingram, who thinks about a forcing drive to mid-on. Calls Singdale into action. You can hear the furious banging of
steam coming from the laptop.
Yeah. Fire out as much of that report as possible, and it went behind us. Price in the full ball, and it bounced a couple of times back to Ollie Price. Save a few more seconds at the back end of today. And whilst not the fastest moving, it's certainly been an enjoyable day's cricket again as Ingram plays the ball back to him. You just feel that if only this were a 5-day game, it might boil up into quite an exciting one naturally, whereas I don't know.
Seems as though we're going to run out of time.
Well, it feels as though that it's going to need to happen unnaturally if there's going to be a result either way. Odds on, I'd say at this point. Still 157 back. Morgan, it's not nothing, but yeah, it's just the time to build that lead up again. As the last ball from the River Taff end of the day is defended back to Ollie Price. 1 over remains at 223 for 4, so Glamorgan can't lose more than 1 wicket tonight, with the last over about to be started.
2 men out in the middle come together. Ingram and Kellaway have added 102 valuable runs since the wicket of Sam Northeast, who looked well set when he was bowled by Van Buren, but since then they've been exemplary, these two, Ben Kellaway and Colin Ingram, who's just 2 shy, by the way, of his half-century. But it is the young Kellaway on strike. This then the last over of the second day. The spin of Graham Van Buren. There's a slip in, and there is a short leg. As the sun sets over Sophia Gardens. Dropped short, and it's cut. Bit of a misfield at cover, but no damage, there's no run.
An impressive pair of shades that Bancroft's got on at extra cover, considering he's facing away from the sun as well. But
yeah, Penny for his thought. Well, you get his thoughts this evening, possibly. How will he be viewing proceedings? Would have been very confident this morning after adding more than he would have thought at the outset.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he'll be critical of his bowlers, really. I think they've plugged away. There's not been too many spells of
not much on offer
stuff,
either.
Yeah.
Remains to be seen, but Van Buren, a bit more flight, and it lobbed up in the air for a while. Short leg was interested momentarily. The ball died.
See if
there's a bit of.
I'm not sure about that. So. Yeah, I think it's missed the glove and the bat.
3 balls to go. Van Buren coming over towards Colin Ingram with sweeps aggressively behind square on the onside, and that's a great shot, and that brings up Colin Ingram's 50, coming from 103 balls, and has played superbly in tandem with Ben Kellaway to get Glamorgan out of a spot of bother. Another half-century for the South African.
3 out of 3 this year against Gloucestershire in the county championship.
Coming over is Van Buren. The penultimate ball, and just prods that one, does Colin Ingram. The last ball then of great day's cricket here at Sophia Gardens. As Van Buren comes over towards Colin Ingram, drops that short, prods it into the onside, that it stumps on day 2, and it's been a great day's cricket. It's ebbed and flowed. Gloucestershire added 101 runs this morning. It all started with a brilliant knock by James Bracey, who scored 103 and 190, as Gloucestershire added a last wicket stand of 89 to set a tally of 380, which was probably far more than Glamorgan bargained for, as they took 2 wickets, but it was Bailey alongside James Bracey that Gloucestershire turned to. Glamorgan were wobbling when Sam Northeast was bowled by Van Buren, but these two have put on 107 for the 5th wicket, and Glamorgan are in a good position and will resume tomorrow in arrears by 152 runs. How, Ed, will Gloucestershire be viewing the day's play?
Well, I think really they will be thanking Messrs Bailey and Bracey, because you think Glamorgan would have been batting much sooner as well, never mind just taking off potentially, not even just 70 or 80 runs, something like that. You take that off the deficit, but also they've been batting for longer. The scores could be about level by now, and Glamorgan could still have wickets in hand, so they've done well to fight to get into this position. As I say, I don't think they're bowled particularly badly. There isn't very much out there at all. It's the Kookaburra as well, so that doesn't help. I think it might have been a bit of a struggle even with the Dukes, to be honest, but
they'll be desperate for that new ball tomorrow.
Well, I don't know, it just depends, doesn't it, because sometimes that hardness has just been enjoyed by the batters. But yeah, either way, a couple of early wickets tomorrow morning, and they could still have designs on a lead of maybe 70 or 80, and they could potentially work from there. But again, it's a tall order, and it's a long road to victory from this point for Gloucestershire, but they're in a much better position for sure than they were first thing this morning.
Indeed, and as you mentioned, a few quick wickets and the pendulum could swing quickly towards the visitors. As it is, by and large, it's pretty even Stevens after the second day, with Kellaway and Ingram having struck half centuries still there, and Glamorgan will be hoping for them to motor on in tomorrow's first session on the 3rd day. Ingram is there, 52 from 105 balls. Kellaway unbeaten, 55 from 114. So it's well set up then for the 3rd day. But that is it from us on BBC Sport Online. From myself, Kenneth Davis, Ed Seaborn and Nick Webb. But hope you've enjoyed our company, and I hope you can all join us for the 3rd day's play. We'll be here just before 11 here at Sophia Gardens. From Cardiff, a very good evening. No star.